In my previous life, I had mediocre talents, made little progress in the art of taming beasts, suffered the cold shoulder of my family, and was ruthlessly betrayed by my wife. In the end, I even died at the hands of my adopted son, whom I treated as my own son. Not only did he take away everything from me, he also trampled on my dignity. However, my fate did not end there. After my rebirth, I unexpectedly awakened an unprecedented golden finger and became the only beastmaster who could control the seven sins demon king. The waste of the past, the king of today. In this life, I swear to make those who have hurt and betrayed me pay the price with blood. Just when I was about to start a killing spree, I was surprised to find that the adopted son who once took everything from me was actually a pawn controlled by someone in my previous life. The real enemy is hidden in the darker abyss. What I have to do is not only revenge, but also relying on the forbidden power of the Seven Sins Lord to crush the way of heaven and achieve the supreme existence. In the Luo family villa, sunlight shines through the huge French windows onto the marble floor. I lowered my head and looked at the black lace underwear that was suddenly stuffed into my hands, and my mind went blank for a moment. Brother Xinlian, why are you holding my mother's underwear in your hand? Luo Xinyuan's scream broke the silence. He looked at me with a smug look on his face, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Reborn? I went back to 10 years ago. I woke up quickly, my heart was pounding, and I couldn't suppress the ecstasy in my heart. My name is Luo Xinlian. In my previous life, on this day, Luo Xinyuan used this despicable method to force me out of the Luo family. This time, I will never make the same mistake again. How shameless! Luo Jinyu's voice came from the corner of the corridor. Luo Jinyu walked out slowly, staring at me with eyes as sharp as knives, with undisguised disgust in her eyes. How can you be so disgusting? You dare to laugh while stealing your mother's underwear? How can there be someone like you in our Luo family? Luo Jinyu spoke softly, but every word was chilling and pierced my ears like a needle. I knew that this second sister, who was always hostile to me, only believed in Luo Xinyuan's words. Luo Xin pretended to be anxious and quickly defended me. Second sister, don't blame Brother Xinlian. He grew up outside and inevitably picked up some bad habits. But if what happened today gets to Mother, Brother Xinlian will be finished. Luo Xin looked at me. A flash of sarcasm in his eyes passed by, but soon turned into an innocent expression. I sneered in my heart. I have seen enough of these tricks in my previous life. Sure enough, Luo Jinyu gently touched his head. Brother Xin, you are just too kind-hearted and always considerate of others. Luo Jinyu turned to look at me, his face darkened, and he said coldly, unlike some people, they are born disgusting. The scenes from my previous life came to my mind again. I was whipped for 2 hours by my mother Zhou Yajin herself, and then hung in the basement for 3 days and 3 nights until I was dying and my body was covered with maggots. Those people from the Luo family watched me being tortured mercilessly, and no one was willing to help me. Have you guys had enough of acting? I interrupted their performance with a sneer. Then, I threw the underwear on the ground, with a hint of sarcasm on my face. Luo, Xing, do you think you can fool me with this little trick? Stop pretending. If you wanted to get out of the Luo family, just say it directly. Is there any need to be so despicable? Luo Xinyuan's expression instantly turned ugly, and then he changed into an aggrieved look, crying, it was obviously you who stole my mother's underwear, Brother Xinlian. How could you slander me like this? Luo Jinyu's eyes immediately turned extremely cold, anger burning in her eyes. You are a waste who can't even make a contract with a beast, and you dare to slander Brother Xin? You are really tired of living. Luo Jinyu's beast, the spiritual butterfly chrysalis, emerged from her beast control space, and the air around it suddenly turned cold. I instantly felt an invisible mental force locking my entire body down, making me unable to move. Suddenly, I was violently pulled off the ground. My limbs seemed to be tightly wrapped by invisible ropes, and pain surged like a tide. I clenched my teeth and tried hard to hold back the moan that was about to come out. Am I going to live my life again, and still live it in humiliation like my last life? Unwillingness and anger erupted in my chest, and my eyes became even more ferocious. If I could have such power, I would make the entire Luo family crawl at my feet. At this moment, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! The host's strong desire for power has been detected. The forbidden evolution system has been successfully bound to you. Ding! Reward newbie gift pack. Forbidden Eye. Evolution Stone Quick Version. Companion Beast Tamer asterisk when a mechanical prompt sounded in my mind, and my body was instantly filled with strength. A red light appeared in my vision, and I seemed to be able to see the other side of the world. The power of the forbidden eye awakened in my body, allowing me to see through all the hidden information of the beasts and see through the details of my opponents. This unparalleled ability made me ecstatic. I felt the rapid increase of my spiritual power and my talent for controlling beasts. But my situation was still dangerous. Luo Jinyu looked at me with a sneer, and she didn't seem to care that my skin was bleeding due to the pressure of telekinesis. Luo Jinyu continued to taunt maliciously. For a loser like you, being able to live in the Luo family is already a blessing from your previous life. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my parents, you unfilial son. Luo Xuan pretended to be worried, but a barely perceptible smile hung on the corner of her mouth. Second sister, isn't this a bad idea? Don't worry, he's very lucky. Luo Jinyu sneered and waved his hand. My body was still unable to move, and I was tightly controlled by Luo Jinyu's beast spiritual chrysalis. But at this moment, a strong dizziness came over me, and my consciousness seemed to be pulled into an unknown space. Everything in this space seemed mysterious. Surrounded by a faint halo, a pitch-black egg was suspended in the air, and its surface was covered with strange scales. Suddenly, cracks began to appear in the eggshell. With a click, the cracks grew bigger and bigger. With a low roar, a small beast in the form of a dragon man broke out of the shell, surrounded by thick darkness. I can feel that this is the companion beast the system gave me. Shadow Dragon. The Shadow Dragon was covered in a layer of black scales, as if it had merged with the darkness, and it exuded an air of arrogance and dominance. Its birth meant that my power would have a qualitative leap. I stared at the Shadow Dragon and realized that the system had given me not only this powerful beast, but also a strange companion space. Arrogant space. This space can greatly increase my spiritual power limit and quickly restore the injuries and physical strength of the beast. For me, this is simply a gift of rebirth. I looked at the Shadow Dragon in front of me, and a surge of excitement surged in my heart. However, I knew the current situation very well, and I needed to improve my strength immediately. I no longer hesitated and quickly locked onto the Evolution Stone, Extreme Edition, awarded by the system. This gem can allow the beast to evolve instantly, without any side effects. Use the Evolution Stone on the Shadow Dragon. I gave the order without hesitation. In an instant, a layer of deep shadow enveloped the Shadow Dragon, and its body began to expand rapidly. Its scales became sharper, and its body became stronger. A few seconds later, the black shadow faded away, and a more majestic dragon-shaped beast appeared in front of me. Instant Shadow Dragon. The body of the Shadow Dragon is tall and mighty, with black scales flashing coldly in the light. Two small bulges like horns grow on its head, showing its more powerful evolutionary state. The pressure from the Shadow Dragon shocked me. Its burning dragon eyes seemed to tell me that it was ready to fight at any time. Looking at this newly born Shadow Dragon, my fighting spirit was ignited. The humiliation of the past turned into a rage at this moment. I will never let myself be slaughtered again. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on the ground, and everything around me seemed to be still. Luo Jinyu released the telekinetic control of the mental butterfly chrysalis, and when he saw me wake up, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Second sister, he can't be really dead, right? Luo Xinyuan asked in a low voice, pretending to be worried. You deserve to die, Luo Jinyu said with a sneer, but a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. I suddenly opened my eyes, stood up with a sneer, and looked at the two extremely hypocritical people in front of me with a disdainful smile on my lips. Brother Xinlian, are you okay? We are really worried about you. Luo Xinyuan showed a hypocritical smile on his face and said with pretended concern, You're worried about me? I looked at them, my smile deepening. Then I really have to thank you. Luo Jinyu frowned, pointed at my nose, and said angrily, Uneducated thing, we are so worried about you. And this is your attitude? I snorted coldly, not wanting to waste time talking to them anymore. I stepped forward decisively and slapped them twice with my backhand. Pa! Pa! The sound of the slaps was particularly clear in the corridor. Luo Xinyuan and Luo Jinyu covered their faces with shock and anger, as if they couldn't believe the facts before their eyes. I looked at them coldly, my voice cold and low. This is my thank you gift to you. Are you satisfied? Luo Xinyuan and Luo Jinyu were stunned for a moment, and then became furious. Luo Xin put away his usual hypocritical smile and showed a cold face, while Luo Jinyu was so angry that he cursed. "You useless guy! How dare you hit me? I must kill you today." Luo Jinyu's anger was ignited, and the spiritual chrysalis was summoned out by her again. At the same time, a red light flashed in my eyes, and the power of the forbidden I was activated, instantly seeing through all the information of the spirit butterfly chrysalis. Its skills and evolution path emerged one by one in front of me. The spirit chrysalis is just a rare quality beast, and its power cannot be compared with that of my shadow dragon. Seeing that I was slightly distracted, Luo Jinyu thought I was scared and smiled smugly. "Are you afraid because you remembered the fear of being controlled by the spiritual butterfly chrysalis?" I couldn't help but laugh out loud and glanced at the spiritual butterfly chrysalis with contempt. I was just thinking that this insect chrysalis is too vulnerable. Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly flashed by, and the shadow dragon was as fast as lightning. The next moment, the spiritual butterfly chrysalis fell to the ground and was killed instantly. Luo Jinyu was about to continue to taunt, but when she saw that the spiritual butterfly chrysalis had fallen, her whole face froze instantly. She widened her eyes, unable to believe her eyes. How could my spiritual butterfly chrysalis so easily? Luo Xinyuan was also frightened. He only saw a black shadow flash by, and the spiritual butterfly chrysalis was smashed to pieces. He couldn't even see the appearance of the black shadow clearly. This scene was simply too weird. Seizing this opportunity, I rushed forward without hesitation and punched Luo Xinyuan in the face, knocking him to the ground. I didn't stop. I just rode on him, punching him like raindrops. Luo Xin screamed. His painful wails echoed in the corridor. He didn't even have time to summon his beast. Luo Jinyu was stunned by the sudden violence. She looked at the scene in front of her and could hardly believe that Luo Xinlian, who had always been submissive, dared to fight back and even hit someone directly. Luo Jinyu's mind was in a mess, and he tried to sort out his thoughts. What was that black shadow just now? How did it appear in the Luo family? What exactly happened to Luo Xinlian? While Luo Jinyu was thinking, Luo Xinyuan's screams kept coming. "Second sister, save me!" Luo Jinyu finally came to her senses, but seeing Luo Xinlian's fierce expression, she couldn't help but feel terrified. She forced herself to shout, "You bastard! He's your brother! How dare you do such a cruel thing to him?" I stopped punching and turned to look at her coldly. Luo Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that I was scared. Luo Jinyu looked at me with a smug look on her face, thinking that she was still in control of the situation. Luo Xinyuan had been beaten beyond recognition, and his handsome face had been beaten into a pig's head, but Luo Jinyu thought that she could still control the situation thanks to her mother's partiality. However, I sneered, jumped up suddenly, and kicked Luo Jinyu directly in the lower abdomen, kicking her 1 or 2 meters away. Luo Xinyuan and Luo Jinyu were both stunned by this sudden action. Luo Jinyu covered her stomach, got up from the ground, pointed at me, and said with a pale face, "How dare you hit me? I'm your biological sister." I raised my eyebrows and sneered, "Sister? Didn't you almost kill me just now?" Luo Jinyu was speechless. She immediately changed her strategy and threatened, "You are just lucky. If that black shadow hadn't suddenly appeared, would you be able to hurt my spiritual chrysalis? When it recovers, I will make you pay the price." I ignored her threat, clenched my fists, and approached her. "Really? Then I'll wait for you. But before that, I'll turn you into a pig head too." When Luo Jinyu saw my fearless look, he suddenly panicked and began to back away involuntarily. Just as I was about to approach Luo Jinyu, a stern voice suddenly rang out. "Luo Xinlian, what are you doing? They are your brother and sister. Do you want to harm your brothers and sisters?" I turned around and saw a beautiful woman in gorgeous clothes and a plump figure approaching with a gloomy face. She was the mistress of the Luo family, Zhou Yajing. Seeing his mother coming, Luo Xin immediately got up from the ground, threw himself into her arms like a puppy, and burst into tears. Luo Jinyu also hurried to her side and complained angrily, "Mother, Luo Xinlian stole your underwear, and I caught him in the act. He wanted to use violence to force us to cover it up for him." Zhou Yajing's face darkened after hearing this. Her eyes fell on the black bra on the ground, and she looked at me coldly. "We have caught the perpetrator red-handed. What else do you have to say?" I was no longer surprised by Zhou Yajing's questioning. In my previous life, she believed in Luo Xinyuan and Luo Jinyu unconditionally and almost beat me to death. I no longer had any illusions. I said coldly, "Whatever you think. But since you are here, I will tell you something." When they heard what I said, the three of them were a little surprised and didn't know what I was going to do. I looked them straight in the face and said firmly, "I want to sever ties with the Luo family. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other anymore." After the words were spoken, silence fell all around. Luo Xingyuan was stunned, and then realized that this was a great thing for him. The reason why he repeatedly framed me was because he was afraid that I, his biological son, would threaten his position in the Luo family, and he was even more afraid that I would compete with him for the position of the head of the family in the future. Now it seems that he is relieved. When Zhou Yajing heard this, her face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "Do you think the Luo family is a place where you can come and go as you please?" Luo Xinlian smiled coldly and took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. His fingers trembled slightly, but his eyes were firm and revealed an unyielding anger. "I've been back at the Luo family for 3 years, and I've spent a total of 3,420 yuan. I remember every penny clearly." Luo Xinlian's voice was calm, but with an undisguised chill. "I earned this money from working, and now I'm giving it back to you. From now on, I won't owe the Luo family anything anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Xinlian suddenly threw the banknotes into the air. The banknotes flew like snowflakes and landed in front of everyone. Luo Xinlian turned around and was about to leave, his steps firm. Every step seemed to declare his determination to break up. Zhou Yajing looked at this scene, her face livid, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger, her chest heaving, almost bursting. She gritted her teeth and shouted at Luo Xinyan, "Xinyan, stop him." Luo Xinyan was still hesitant, but when he heard his mother's order, he was delighted. He had wanted to do it a long time ago, but he was worried about damaging his image. Now that Zhou Yajing had given his permission, he could act without any scruples. Luo Xinyan quickly stood in front of Luo Xinlian, pretending to be heartbroken, trying to appear affectionate. "Brother Xinlian, you've already made a big mistake. You can't make the same mistake again. Apologize to mother now." Luo Xinlian raised his eyelids slightly, and his cold eyes swept across Luo Xinlian like a knife, and he only uttered 2 words, "Get lost." The words "get out of here" struck Luo Xinlian's heart like thunder. His smile froze, and a hint of coldness and anger flashed in his eyes. How dare a useless person with low spiritual power speak to him like this? "Brother Xinlian, since you are still stubborn, don't blame me." Luo Xinlian sneered and summoned his contracted beast, the unicorn. The unicorn roared as it stomped the ground, white mist spewing out of its nostrils, and it stomped its 4 hooves hard, rushing towards Luo Xinlian at the speed of a whirlwind. Everyone held their breath and waited, almost seeing the tragic scene of Luo Xinlian being knocked away. In the blink of an eye, a black shadow suddenly passed by, as fast as a ghost. Bang! With a loud noise, the unicorn was hit by the black shadow and flew more than 10 meters away. It hit the ground heavily and neighed in pain. "What?" Luo Xin screamed. "It's that black shadow again." Luo Xingyuan then realized that the black shadow was Luo Xinlian's beast. A trace of fear and confusion flashed through his mind, unable to understand why this useless person who was considered to have no talent could have such a powerful beast. Luo Xinlian walked slowly towards Luo Xingyuan, his eyes as cold as a knife, looking down at him condescendingly, and said lightly, "You should be thankful that you are still alive today." Luo Xinlian's voice was calm, but full of oppression. "I remember every account of the Luo family. Don't worry, we will settle these accounts slowly." Luo Xinlian stretched out his hand and gently patted Luo Xingyuan's face. Luo Xingyuan felt a burning pain on his face, but what frightened him even more was the irresistible aura of Luo Xinlian. He didn't dare to move, as if he was frozen. Luo Xinlian knew that it was not appropriate to kill someone at this moment. After all, if he did it in the Luo family, he would not only become a wanted criminal, but also face the pursuit of the entire Luo family and manhwa, cutting off his own way to survival. Luo Xinlian will only settle these old accounts once he is strong enough to fight against an entire country alone. Zhou Yajing was stunned. She had never seen such a powerful Luo Xinlian before. She looked at the fleeting black shadow, and a trace of uneasiness and anger flashed through her heart. How can he be so strong? Zhou Yajing muttered to herself, her thoughts in a mess. When did he contract the beast tamer? Luo Jinyu, who was standing next to Zhou Yajing, was filled with anger. He pointed at Luo Xinlian's back and shouted, "There must be something wrong with him. How could a loser like him contract a beast tamer? He must have betrayed the Luo family and became an accomplice to the Jiang family. As Luo Jinyu finished speaking, Zhou Yajing's face became more gloomy. She suddenly realized that Luo Xinlian had received help from the Jiang family. As one of the three major beast-taming families in City A, the Jiang family helped Luo Xinlian, the abandoned child of the Luo family, just to break the alliance between the Luo family and the Su family. Xun, don't worry. That bastard just used external forces. Zhou Yajing said coldly. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to contract a second beast. In the Youth Beast Tamer competition in 3 months, you must win the top 3 and show everyone that you are the true heir of the Luo family. Luo Xinyuan suppressed his inner excitement and nodded. Thank you, mother. I will definitely not let you down. After leaving the Luo family, Luo Xinlian simply bandaged his wounds and headed straight for the Evergreen forest outside the Mist-Hidden Mountain. His companion beast, the Shadow Dragon, was hiding in the dark, ready to fight at any time. Luo Xinlian knew that to become a powerful beastmaster, he had to fight and grow continuously. Now, he had to rely on himself and the power of the beast to pave the way for the future. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to enter the forest, a cold shout suddenly came from behind. You useless bastard! How dare you show up here? Luo Xinlian's eyes focused, and he saw 2 girls with outstanding looks, each leading 7 or 8 beast tamers, walking towards him with an imposing manner. Luo Xinlian immediately recognized the girl who spoke in front of him, Luo Yimeng, the 5th daughter of the Luo family. There was anger in her eyes, and she had obviously heard the news that Luo Xinyuan and Luo Jinyu were beaten and Luo Xinlian betrayed the Luo family. But Luo Xinlian's gaze did not linger on her for long. The people of the Luo family were no longer important to him. Luo Xinlian turned his gaze to the other girl beside Luo Yimeng, and his heart suddenly tightened. The girl had an upright figure, a cold face, and a pair of eyes as cold as ice, but with deep hostility. Su Jinshi, Luo Xinlian's fiancée in his previous life. According to Luo Xinlian's memory, if he had not chosen to leave the Luo family in his previous life, he, as the eldest son, would have been engaged to Su Jinshi, the eldest daughter of the Su family. This was not Luo Yu's favor to him, but was only to strengthen the alliance between the Luo family and the Su family. The Luo family never cared about Luo Xinlian as a person, but the family interests he represented. However, Su Jinshi was not a pushover. She admired the strong, and while enjoying Luo Xinlian's care after marriage, she despised him for being a waste without a beast control. Su Jinshi never let Luo Xinlian touch her finger, because in her eyes, Luo Xinlian was not qualified at all. Su Jinshi's attention had long been attracted by Luo Xinyuan, the beastmaster who had become one of the best of the younger generation in City A under Luo Yu's training. Su Jinshi and Luo Xinyuan colluded secretly. Every time they had an affair, they would specially notify Luo Xinlian to send a little balloon. Afterwards, Luo Xin would describe those dirty details to Luo Xinlian, his eyes filled with a morbid pleasure. Luo Xinlian also discovered that Luo Xinyuan was abnormally excited about things that violated ethics, and even killed him at the instigation of Su Jinshi. No matter how good Luo Xinlian was to her, Su Jinshi could never accept a loser who couldn't contract a beast to be her husband. The humiliation and hatred of his previous life surged into his heart. Luo Xinlian's eyes were filled with coldness and murderous intent as he stared straight at Su Jinshi. As if she could sense this strong aura, Su Jinshi's hair stood on end and cold sweat flowed down her back. The terrifying feeling made her shudder, but it also made her, who extremely admired the strong, feel an inexplicable fascination. Is this Luo Xinlian? The man who almost got engaged to me? Su Jinshi pondered in his heart. He can emit such an aura, so he doesn't seem to be as useless as the rumors say. I just don't know how he compares to Luo Xinlian. Su Jinshi's thoughts were interrupted by Luo Yimeng's stern shout. What are you looking at? Is Jinshi something that a loser like you can look at? Luo Xinlian withdrew his gaze, glanced at Luo Yimeng, and too lazy to say anything more, turned and walked towards the direction of Changpan Forest. Seeing this, Luo Yimeng was furious. She quickly blocked his way and shouted angrily, Luo Xinlian, what's your attitude? Do you really think you are a big shot just because you have a contract with a beast? If you know what's good for you, kneel down 3 times and kowtow 9 times to apologize to Brother Xinyuan. Otherwise, I promise you will die an ugly death. Luo Yimeng looked arrogant, as if everything was under her control. Luo Yiming thought that Luo Xinlian would not dare to resist. After all, the last time he said no, she directly pulled out the nails of 3 of his fingers. Since then, Luo Xinlian had always been submissive. But this time, Luo Xinlian bypassed Luo Yiming without saying a word and continued to walk forward. Luo Yiming looked at Luo Xinlian's back in disbelief. She waved angrily at the people behind her, and 4 or 5 Beastmasters immediately surrounded Luo Xinlian. Seeing Luo Xinlian stopped, Luo Yiming regained her complacent look and sneered. A piece of trash dares to disobey my orders? Luo Yiming changed the subject. A malicious smile flashed in her eyes. But I'm still willing to give you another chance. As long as you eat the feces left by the spirit beast over there, I'll let this matter go. She pointed to the ball of feces on the grass, not far away. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian's eyes suddenly turned cold, and murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Although his face remained calm, the rage in his heart was already burning wildly. Su Jinshe also noticed something, and she suddenly felt that if things continued, Luo Yiming's life would be in danger. Just as Luo Yiming continued to taunt without knowing the consequences, no one noticed that a dark crack suddenly appeared in the space behind her, and a dark dragon claw silently stretched out towards her neck. The dragon claw was getting closer and closer to Luo Yiming. A curve appeared at the corner of Luo Xinlian's mouth, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Look, I made him eat shit, but he can still laugh. He's so despicable. Luo Yiming was still talking to herself. Just as the dragon claw was about to pierce Luo Yiming's neck, a stuttering voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Who gave you the guts to do that? How dare to bully me, my fatty's brother? The dragon claws suddenly retracted, and the space crack disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had happened. Luo Xinlian regained his sanity instantly and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He knew very well that if he took action at the entrance of Evergreen Forest, it would definitely attract the attention of the Beast Tamer Association, which would only lead him into unnecessary pursuit. What he wanted was to make Luo Yiming live in fear, rather than die easily. You're lucky this time, so I'll spare your life, Luo Xinlian thought to himself. If I kill you so easily, there will be no fun in the future. The fat man who was talking was Zhao Dezhu, Luo Xinlian's childhood friend in the orphanage. Although Zhao Dezhu was mean, greedy, and lustful, he was always loyal to Luo Xinlian. Zhao Dezhu pushed away the people who surrounded Luo Xinlian, stood in front of him, turned around, and gave Luo Xinlian a reassuring look. Luo Xinlian is protected by my fat uncle, Zhao Dezhu stuttered. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Luo Yiming was so angry at Zhao Dezhu's arrogance that her face turned pale. Where did this fat guy come from? How dare you meddle in my business? However, Zhao Dezhu ignored her. Instead, when he saw her and Su Jin, he rubbed his hands with a wretched look on his face. Hey, little sister, what's the point of bullying others here? Do you want to go to the woods with me, your brother? To play? Luo Yiming was furious. Shameless. How dare you insult me? Get him. If he dies, it's my fault. Several beast masters summoned their beasts and prepared to attack. Zhao Dezhu was so frightened that he waved his hands and said, wait a minute. I am from the cheetah hunting team. My boss is a golden leopard. Luo Yiming was furious and didn't take Zhao Dezhu and his threats seriously at all, with disdain and arrogance in her eyes. I don't care who your boss is. No matter who comes, it won't work. Today I must kill you, this wretched fat man, and the loser behind you. Just as the words fell and the beast masters were about to take action, an arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Where did you come from, you wild girl? How dare you bully my men in my golden leopard's territory? You must be tired of living. A thin-faced man with a tuft of golden hair on his forehead came with 7 or 8 beast masters, walking with his feet turned outward, which made him look very ostentatious. The beast masters who were watching around gave way one after another, fearing that they would offend this man. When Zhao Dezhu saw the person coming, he immediately ran over and hugged the other person's thigh exaggeratedly. Boss, you finally came. Golden Leopard glanced at Luo Yiming and the others with disdain, and then asked Zhao Dezhu, Fatty, are they the ones who bullied you? Zhao Dezhu nodded, his eyes full of grievance. After confirming the target, the Golden Leopard walked to Luo Yiming with its unique steps without haste. Before the Golden Leopard could speak, Luo Yiming said softly, Luo Yiming, the 5th daughter of Luo Yu, the head of the Luo family, do you have any advice? The leopard was stunned. The originally unruly look faded away in an instant, and the harsh words that were about to come out were swallowed back. The two legs that were turned outward began to tremble uncontrollably. Luo Yi dreamed of him like this, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she was enjoying the sense of superiority brought by her status as a young lady of the Luo family. She then pointed to Su Jinshi, who was standing beside her. Here, this is Su Jinshi, the legitimate daughter of Su Mu, the head of the Su family. Plop! After learning the other party's identity, Golden Leopard's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. He did not doubt the identities of the two at all. After all, in City A, who dared to pretend to be the eldest daughter of the Su and Luo families? Wouldn't that be courting death? The Golden Leopard immediately showed a flattering look. So it's the two young ladies. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I bumped into the two young ladies. I kowtow to you and apologize. After saying that, the leopard kowtowed 3 times, bang, bang, bang. Zhao Dezhu saw that something was not right, and quietly returned to Luo Xinlian's side while no one was paying attention. He was so nervous that his stuttering was gone, and he said in a serious tone, "The situation seems not good." Luo Xinlian, however, remained calm and nonchalant, and even teased with a hint of amusement. "Fat brother, it seems that you are unreliable as the captain." Zhao Dezhu was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. "Brother, stop it. How are we going to fight? Run away." But Luo Xinlian ignored it and just watched the development of the situation quietly. At this time, the Golden Leopard said to Luo Yimeng in a flattering manner, "Miss Luo, I wonder if you are satisfied with this?" Luo Yimeng nodded with satisfaction. This seemingly simple expulsion actually completely banned Zhao Dezhu from the Beastmaster Circle of Changpan Forest. Without the support of the team, Zhao Dezhu would not only have to face the various dangers in the forest alone, but would also be unable to make a living due to reduced efficiency. Just when Zhao Dezhu was about to pull Luo Xinlian to force his way out, Luo Xinlian suddenly spoke up. "Fat brother, are you sure you're joining the cheetah squad? Why do I think you are more like a pug wagging its tail and begging for mercy?" As soon as the words came out, not only the Golden Leopard was stunned, but even Zhao Dezhu was frightened and his face turned pale. He hurried forward and tried to cover Luo Xinlian's mouth, but was blocked by Luo Xinlian. "Fat brother, why are you covering my mouth? Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Zhao Dezhu was almost going crazy with anxiety, wondering how this usually honest brother could become so arrogant. Knowing that there were so many people on the other side, he dared to mock them. Was he really going to die? The Golden Leopard was furious and asked Luo Yimeng for instructions. "Miss Luo, hand these two people over to me. I promise to give them a good beating." Luo Yimeng showed an expression that was neither smiling nor laughing, and didn't say much, just nodded. The leopard was overjoyed and led the cheetah team to surround them. Led by the cheetah, 7 or 8 feline beasts pounced on Luo Xinlian and Zhao Dezhu in unison. At this critical moment, Zhao Dezhu subconsciously stood in front of Luo Xian's body training, ready to summon the beast. But Zhao Dezhu suddenly stopped, because a black shadow appeared in front of him from nowhere, and its speed was so fast that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye. The black shadow kept moving around the field, and the beast masters of the cheetah squad fell one after another, as if they had no time to react. To everyone's astonishment, all the beasts of the cheetah squad were killed and lying on the ground. Zhao Dezhu stared at the scene in disbelief with his eyes wide open. In front of him, a nearly 2-meter-tall, pitch-black dragon man stood, holding a dying cheetah in his hand. The leopard's face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he completely lost his arrogance. He looked at the dark dragon man in front of him, horrified, and muttered to himself, What kind of monster is this?" At this time, the entrance to the Evergreen forest fell into silence. Whether it was Luo Yimeng, Su Jinshi, the cheetah squad, or the beast tamers watching the excitement around them, all of them stared with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief. How is it possible? It's actually a dragon man, and this dragon man's body movements are too fast. Who is this person? Is he a genius from a secluded family? Hearing a lot of discussions, Luo Yimeng just felt that this world was a little unreal. Although Luo Yimeng had already learned from a phone call with Zhou Yajing that Luo Xinlian had a contract with a Beastmaster, she could never have imagined that Luo Xinlian's Beastmaster was actually a dragon man. There has been no trace of dragons in the entire beast world for 300 years, and it was once thought that the dragons were extinct. I didn't expect to see a living dragon man here today. How is this possible? Why is he so strong? He is just a waste. Luo Yiming said in shock. Su Jinsher, who was standing aside, began to tremble uncontrollably all over after a brief moment of daze. Not out of fear, but out of excitement. That deep black color and that dangerous aura. How intoxicating. This is the man I long for. Su Jinsher's eyes became fanatical, and he looked at Luo Xinlian with an obsessed look. The Beastmasters around took out their mobile phones to take pictures, because the black dragon man in front of them was a dragon beast that had not appeared in the world for 300 years. Zhao Dezhu was the last one to react. He looked at the big guy standing in front of him, still a little bit unbelieving. He pointed to the shadow dragon, then turned back to look at Luo Xinlian. You. Is this yours? Luo Xinlian smiled and nodded. Seeing this affirmative answer, Zhao Dezhu's back, which was a little hunched due to obesity, suddenly straightened up. Fuck. Awesome. You actually contracted a dragon man. Isn't this the rhythm of being invincible? Luo Xinlian slowly walked up to the terrified cheetah squad, patted the golden leopard's shoulder gently, and said calmly, Captain Jean, how else do you want to punish me? The leopard turned pale with fear and waved his hands repeatedly. Stop. Master, I was wrong. I looked down on people and could not recognize the true God. Please spare my life. Luo Xinlian gently patted the leopard's bloodless face with the back of his hand and said coldly, Go away. Be more careful next time. The leopard was as if pardoned and fled in panic with the members of the cheetah squad. The shadow dragon threw the leopard in his hand, and the leopard immediately turned into a spirit and returned to the leopard's beast control space. Looking at the fleeing cheetah squad, Luo Xinlian sneered. If killing people here would not affect his future, he really wanted to kill all these people. Luo Xinlian looked at Luo Yiming, who was shocked not far away, and glanced at her subordinates coldly. How is it? Are you going to continue? Before Luo Yiming could speak, her subordinates all took a step back at the same time, obviously frightened. The scene just now was too weird. In just a few breaths, all the beasts of the cheetah squad fell down. Seeing this, Luo Yiming's face turned from shock to gloomy. She felt that she had lost all face, and the anger in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. This idiot didn't even dare to fart before, but now he dared to be so arrogant in front of her. Luo Yiming gnashed her teeth and said, Don't be complacent. You only relied on the Luo family's resources to successfully contract the Dragon Man. Even if you are very strong now, so what? Although the growth potential of dragon beast tamers is huge, the resources required are also astronomical. Without the support of the Luo family, your journey as a beast tamer has come to an end. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was shocked again. What? This dragon beast tamer is actually from the Luo family. Doesn't the Luo family only have one young master, Luo Xinyuan? How come another one has appeared? It looks like the Luo family is going to rise. Rise what? Don't you see that these two people are enemies? They look like enemies no matter how you look at them. How can they look like relatives? The crowd around was discussing. Zhao Dezhu was confused. He only knew that Luo Xinlian was taken away by his family 3 years ago, but he didn't know that the one who took him away was the Luo family, one of the 3 great beast taming families. Luo Xinlian sneered in response. Relying on the Luo family's resources? When did the Luo family ever give me resources? When I failed in my beast control contract. Didn't you give all the resources that originally belonged to me to Luo Xinyuan? Now that you see that I'm strong, you say that I relied on the Luo family. Where's your face? Luo Yiming's face was extremely ugly. She didn't expect Luo Xinlian to be so blunt. She didn't believe that her parents didn't give Luo Xinlian any resources. Although everyone disliked this waste, he was still their biological child after all. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'll find out when I go back and check. Luo Yiming said unwillingly. She turned around and tried to leave, but was blocked by a huge figure. Looking at the dangerous shadow dragon in front of him, Luo Yiming couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Luo Xinlian's playful voice came from behind. Did I allow you to leave? Luo Yiming turned around and glared at Luo Xinlian angrily. What else do you want? Do you want to kill me? Don't forget, I'm your biological sister. If you kill me, not only will you have to face the revenge of the Luo family, but you will also have to face the endless pursuit of the Beastmaster Association. Luo Xinlian sneered, Sister? Have you ever seen a sister forcing her brother to eat the feces of the beast? In that case, you can leave if you want. As long as you give me the pile of feces just now, I will let you go. Luo Yiming's face changed drastically, and she shouted angrily, How dare you? Luo Xinlian was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly ordered Shun Yinglong. Shun Yinglong, serve Miss Luo's meal. The huge claws of the shadow dragon grabbed Luo Yiming's head, lifted her up, and walked towards the direction of the manure. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was serious, Luo Yiming was scared. As the fifth daughter of the Luo family, if she ate shit in public, she would hardly be able to survive. She begged for mercy in panic. I was wrong. Let me go. I will never embarrass you again. However, no matter how Luo Yiming begged for mercy, Luo Xinlian ignored her. Seeing the pile of feces so close, Luo Yiming was so scared that tears came out. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, she began to curse hysterically. Luo Xinlian, just wait. I will make you die miserably. Luo Xinlian just scratched his ears and completely ignored her threats. They didn't know that this scene at the entrance of Evergreen Forest had been filmed by some paparazzi hiding in the dark. At this moment, Su Jinshi walked up to Luo Xinlian and said softly, "Can you let Yimin go?" Luo Xinlian glanced at her coldly, his tone calm but chilling. Why? Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, Luo Xinlian's murderous intent kept rolling in his heart, but he forced himself to suppress this impulse. He knew that now was not the right time. With his current strength, it was not wise to fight against the Luo family and the Su family. Su Jinshi was choked by Luo Xinlian's attitude and was speechless for a moment. But when Su Jinshi saw Luo Yiming's face getting closer and closer to the pile of feces, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you let Yimin go and let us go, I will tell you a secret that the three major families have just learned." Luo Xinlian immediately became interested, but he still looked indifferent. "You don't think you can fool me with just some gossip, do you?" Su Jinshi said calmly. "Of course not. I guarantee that you will be interested in this secret. As long as you are willing to let us go, I will give you this secret with both hands." Luo Xinlian thought for a moment and finally agreed. "Okay, if your secret is valuable enough, I can let you go. But let me be frank with you. If you dare to fool me," Luo Xinlian said, pointing at Luo Yiming, who was being forced to eat shit by the shadow dragon, "you will end up like her." Su Jinshi shuddered. Although she was afraid, she was increasingly attracted by Luo Xinlian's powerful aura. This feeling of being in control of everything was exactly the quality of a strong person that she longed for. "I hope you can keep your word," Su Jinshi said. It turned out that it was not a coincidence that Luo Xinlian met Luo Yiming and Su Jin in Changpan Forest. The three major families discovered a dying thunder beast that escaped to the depths of the Evergreen Forest. They all wanted to obtain the Thunder Source Stone in its body, which was a treasure for breeding Thunder-type beasts. The Thunder Source Stone can greatly enhance the power of Thunder attribute skills, and can even promote the evolution of Thunder attribute beasts from the mature stage to the metamorphosis stage. After listening to Su Jinshi's description, Luo Xinlian understood the preciousness of the Thunder Source Stone, but he was not overwhelmed by it. Luo Xinlian narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Jin and said coldly, "Why do I feel that you are using a knife to kill someone? Even the three major families failed to capture the dying Thunder Tribulation Beast. I don't think I can be its opponent. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that you want to use the Thunder Tribulation Beast to kill me." Su Jinshi remained calm. "Whatever you think, I'm just providing this information. As for whether to go or not, that's your own business. So, is it time to release the person?" At this moment, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in Luo Xinlian's mind. Ding! Thunder Tribulation Beast detected in Changpan Forest. Quest issued. Seize the Thunder Tribulation Stone. Quest reward. Dragon Tooth Necklace *1. Note: Beast Tamers wearing Dragon Tooth Necklace can enhance the power of dragon skills by 30%. Luo Xinlian was stunned. It seemed that he had to go deep into the Changpan Forest to look for the Thunder Beast, no matter what. Luo Xinlian knew that although he did not have a contract to tame a beast in his previous life, he had heard about the competition for the Thunder Source Stone. Not only the three major families were involved, but also many beast taming academies and other forces were involved, and the process was nothing short of brutal. Finally, the Thunder Source Stone seemed to have fallen into the hands of the Jiang family. Since the system had issued the task, Luo Xinlian had no choice but to compete for it. However, according to the memory of his previous life, the Thunder Tribulation Beast would appear in 11 days. So the most urgent task at the moment was to raise the tuition for the Beast Taming Academy. Luo Xinlian smiled slightly and snapped his fingers at the Shadow Dragon. The Shadow Dragon understood and threw Luo Yiming to the ground. Then he cut a crack in the void and returned to the beast taming space. Luo Yiming, get lost! Luo Xinlian said coldly. You should be thankful that this is the entrance to Evergreen Forest. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just letting you eat shit. The reason why Luo Xinlian let the two go was not only because of the secret of the Thunder Tribulation Beast, but more importantly, he was afraid of the family behind them. Now he does not have the ability to face the two major families directly. After saying that, Luo Xinlian walked straight into the Changpan Forest. Seeing this, Zhao Dezhu decisively followed Luo Xinlian's footsteps. Looking at Luo Xinlian's departing figure, Su Jinshe revealed a hint of infatuation. Sure enough, he still chose to seize the Thunder Source Stone. He is truly the man I have chosen. Let me see how far you can go. But Su Jinshe didn't know that Luo Xinlian was not going to look for the Thunder Beast at this moment, but to kill monsters and make money. At this moment, Luo Yiming's cold voice interrupted Su Jinshe's thoughts. From childhood to adulthood, no one has dared to do this to me. No, I can't swallow this. Luo Yiming called her beast. After a moment, a ray of light flashed, and a spirit holding an organ appeared in front of her. It was Luo Yiming's beast, Yunmeng Qinling. This is an extremely rare auxiliary beast. It was not summoned before, because Luo Yiming knew that even with her assistance, her subordinates would not be able to defeat Luo Xinlian. But now Luo Yiming's thoughts have changed. She can't win head-on, but she can use some tricks. She took out a worn-out ancient zither from the beast control space and gave it to Yunmeng Qinling. When Su Jinshe saw the Guqin, she was stunned. She recognized that this was a prop that could enhance the ability to tame beasts. Although it could only be used once, it was enough to allow beasts with the same attributes to exert strength far beyond their current level. Su Jinshe quickly advised, Yimeng, don't be impulsive. But at this time, Luo Yimeng was already overwhelmed by anger and ordered Yunmeng Qinling. Chaos sound waves. Yunmeng Qinling began to pluck the strings. And the next moment, strange sound waves that only the Beastmaster could hear began to spread toward the interior of Changpan Forest. It did not stop until Luo Yiming's spiritual power was exhausted, and the ancient zither in Yunmeng Qinling's hand also shattered. Looking at the entrance of Changpan Forest, Luo Yiming showed a crazy smile. Once the beast tide is formed, even if those spirit beasts wake up, they will go berserk because of their instincts. Luo Xinlian, you just wait to die. In a building not far from the entrance of the Evergreen Forest, two elderly men were staring at the surveillance screen, repeatedly watching the replay of Shadow Dragon instantly killing the Cheetah Squad. The one-eyed old man smacked his lips and sighed. Tisk, I never thought that after 300 years, there are still dragons in the world. An old man with a big beard and a scar on his face answered. Yes, and this is an extremely rare beast with both dark and dragon attributes. As for the quality, even I can't tell. The two looked at each other and laughed obscenely in tacit agreement. What a good talent. If we can accept him as a disciple, our Four Evils Academy might be able to return to its former glory. When the two were discussing who would take Luo Xinlian as a disciple, an alarm suddenly sounded in the room. The bearded old man's face changed, and he instantly became serious. Not good. Someone used chaotic sound waves and caused a wave of spirit beasts. He looked at the movement tracks of the spirit beasts on the radar and was surprised to find that they were gathering towards the entrance of Changpan Forest. The one-eyed dragon soothed him. Why are you panicking? Didn't that kid just enter the Evergreen Forest? He will definitely run into this beast tide. This way, we can see where this kid's limit is. The bearded old man was still a little worried. Although the spirit beasts outside are not strong, there are a large number of them. What if that kid really dies in the beast tide? In addition, if the beast tide really rushes into City A, the consequences will be disastrous. The one-eyed dragon shook his head and said disapprovingly, You think too much. Since the beast tide is rushing towards the entrance, the boy has just entered not long ago. If we follow him, can't we prevent the beast tide from spreading and protect his safety? The bearded old man slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, Yes, why didn't I think of it? The two old men looked at each other and then disappeared into the monitoring room. At the same time, at the entrance of Changpan Forest, Zhao Dezhu and Luo Xinlian walked together, arm in arm. Zhao Dezhu felt sad and unfair for Luo Xinlian, having just learned about his grievances with the Luo family from Luo Xinlian. Brother, I think the way you handled it just now was a bit inappropriate, Zhao Dezhu said. Luo Xinlian was unconvinced. I have tolerated them for 3 years. Now I have the power to crush them. Do you still want me to give in? Zhao Dezhu shook his head. Now that it has come to this, it is impossible to admit defeat, but you can't force someone to eat shit just to vent your anger. Luo Xinlian was a little confused. Then what do you mean? Zhao Dezhu said meaningfully. You are still too naive. Forcing people to eat shit has no practical benefit other than letting you vent your anger. On the contrary, it will only make them hate you more. Luo Xinlian disagreed. I don't care whether they hate me or not. We are already enemies. I just want to feel happy. Zhao Dezhu's eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a sinister smile. If it were me, I would not only force her to eat shit, but I would also make her pay, instead of being dismissed by a vague message. Luo Xinlian was stunned and thought this idea was very novel. Can it be operated this way? Zhao Dezhu continued, not just money, any benefit that can make you stronger is fine. Since you have the advantage, what are you afraid of? Anyway, they can't resist. Luo Xinlian's eyes lit up. I understand. But then he slapped his thigh and regretted it. I really lost a lot. Did I let those people from the Cheetah Squad go too easily? They have been in Evergreen Forest for many years. They must have a lot of money in their pockets. Zhao Dezhu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, this kid is really teachable. Just as the two were discussing heatedly, they suddenly felt the ground shaking slightly. Is there an earthquake? Luo Xinlian asked in confusion. Zhao Dezhu, who had been in the Cheetah Squad for many years, reacted very quickly. His face changed drastically. Run! It's a beast tide. Before he finished his words, a dense swarm of beasts appeared not far away. Seeing this, Zhao Dezhu decisively summoned his own beast, the Xiangling Pangolin. Later I will ask the Xiangling Pangolin to use the ground crack to create a big pit to temporarily restrict the movement of the beast tide. You quickly run out and notify the people outside the forest to evacuate. Zhao Dezhu quickly ordered. As soon as the words came out, the Xiangling Pangolin took immediate action and quickly dug several large pits that were 3 or 4 meters deep and 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Luo Xinlian was surprised to find through the forbidden eye that the Xiangling Pangolin actually had a trace of Earth Dragon blood. If I can find the right materials, maybe I can activate the Earth Dragon bloodline of the Xiangling Pangolin. Luo Xinlian muttered to himself. Zhao Dezhu's voice interrupted his thoughts. What are you still mumbling about? Run! It will be too late if you don't run now. At this moment, a dark dragon-shaped wave suddenly appeared from behind Zhao Dezhu and hit the tide of beasts in front of him. Groups of beasts were crushed and killed by this force. Zhao Dezhu looked back and saw the familiar dragon claws of the shadow dragon continuously releasing black dragon-shaped waves. Ha! Fatty, what are you standing there for? Continue to use the ground crack to restrict their movements. I will attack. All this is money. Luo Xinlian laughed. The flash shadow dragon has already arrived next to the Xiangling Pangolin, and the center of its claws continuously releases that dark dragon-shaped wave. This is the shadow dragon wave that it learned after evolving. Thanks to the increase in spiritual power given by the arrogant space, Luo Xinlian was able to allow the instant shadow dragon to squander its spiritual power at will, making it impossible for this wave of beasts to break through their defenses. Not to be outdone, Zhao Dezhu directed the Xiangling Pangolin to continue using the Earth Rift to slow down the beast tide. The two of them worked in perfect harmony and managed to stop this small wave of beasts. Although the scale of this beast tide was not large, and the spirit beasts were mostly in their infancy or growth stage, Luo Xinlian couldn't suppress his excitement when he saw the corpses of spirit beasts. Money! It's all money! Luo Xinlian shouted with joy on his face. Let the beast tide come even harder. 1-0 encounter. The Master of Beast Taming. The entrance to Viridian Forest. Listen to the commotion coming from the forest. Luo Yiming's face was full of pride. It's just a piece of trash. How dare you humiliate me? Seeing this, Su Jinshi, who was standing by, quickly spoke up to persuade him. Yimo, you are confused. Don't you know the consequences of triggering a beast tide? If you're discovered by the Beast Tamer Association, you're done. Hearing this, Luo Yiming, who had just looked so smug, looked extremely ugly. The two emotions of fear and panic kept switching on Luo Yiming's face. His first reaction was to run away. Luo Yiming grabbed Su Jinshi's hand. Jinshi, let's go now, before the Beast Taming Association finds out. Su Jinshi hesitated for a moment and glanced at the beast masters around him. He originally wanted to use the power of the Su and Luo families to oppress everyone present. Don't allow them to leak what happened here today. But at this time, many experienced beastmasters had already discovered the movement in the Evergreen forest. Naturally, I knew that was a sign of the beginning of the beast tide. Everyone run! The beast tide is coming! With a loud roar, everyone came back to their senses and ran towards the city like crazy. Seeing this, Su Jinshi also knew that these people could not be stopped. After all, at the critical moment of life and death, no one can stop these beastmasters who are eager to survive. His thoughts raced, and seeing that there was no way to change the situation, Su Jinshi followed Luo Yiming and ran towards the city. But when he left, he subconsciously glanced at the Changpan forest behind him. He should be okay, right? If he dies at this point, I can only say that I overestimated him before. After everyone left, a group of people in black uniforms quickly arrived at the entrance of Viridian Forest and blocked all its entrances and exits. On the back and chest of each of these people's black uniforms, there is a word you're printed on it. Not surprisingly, these are all members of the Beast Taming Association. However, each person's imperial character is slightly different. It's not just the emblem that carries the word "you" that is different, and the number of stars on the emblem is also different. This represents the level of the Spirit Master. Beast Tamer, Great Beast Tamer, Elite Beast Tamer, Grand Beast Tamer, Epic Beast Tamer, Legendary Beast Tamer, Peerless Beast Tamer, Saint Beast Tamer. The level of each Beastmaster is divided into 1 to 10 stars. After breaking through 10 stars, you can advance to the next stage. The Beastmasters present were basically at the 1 to 5 star level. It is already a very terrifying force in City A. At this moment, 2 more figures leaped in front of the group of Beastmasters. It was the one-eyed man and the bearded man who were in the monitoring room before. Look at their coat of arms. These 2 old men are actually 2 beast taming masters. One Eye and I will go in and take a look at the situation. Just stay here and guard it. Don't allow any rioting spirit beast to break through your encirclement. Then the one-eyed man and the bearded man followed everyone's response. Rushed straight into the entrance of Viridian Forest. Soon, they heard a stuttering sound. No, don't. Hearing this, the 2 old men looked at each other and thought to themselves that something was wrong. The speed of my feet also increased a bit. But when they arrived at their destination, the scene before them made the 2 old men's nervousness disappear instantly. Instead, his face twitched constantly. I saw a fat man with a Xiangling pangolin chasing and intercepting a green caterpillar spirit beast. No, don't let it run away. This is all money. Then, a dark fist shadow flew from not far away and hit the caterpillar. It's the shadow fist of the shadow dragon. Luo Xinlian walked over at this moment, neither hurried nor slow. Fat brother, done. This should be the last one. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu looked at the corpses of spirit beasts scattered all over the ground, and his 2 fat hands kept rubbing against each other. Ha! We are rich. The 2 old men hiding in the dark were also shocked by the scene before them. They could never have imagined that this beast tide was actually solved by 2 rookies who had not even participated in the Beastmaster assessment. Evildoer, it's definitely a monster. One Eye, you must take these 2 guys under your wing. Otherwise, once what happened here gets out, they will sooner or later be spotted by those guys from the 4 Spirits Academy. By then, it will be difficult to recruit disciples. The one-eyed old man was also very excited at this time. He could never have imagined it. I was exiled to the frontier and transferred to guard the Tokiwa forest, but I still met such a genius. God has been really kind to him. Just as the 2 were preparing to take action, they were interrupted by a voice. There are so many corpses of spirit beasts. How are we supposed to transport them back? Zhao Dezhu was seen looking at the mountain of spirit beast corpses with a look of difficulty on his face. For a moment, I was at a loss. At this moment, Luo Xinlian stepped forward and patted Zhao Dezhu on the shoulder. Fat brother, watch me. Luo Xinlian raised his hand and drew it towards a void. A dark space crack appeared out of nowhere. Immediately, a powerful suction force emerged from the crack, sucked in all the corpses of spirit beasts around. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Dezhu opened his mouth so wide that he could almost put 2 fists in. How could he not understand the meaning of this crack? Companion space. Ordinary beast-taming spaces can only serve as habitats and residences for beasts. At most, it is just used to store some beast-taming props. The ability to store things freely like this. Only the companion space can do this. Zhao Dezhu still asked with some disbelief. You kid have awakened. Awaken the companion space. Then he looked at the nearly 2-meter tall dragon man next to Luo Xinlian. Then it is a companion beast. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian had no intention of hiding anything, but nodded generously. After seeing Luo Xinlian's affirmative answer, Zhao Dezhu slapped his thigh. "Ga, take off. Not only have you awakened your companion beast, you are also a powerful dragon man. I can't even imagine how bright your future will be. If those idiots from the Luo family knew that they had forced a monster like you away, they would probably cry and beg you to come back." Luo Xinlian was very calm and waved his hand. "The Luo family is no longer important to me. After all, I'm going to destroy it sooner or later." At this moment, the shadow dragon suddenly took a step forward and blocked Luo Xinlian's way. A pair of dragon eyes stared fixedly in a certain direction. What happened to the shadow dragon? Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinlian also looked in the direction of the shadow dragon, but nothing was found. But this surprised the two old men who were hiding in the dark and eavesdropping. I didn't expect this dragon man's perception to be so sharp. The two of them did find out that the young man in front of them was a companion spirit rider. There was a brief shortness of breath, but that was only for a moment. I didn't expect it to be discovered so soon. The two of them couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The companion beast is indeed extraordinary. The surprise that the two of them had brought to them was already quite big. Unexpectedly, one of these two is the one-in-a-million companion beast tamer. But it makes sense. Only by obtaining the special power of the companion space can it be possible to stop the beast tide with the strength of just two people. Seeing this, the two of them did not continue to hide, but walked out openly. Luo Xinlian and Zhao Dezhu saw two old men with fierce faces suddenly walk out from the darkness. Alarm bells rang immediately. Looking at the two people who were extremely vigilant, the two old men felt a little embarrassed for a moment. I could only try my best to force out a smile that I thought was gentle. But in the eyes of Luo Xinlian and Zhao Dezhu, the two men looked even more hideous. Finally, Luo Xinlian asked tentatively, "You two seniors, do you have something to talk to us about?" Seeing that Luo Xinlian had spoken, the bearded man did not beat around the bush. Instead, he got straight to the point. "You two are great guys. I'm attracted to you. Want become a disciple?" Angry Luo Yu. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian and Zhao Dezhu both subconsciously covered their anus. Then he took a step back. See their reactions. The one-eyed man slapped the bearded man on the back of his head. "You idiot! Don't you understand what I'm saying?" For a moment, the bearded man actually felt a little aggrieved. He couldn't figure out what he had said wrong. The one-eyed man was too lazy to pay attention to this reckless man. He turned to Luo Xinlian and the other two and spoke. "Excuse me, my two friends. This idiot can't speak. What we mean is that we see that you two have good talents, so we want to take you two as our disciples. What do you think?" But Luo Xinlian said without any hesitation, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. It's just that we too have no intention of becoming your apprentice yet. Senior, please find someone else." But Zhao Dezhu on the side pulled the corner of Luo Xinlian's clothes and whispered in his ear, "Did you see the emblem on their chest? These two are truly valuable 5-star beast masters. In other words, the three major families are nothing in his eyes. If you take him as your master, it will be easy for you to destroy the Luo family." Luo Xinlian ignored what Zhao Dezhu said. Having lived 2 lives as a human, how could he not recognize the emblem that represents the master of beast taming? But that's exactly why. He is used to intrigue and deception. It's not that easy to trust each other. He didn't know the 2 ferocious-looking old men in front of him, and he couldn't even say that he knew them. Now he has not only become a companion beast master, but also has the assistance of a golden finger. It is only a matter of time before the Luo family is destroyed and reaches the top. Why should we accept these uncertainties and rely on others? How did your discussion go? At this moment, the one-eyed man's words interrupted the chattering Zhao Dezhu and the thinking Luo Xinlian. After a moment of thought, Luo Xinlian still decided to stick to his own inner thoughts. However, he did not intend to offend the other party to death. So he said it tactfully. "Senior, this is the first time we meet. How about we get to know each other first?" Luo Xinlian thought that although the other party would not make things difficult for them, he was inevitably angry after being rejected by a young boy like him. But what surprised him was, the one-eyed old man was not angry at all. Instead, he said it with great relief. "Not bad, not bad. You have a good character. It's a good thing not to trust others easily. How about this, you take this thing, and I'll give you some time to think about it. When you've figured it out, You can bring it to the Beast Tamer Association to find me." As the one-eyed old man spoke, he took out a metal plate and handed it to Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian did not refuse this time. After all, in Luo Xinlian's opinion, the one-eyed dragon in front of him had a ferocious face. But as a master beast tamer, he could have forced Luo Xinlian to agree to his request. But he gave Luo Xinlian respect and gave Luo Xinlian the right to make his own choices. This was the first time in Luo Xinlian's 2 lifetimes that he felt respected, other than by virtue of being a child in the orphanage. It also made Luo Xinlian like this one-eyed old man even more. Seeing this, the bearded man on the side seemed to have finally found an opportunity to make fun of the one-eyed man. He immediately burst into laughter, gloating. "Ha! I'm dying of laughter. It seems like that one-eyed guy doesn't like you." Then he moved closer to Luo Xinlian, said in a mean way, "Boy, you don't think highly of him. Would you like to consider me? I am very capable in that area." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's face showed a hint of embarrassment. What does it mean to be very capable in that area? The one-eyed man saw that his old friend was embarrassing himself again. Then he raised his eyebrows. He simply grabbed the bearded man's collar and pulled him back. "My friend, remember to find me when you figure it out. If you have any trouble, you can come to me." But then, the one-eyed dragon seemed to remember something and handed Luo Xinlian a USB flash drive. The video in here records the appearance of the person who caused the beast tide. This person seems to have a close relationship with you. After saying this, the one-eyed man revealed a meaningful smile. Then he dragged his beard and walked out of the forest. The bearded man seemed a little unconvinced and shouted at Luo Xinlian, "Boy, I'm actually quite good. You can also consider me carefully." But even though he said this, the bearded man threw his sign to Zhao Dezhu. "Little fatty, I like you. If you want to become my disciple, come to the Beast Taming Association and find me." Zhao Dezhu was immediately flattered and took the sign. Soon, the 2 old men disappeared from their sight. Luo Xinlian looked down at the USB flash drive in his hand. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Even if he didn't look at the USB flash drive, he could almost guess what happened. The one-eyed old man dared to say so. Luo Xinlian's identity information must have been checked. It would be impossible for an ordinary person to find out Luo Xinlian's information in a very short time. It may not even be found at all. After all, it is related to the Luo family, a beast-taming family in City A. The information is not so easy to find, but the old man in front of him is a master beast tamer, let alone Luo Xinlian's information. I'm afraid that the one-eyed old man already knows everything that Luo Xinlian has experienced. The only people who had contact with Luo Xinlian at the entrance of Evergreen Forest were Luo Yiming and Su Jinshi. But he knew that Luo Yu loved Luo Yiming the most and had once given him a beast-taming item. Can greatly improve the ability to tame beasts, plus Yunmeng Qinling's unique abilities. Then the culprit that caused the beast tide is naturally self-evident. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian's favorable impression of the one-eyed old man increased a little more. You know, triggering a beast tide is a big sin in the world of beast taming. With this USB flash drive, we can use it as evidence to capture Luo Yiming, or use it to exchange for some benefits from the Luo family. This is a sure win for the one-eyed old man. But he gave it to Luo Xinlian, the meaning of which was self-evident. It is for this reason that Luo Xinlian is particularly grateful to the one-eyed old man. With this handle, Luo Yiming, we will have a lot of fun in the future. Aluo, we're really rich this time. But soon, Luo Xinlian's thoughts were interrupted by Zhao Dezhu, who was somewhat excited beside him. Luo Xinlian didn't say much, just smiled. "Don't giggle. Let's go back to City A and deal with the corpses of these spirit beasts first. As for the Thunder Beast, there's no rush. Let's wait a few days before we talk about it." After all, even though the Thunder Tribulation Beast was on the verge of death, it was still able to deal with the 3 major families, which was enough to show its terrifying strength. It is better to let the 3 major families and those guys who covet the Thunder Source Stone weaken the power of the Thunder Beast for me. Luo Family Villa Lobby. Bang! A loud slap sounded in the Luo family villa. I saw a middle-aged man who looked quite handsome. His face was full of anger at this moment. Luo Yimeng was knocked to the ground with a slap. "What's your brain like? How dare you cause a beast tide in public? Do you really think the Beast Taming Association is just a decoration? Your personal life and death is insignificant, but if you affect my Luo family because of you, you will die." This person is none other than the patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Yu. After returning home, Luo Yiming still felt scared because of the beast tide she had triggered. So he told Luo Yu about this. I wanted to ask Luo Yu to help me deal with it. But what he didn't expect was to be a strong slap from Luo Yu. At this time, Luo Yiming was covering her slightly red and swollen cheeks, obviously still a little unconvinced. It's all that idiot's fault. If it wasn't for that idiot humiliating me, how could I cause a beast tide? As soon as Luo Yiming finished speaking, another loud slap hit him in the face. Do you think I'm a fool? With Luo Xinlian, who just made a contract to tame the beast, can he be a match for your men? I have arranged 5 or 6 two-star beast masters to be your bodyguards. Can you use your brain to find excuses? Obviously, Luo Yu already knew the whole process of Luo Xinlian's betrayal of the Luo family. Although I know that the loser has already contracted a beast tamer. But so what? Can he still go to heaven? Hearing this, Luo Yiming was still a little unconvinced and was just about to speak. He was interrupted by a sound coming from outside the door. Report. Patriarch. There's urgent news from Viridian Forest. 1-2 transformation. Luo Yu's little plan. When Luo Yu took the newspaper brought by the servant, the whole person was stunned on the spot. Social news. The dragon race that disappeared for 300 years has reappeared. Its beast master is actually a 16-year-old boy. JPG. The dragon-controlling genius that appears once in 300 years is actually the abandoned young master of the Luo family. JPG. The 5 daughters of the Luo family were jealous of their younger brother's talent and forced him to eat feces, but they didn't expect to suffer the consequences. JPG. Announcement from the Beast Tamer Association. A sudden beast tide broke out in the Viridian Forest. 2 mysterious young men eliminated the beast tide single-handedly and kept the city safe. Looking at the eye-catching headlines and the on-site photos attached to the sides, the veins on Luo Yu's forehead popped out. It's still jumping from time to time. A dragon-controlling genius that only appears once in 300 years? Who is it? Although the facts are already obvious. But Luo Yu still couldn't believe it. He asked Luo Yiming with his eyes wide open. But Luo Yiming didn't seem to notice that Luo Yu's expression was strange. Instead, he covered his face that had been slapped twice and stood up with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. What dragon-controlling genius? Luo Xinlian was just lucky enough to have contracted a slightly stronger giant lizard. Otherwise, why would he force me to eat shit? Dad, now you believe it, right? If it weren't for Jean Shure's cleverness, my daughter would be too embarrassed to see anyone now. Dad, you must help me punish Luo. Before Luo Yiming could finish his words, Luo Yu slapped him in the face again. Only this time, he swung it with extra force. The inner wall of Luo Yiming's mouth was scratched by her teeth. A mouthful of blood flew out of Luo Yiming's mouth due to inertia. Dad. Luo Yiming looked at her father, who had always loved her, with some disbelief. He could never have imagined that one day his father would hit him with such great force. But at this time, Luo Yu didn't care about Luo Yiming's emotions. Looking at the stupid and unaware Luo Yiming in front of him, Luo Yu was so angry. How could I have ever doted on such a fool in the past? He now wished he could punch the idiot in front of him to death. Just think of it as shooting it directly at the wall 18 years ago. The photos were actually printed in the newspaper, and his stupid daughter actually had the guts to lie with her eyes open. The reason why Luo Xinlian had no status in the Luo family before was because his talent was too poor. But now Luo Xinlian has transformed himself into a dragon-controlling genius. Everything is different now. Originally, Luo Yiming didn't know that Luo Xinlian was a dragon rider, so Luo Yu didn't care about the conflict between the two. But afterwards, this idiot knew that Luo Xinlian was a dragon rider, but he still used the beast-taming props he gave him. He caused a beast tide in public, trying to kill Luo Xinlian. Not only did he cause a lot of trouble for the Luo family, he also almost killed Luo Xinlian, the genius of the Luo family. This is something Luo Yu cannot tolerate. If it were before, Luo Yu would still believe their speculations and suspect that Luo Xinlian had done something that was detrimental to the interests of the Luo family in order to obtain a contract to tame the beast. He even acted as an undercover agent for the Jiang family. But when he found out that the person Luo Xinlian had contracted was actually a dragon man, he had completely dispelled all such doubts. You know, the dragon clan disappeared for 300 years. If the Jiang family really found this kind of beast, of course, the contract would be immediately given to the strongest person in the family, or given to the most outstanding young descendant in the family. How could he be so stupid as to use a super powerful beast that had disappeared for 300 years to win over a piece of trash? Then there is only one possibility. Luo Xinlian had an encounter. Or perhaps, in the past 3 years, he had not discovered Luo Xinlian's talent at all. This son, whom he had always regarded as a waste, was actually a peerless genius with extraordinary luck. Thinking of this, Luo Yu's heart suddenly became excited. Luo Xinlian must be found. You know, Luo Xinlian has a contract with a dragon man, and Luo Xinlian is his biological son. Isn't this much better than his so-called adopted son? The Luo family might even rise completely because of Luo Xinlian. Even annexing the other two families and completely dominating City A is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian, the originally insignificant son, instantly became extremely important in Luo Yu's heart. Xin Yuan is a kind-hearted child. If I ask him to assist Xinlian, he shouldn't refuse. At this time, Luo Yu had completely given up the idea of making Luo Xin Yuan his heir. He even completely forgot about the time when he was beaten and insulted in public by Luo Xinlian at the Luo family, just as he was about to ask someone to bring Luo Xinlian back. But then he remembered what happened not long ago. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke seriously to Luo Yiming. I'll tell you, you'd better do everything you can to get your brother back. Otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of one more idiot. Looking at his father's serious eyes, he knew this was no joke. When he thought of the consequences of being kicked out of the Luo family, he couldn't help but feel scared. On weekdays, Luo Yimeng relies on the power of the Luo family and Luo Yu's love. Often bullies others by taking advantage of his power. Also offended a lot of people. If these people knew that they had lost the protection of the Luo family, the ending is predictable. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he still said it against his will. I know. After hearing Luo Yiming's answer, Luo Yu's expression looked better. Don't worry about the beast tide. I will handle it for you. I think the Beast Taming Association will also give me Luo Yu some face. Fortunately, this beast tide was stopped by two mysterious young men. Otherwise, this matter will be really difficult to handle. Even if it wasn't for Luo Yimeng, Luo Yu would ask the Beast Tamer Association for the surveillance video near Chompan Forest. After all, this is related to the reputation of the Luo family. If the citizens of City A knew that this beast tide was caused by his Luo family, the Luo family will definitely suffer some impact, which will be detrimental to the Luo family's industry. Fortunately, Luo Yiming's photo was not published in the newspaper. There is still room for maneuver. All we need to do is get back the surveillance video and deal with the witnesses at the scene. Okay, go down and remember your mission. Upon hearing this, Luo Yiming nodded slightly and walked out of the hall. But in those beautiful eyes, there was still a hint of resentment. Even if I can't do anything to you, I don't believe that Mom can do nothing about it. At the same time, Luo Xinlian had just walked out of the beast-taming chamber of commerce. At this moment, both of them had smiles on their faces. Get rich. This batch of the corpses of spiritual beasts actually sold for more than 3 million. Luo Xinlian was also very happy. He and Zhao Dezhu each received half, totaling 1.5 million. Originally, Zhao Dezhu was only planning to take 1 million. After all, he did not have Luo Xinlian's continuous and fierce attacks. They can't eliminate the beast tide at all. But Luo Xinlian insisted on having half each. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was so persistent, Zhao Dezhu did not act pretentiously. However, with this 1.5 million, it is basically enough for Luo Xin to spend both the tuition of the Beast Taming Academy and daily expenses. What made Luo Xinlian even happier was that he and Zhao Dezhu eliminated the beast tide. It seemed as if someone had deliberately concealed their identities. So now the only thing City A knows about is that there were two young heroes who eliminated the beast tide. But I don't know his identity. Luo Xinlian guessed that it was probably done by the one-eyed old man. I'm afraid that they will be too aggressive and bring trouble upon themselves. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian's favorable impression towards the one-eyed old man increased a little more. Just then, Zhao Dezhu's phone suddenly rang. The moment the call was connected, Zhao Dezhu's face suddenly changed. What? Something happened at the orphanage. 1-3 crisis. Luo Xinlian's determination. Ever since Luo Xinlian could remember, he had been living in an orphanage on the outskirts of City A. It can be said that the days he spent in the orphanage were the happiest time of his life. Although he was often bullied by other children, he also made many friends who treated him sincerely. Zhao Dezhu is one of them. But what Luo Xinlian could not forget the most was the director of the orphanage, Chen Wanru. It was Chen Wanru who gave Luo Xinlian the maternal love that he lacked in his childhood. Luo Xinlian didn't know why Chen Wanru was so nice to him. He once secretly asked Chen Wanru the reason. Chen Wanru couldn't answer for a moment, and only said that she felt particularly close to Luo Xinlian when she first saw him. Later, Luo Xinlian found out that Chen Wanru also had a child, but it was taken away by someone, and the search for it was fruitless. He opened this orphanage because he knew the pain of being separated from his loved ones. That's why I wanted to open an orphanage. One reason is to provide a place for these helpless orphans. The second reason was to accumulate merit for his child who was taken away from him. I hope that one day God will allow him to see his children again. Ever since being taken away by the Luo family, Luo Xinlian had also thought about going back to visit Chen Wanru, but it was opposed by Zhou Yajing. The reason given was that the friends Luo Xinlian made in the orphanage were all bad people, the bottom scum of society. It would have been fine before, but if he continued to go back and forth to the orphanage after returning to the Luo family, I'm afraid he would bring the bad habits of the lower class back to the Luo family. In his previous life, Luo Xinlian tried to please Zhou Yajing. In order to integrate into the Luo family as soon as possible, he listened to Zhou Yajing's words. He wanted to use his identity as the young master of the Luo family to secretly help the orphanage and help Chen Wanru improve her life. But there is no need to say much about what happened afterwards. Luo Xinlian, who was living a miserable life in the Luo family, naturally had no ability to help the orphanage. After all, he can hardly protect himself. But at that time, Luo Xinlian foolishly thought that he had done something wrong. It was not until later that I heard by chance that the orphanage had been demolished and Chen Wanru was nowhere to be found. You have to know that Chen Wanru raised all the orphans in the orphanage by herself for 13 years. At that time, Luo Xinlian thought that Chen Wanru could not bear it and sold the orphanage. When he learned that the home in his memory was gone, Luo Xinlian was secretly sad for a long time. However, combined with the current time, it basically coincides with the time when the orphanage was demolished in the previous life. Is there something fishy about this matter? Luo Xinlian immediately asked Zhao Dezhu, who had just hung up the phone. Fat brother, what happened? It's too late. I'll tell you more on the way. As Zhao Dezhu spoke, he called a flying deity on his phone. After a moment, a flying beast that was big enough to carry 5 adults landed in front of them. The two of them also skillfully climbed onto the saddle on the back of the flying beast. After the two of them were seated firmly, the flying beast soared into the sky and flew towards the orphanage. I am about to return to the place that I have always longed for. Luo Xinlian was also a little excited. However, he did not forget the main business. So he asked again, Fat brother, can you speak now? After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Dezhu spoke. Dinshin didn't let us tell you. But now that you have left the Luo family, there is nothing wrong with talking. So Zhao Dezhu started to talk about what had happened before. Do you still remember Qian Xiaodao? Luo Xinlian nodded. Of course he remembered Qian Xiaodao. When he was a child in an orphanage, Qian Xiaodao took advantage of his age and liked to bully children who were shorter than him. If it weren't for Zhao Dezhu and others standing up for him, I'm just afraid that I'll get beaten up a lot every day. This guy left the orphanage on his own not long after you were taken away by the Luo family. He said he had found a way to make money and was going to be a rich man, and he didn't want to be with this poor scum anymore. But half a year ago, this guy suddenly returned to the orphanage and was dragged back with bruises all over his body. The people who brought him back have ferocious faces, and the beasts they control are also extremely vicious. It turns out that Qian Xiaodao, that bastard, owed these people money. If no one pays him back, his hands and feet will be chopped off. So Qian Xiaodao thought of Din Shun and brought these people here. Luo Xinlian raised his eyebrows. President Chen won't agree. Will he? Zhao Dezhu sighed helplessly. You know Din Shen's temperament. He treats everyone in the orphanage as his own child. How could she ignore this child when he's in trouble? This bastard owed people a total of 80,000 yuan. Dinshin wanted to find a way to help him pay the money back and even signed a debt transfer contract. That bastard Qian Xiaodao may be happy, but how can we just watch Dinshin suffer alone? So we decided to pay back the 80,000 together. Luckily, many people in the orphanage became beast masters at that time, so it wasn't difficult to help him pay back the 80,000. But we never expected that within less than a month, the group would come to our door again to collect the debt. It's just that this 80,000 has become 800,000. Luo Xinlian frowned immediately. Isn't this loan sharking? Zhao Dezhu let out a long sigh. Yes, but so what? We are insignificant and have little influence. How can we defeat these people? We have no choice but to continue to collect money. We also wanted to look for you during this period, although we didn't know that it was the Luo family who took you away at that time. But looking at their appearance, you can tell they are either rich or noble. But Dinshin stopped us. He didn't want us to disturb your current life. I was a little angry with you at the time. Your family is so well off, but you didn't come to help Director Chun and the orphanage. It wasn't until we met this time that I realized I had wronged you. It turns out you had such a miserable life in the Luo family. Luo Xinlian lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, fatty eye. It was also at this time that Luo Xinlian understood why Zhao Dezhu was hanging out with the cheetah squad. In the Evergreen forest, we live on the edge of a knife every day. Immediately, Zhao Dezhu smiled again, patted Luo Xinlian on the shoulder. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. It's not all thanks to you that we can make so much money. Now we have this 1.5 million. It's enough to pay off those loan sharks. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian knew that Zhao Dezhu was trying to comfort him, so he forced a smile. Once this matter is over, I will stay in the orphanage. It's time to repay Dean Shun. At the same time, Luo Xinlian also secretly swore in his heart. In my previous life, I was weak and incompetent. I failed to protect the orphanage and Director Chen. In this life, I will never allow anyone to bully them. After hearing this, Zhao Dezhu also showed a relieved smile. At the same time, a city suburb, Orphanage, a bald man with a fierce face, led a group of people and surrounded the orphanage aggressively. At the entrance of the orphanage, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a pretty face was holding a group of children behind her with her arms outstretched. The beautiful woman was none other than Chen Wanru, the director of this orphanage. While urging the child behind her to go into the house, Chen Wanru spoke to the bald man in a weak tone. You guys stop messing around? The bald man in the lead smiled coldly. Mess around? I gave you 6 months to pay me back. Now the time has come. But where's the money? Before Chen Wanru could speak, a little girl about 8 years old nearby spoke timidly. I have already called and said Brother Zhao is back. Brother Zhao said he has 800,000. He will give you the money later. Hearing this, the bald man was stunned for a moment. Then he and the people behind him burst into laughter. Huh? 800,000? That was the number from last time. It's been almost half a year now. You should return me 8 million. 1-4 forced demolition. The lawless bald man. 8 million. Listen to this terrifying astronomical figure. Chun Wanru's head buzzed. He could never have imagined that the original 80,000 yuan would increase to 8 million in just half a year. Chun Wanru was also a little angry at that moment. How can you be like this? Even if it's loan sharking, it's too outrageous. The bald man smiled jokingly. Outrageous. It's all written here in black and white. Are you still trying to deny it? Chen Wanru glanced at the contract that the bald man handed to her. Suddenly I felt a little angry. He covered his heaving chest and shouted angrily. You guys have done something wrong. The previous contract clearly didn't have this much. The bald man calmly put the contract away and put it in his pocket, said with contempt. What do you mean by manipulation? Don't tell me that. This amount of money has always been this much. This debt transfer contract has your personal signature. Stop acting here and pay me back quickly. Hearing this, Chen Wanru's face became increasingly ugly. I didn't know how to start for a moment. The bald man didn't care about that and immediately gave a sly smile. No money, huh? It doesn't matter. Then exchange it for this piece of land below your orphanage. Chen Wanru narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. It was only then that he reacted. It turns out that the real purpose of everything these people did was to get the land below the orphanage. What Chen Wanru couldn't understand was what value such a piece of land in the suburbs had. It actually made this group of people spend so much time and effort on it. Impossible. The orphanage is the last resort for these children. I will never hand this place over. Listening to Chen Wanru's firm words, the bald man was not angry. He just kept looking Chen Wanru up and down. There was a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Anyone who saw the bald man like this knew what he was thinking at the moment. What a plump and beautiful woman. How about, have some fun with us, guys? Maybe if you serve me well, I can give you a few tens of thousands off. What do you think? As the bald man spoke, he reached out his hand towards Chen Wanru's chest. Seeing this, Chen Wanru was shocked. You are shameless. Then she slapped away the bald man's hand that was about to touch her chest. It seemed that he was frightened. Chen Wanru didn't hold back much strength this time. The bald man's hand was hit so hard that it hurt. You stinking bitch. You have no shame. Pay me back immediately if you have money. If you don't have money, not only this land will be ours, even you are mine. Seeing that intimidation failed, the bald man immediately wanted to use force. He pounced towards Chen Wanru. But these children in the orphanage, don't underestimate them just because they are young. But before entering the orphanage, some of them were at the bottom of society and survived by cheating and deceiving. Looking at the situation in front of us, we have no idea what is about to happen. The older children had already taken the younger children and hid in an orphanage. The other part was to pull Chen Wanru back from her daze. He slammed the door of the orphanage shut. The bald man missed his target. The bald man had run out of patience at this point. He was too lazy to care about it anymore. He shouted viciously towards the orphanage. You are a bunch of lowly bastards. I don't want to give you a chance to live. In that case, you will be buried with this orphanage. Brothers, take action. Immediately, rays of light flashed. One after another, huge beasts walked out from the light. Although these beasts look basically the same, but what they have on their forelimbs is slightly different. Some have sharp drill bits, while others are hard hammers. All in all, these things on the beast's forelimbs are all engineering tools. And these beast masters are also not ambiguous. They immediately began attacking the outer wall of the orphanage. With the constant attack of hammer and drill, the entire orphanage began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Chen Wanru wanted to take the children and escape through the back door first. But when he looked through the window, he discovered that the orphanage had been surrounded by these huge beasts. They have nowhere to escape. I even heard the bald man's joking voice. What? You want to leave? It's too late. I told you not to leave before. But now, die here. Chen Wanru could never have imagined that these people could be so bold and presumptuous, not just wanting to demolish the orphanage, even want their lives, looking at the crumbling orphanage. But he could do nothing. I don't care about it. But what about these children? If I were still a beast tamer? Hey, it seemed that she was thinking about some past events, which made Chen Wanru feel some different emotions. Suddenly, a wall suddenly collapsed, falling towards a child who was about 3 or 4 years old. When the child saw the brick wall in front of him that was about to fall on him, he just stood there in a daze. Chen Wanru didn't care about that at the moment. Just fly over and push. Push the child to the ground aside. His own legs were crushed by the collapsed stone wall. An unbearable pain suddenly came from Chen Wanru's lower body. The severe pain made Chen Wanru's eyes burst. The trapped sweat flowed down Chen Wanru's smooth face without a single wrinkle. But he didn't utter a scream, because he discovered that this was the child he had just pushed away. I have come to my senses now. He was sitting there and burst into tears. He kept yelling, Dean Mom, come here quickly. It hurts when a rock hits you. Chen Wanru forced a smile. He spoke gently to the child. Don't worry, Dean Mom. It doesn't hurt. Although Chen Wanru said it didn't hurt. But that weak voice had already betrayed him. Hearing this, the child really stopped crying. She slowly supported her body with her 2 little hands. He staggered towards Chen Wanru. Dean Mom, be good. Dian will help you up. The ground is dirty. Looking at such a sensible child, Chen Wanru couldn't help but feel a little warm in her heart, but somewhat helpless. After all, she knew that her legs were useless. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. A figure slowly walked in from the collapsed wall. Just glanced at the figure. Chen Wanru's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately shouted to Dian, who was walking towards him. Go away, Dian. Don't come over here. The eyes of the people walking towards this side were full of confusion. He couldn't understand why the dean's mother didn't want to go there herself. Just as he was thinking, a pair of large hands suddenly grabbed his neck and lifted him up. He's just a child. Let him go. Chen Wanru screamed hysterically, but the figure didn't let go. Instead, there was a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha, that won't do. You rejected me twice before. This time it's my turn. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the bald man's ferocious face slowly emerged. 1-5 rescue. Luo Xinlian arrives. I saw Xiao Diandian being grabbed by the neck and lifted up by the bald man. The other older children also rushed forward. I want to save Xiao Diandian from the bald man. But before they could run 2 steps, they were kicked back by the bald man's men. There is no way. After all, the other party is an adult and a beastmaster. The difference in power is there. But one boy still rushed over with the help of his companions. Seeing this, a playful expression appeared on the bald man's face. Aren't kids these days afraid of death? Upon hearing this, Chen Wanru immediately had a bad feeling. He immediately shouted at the boy, Xiao Ming, run away. Don't go over there. But even though Chen Wanru wanted to go over and save people at this time, she was powerless to do so. The pain in his legs made him unable to move. The boy seemed to hear Chen Wanru's voice, but it was too late. I saw a sledgehammer hit Xiao Ming directly on the chest. It turned out to be the bald man's beastmaster, taking action. Xiao Ming vomited blood instantly, and blood seeped out of his nostrils and eyes. Bang! Xiao Ming flew backwards instantly, his eyes rolled back. Act recklessly. No! Chen Wanru screamed hysterically. You beasts! How dare you let the beast attack a child? Have all your consciences been eaten by dogs? Looking at Chen Wanru, who was cursing at him. The bald man didn't care at all. Several children of the same age, as Xiao Ming also quickly came to Xiao Ming's side. Shouted with concern. Brother Xiao Ming, are you okay? Brother Xiao Ming, hold on. We'll take you to the hospital right now. Just when the children were preparing to take Xiao Ming to the hospital. But he was stopped by the bald man's men. Chen Wanru felt heartbroken at this moment. A change from her former elegance and grace. Because his legs were still pinned by the collapsed stone wall, he picked up the broken bricks on the ground and threw them at the bald man. But it was easily blocked by the bald man's beast. Suddenly, a deep feeling of powerlessness and grief spread in Chen Wanru's heart. You are a bunch of damn beasts. Do you really want to kill these children? You want this land? I'll give it to you. Send the child to the hospital quickly. Looking at the helpless and furious Chen Wanru. The bald man and his little brother were silent for a moment. Everyone burst into laughter instantly. Do you really think I care about this piece of broken land of yours? Until now, you don't even know who you have offended. Hearing this, Chen Wanru felt a little confused. But the situation didn't allow him to think too much. Then he spoke. No matter who it is, if I have offended you in any way, whether it's asking me to apologize or compensate you, as long as you let these children go, I can agree to everything. Unexpectedly, the bald man actually slowly put down the little dot in his hand. This made Chen Wanru feel relieved. Just as I was about to speak, I heard the bald man's voice suddenly in my ear. Are you kidding? Don't you understand now? We are here this time. Collecting the debt is just an excuse. The main purpose is to humiliate you and make you feel the ultimate pain. After saying this, the bald man slowly raised the little dot above his head. But his eyes were directed towards Chen Wanru's lower body. There was a cold and lewd smile on his face. I'll come back to accompany you after I send these little bastards to see the king of hell. It's a pity that such a beautiful pair of legs is broken, but at least it's still possible to play with it. Chen Wanru was shocked when she saw this. What? What do you want to do? Don't mess around. Aren't you afraid that the Public Security Bureau will arrest you if you do this? Hearing this, the bald man laughed. The Public Security Bureau? What's there to be afraid of? I have someone above me. Little Dot was also scared and started crying loudly. Don't you cherish these children and raise them as your own? Today I will let them die one by one in front of you. The situation was urgent, and Chen Wanru used all her strength to try to push away the brick wall that was pressing on her legs. But the brick wall did not move at all. As for the other children, where had they ever seen such a scene? He was so frightened by the bald man's words that he dared not move. Seeing this, the bald man's expression became more and more proud. You little bastard. If you want to hate someone, then hate that you followed this woman. The next moment, the little dot was smashed by the bald man onto a piece of sharp gravel on the ground. If this hits the target, I'm afraid Xiao Diandian will be killed on the spot. At this critical moment, a young man appeared out of nowhere and slid to catch the little guy. It was Luo Xinlian. Luckily, I made it in time. The bald man and his younger brother were stunned for a moment. They could never have imagined that someone would dare to meddle in their affairs. On the contrary, although Luo Xinlian left the orphanage for 3 years, Chen Wanru recognized Luo Xinlian the first time she saw him. But the joy of reunion was soon suppressed, because he knew the crisis was not over. In addition, he was very clear about Luo Xinlian's talent for taming beasts. So in his eyes, Luo Xinlian was just a slightly older child. He immediately reminded him, Xinlian, take Diandian and run away quickly. If anyone can run away, run away. The little girl was a little scared when she saw Luo Xinlian hugging her, until Chen Wanru called out Luo Xinlian's name. Only then did he reveal a happy smile. You are Brother Xinlian? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's face also showed a gentle expression. Little Da has grown this big? Brother Xinlian almost didn't recognize me. As if he remembered something, the smile on his face that was originally full of joy gradually disappeared. Instead, there was a burst of howling. Wow, wow, wow. Brother Xiaoming vomited a lot of blood after being beaten by them. I don't know what's going on now. Xiao said this while pointing to where Xiaoming was lying. Luo Xinlian followed the direction of Xiao finger and saw Xiaoming, who looked extremely miserable. His whole face instantly became extremely gloomy. There was murderous intent in his eyes. But he still spoke to Xiao in a gentle tone. Don't be afraid. I'm here. At this moment, the bald man's arrogant voice sounded again. Kid, I don't care who you are. You dare to meddle in my business? Stay here today. The next moment, Luo Xinlian was surrounded. But Luo Xinlian was not at all panicked. Just said it lightly. Fat brother, do it. Immediately, Zhao Deju's voice suddenly sounded not far away. Shailing Pangolin, use Earth Shatter. The next moment, the bald man and his men. There were cracks all over the place, including under the feet of their beasts. The sudden loss of weight caused them all to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian shouted, Now, run! The children in the orphanage reacted quickly and immediately ran out carrying Xiaoming. Chun Wanru was also rescued from under the stone wall by the Xiangling pangolin and put on its back. See, everyone escaped successfully. Luo Xinlian also hurriedly threw the little that in his arms to Zhao Deju. At this moment, the bald man and others also climbed out of the crack with the help of the Beastmaster. He stared at Luo Xinlian fiercely and said, Boy, if you dare to ruin my business, I will kill you here today. Not far away, Qin Wanru, who was lying on the back of the Xiangling pangolin, was also shouting anxiously at Luo Xinlian. Xinlian, run away! But no matter how Qin Wanru shouted, Luo Xinlian remained motionless, until the last way of retreat was blocked by the bald man's men. Qin Wanru was suddenly extremely anxious, wondering if something unexpected had happened to Luo Xinlian in order to save them. He was just afraid that he would have a mental breakdown. It seemed that he noticed Chun Wanru's anxiety. Zhao Deju said it quite easily. President Chun, don't worry. Now you should pray that Xinlian doesn't kill anyone. Upon hearing this, Chun Wanru was stunned. He did not quite understand what Zhao Deju meant. Zhao Deju just smiled and didn't explain. Just watch it. I have just contacted an ambulance. The most important thing for you now is to get treatment as soon as possible. In the ruins of the orphanage, Luo Xinlian was relieved to see that everyone had escaped. The next moment, the murderous intent in Luo Xinlian's eyes was no longer concealed. Okay, everyone who is not related has left. Since you like to play, I will play with you now. 1-6 sorry. I want both my money and my life. The bald man at this time did not realize the seriousness of the matter. He was so angry at the young man who had ruined his plans. If the task is not completed, not only will you not get the reward, you may also be punished. Thinking of this, the bald man's eyes became more fierce. Damn kid, today I will make you regret coming into this world. The next moment, whether it was the bald man's own beast or his younger brother's beast, they all rushed towards Luo Xinlian with great momentum. Luo Xinlian just took a quick glance, and the information about these beast tamers appeared before his eyes. Name, Rockbreaker. Attribute Rock. Quality Ordinary. Growth Stage, Maturity. Skills, Rock Crushing, Hammering / Chisel. Evolution Route. Baby Rock Beast, Rock Breaker, Rock Cracker, Rock Tyrant, Rock Lord. Then, a scornful smile appeared on Luo Xinlian's lips. You are just a mature person, and you dare to attack me? The next moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from behind Luo Xinlian, rushed straight towards the leading rock-breaking beast. That black shadow was the Shadow Dragon, and this rock-breaking beast is the one that the bald man has. Tyrannosaurus Kick. It only takes a blink of an eye. The Shadow Dragon came in front of the rock-breaking beast. Although the Shadow Dragon is 2 meters tall, it looks quite small in front of the Rockbreaker. Seeing this, the bald man laughed. You, a little beast master, dare to face the Rockbreaker head-on? Before the bald man could finish his words, bang! A loud noise echoed all around. Then a piece of rubble hit him in the face. Half of the bald man's face was swollen. However, the bald man did not scream, just because the scene before him made him a little unbelievable, and thus forget the pain. It turned out that the huge rock-breaking beast was only kicked by the small beastmaster he mentioned. The body made of rock was kicked into pieces. The piece of gravel that just hit the bald man's cheek was also part of the broken body of the rock-breaking beast. How is this possible? The rock-breaker was killed instantly with one strike. As the dark yellow blood flowed out, the rock-breaking beast fell down, completely lost any signs of life. People like you can only bully those powerless children. If it was just a normal duel, Luo Xinlian would definitely not be so ruthless. But looking at the orphanage in front of me, it has become a ruin, as well as the seriously injured Dean Shun, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Diandian who almost fell to death. The murderous intent in Luo Xinlian's heart was difficult to suppress. Watching his beastman die miserably, the bald man then realized that he had hit a wall. A sense of fear also began to spread in his heart. Seeing this, the other rock-breaking beasts were also frightened by the extremely violent kick of the shadow dragon and dared not move. This is true for all beast tamers, not to mention the bald man's minions. However, even if they stopped attacking, Luo Xinlian had no intention of giving up. Instant Shadow Dragon. Shadow Dragon Wave. I saw a black dragon shadow begin to emerge on the dragon claws of the shadow dragon. Then push it forward. A ferocious shadow dragon flew out, flying around in a dilapidated orphanage. Wherever the shadow dragon passed, a rock-breaking beast would explode and die. Looking at the bloody scene in front of me, some of the more timid people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Some light yellow liquid with a slightly smelly smell also flowed out from the middle of the crotch. Looking at the domineering black figure in the field, the bald man reacted this time and realized that the small beastmaster in front of him was actually a dragon man. Does the power of the dragon clan need to be explained? The overlord of the beast-taming world, who had disappeared for 300 years, appeared before him. Suddenly, the bald man felt regretful. If I had known that this orphanage had a beastmaster who had a contract with the dragon clan, I would never have taken this job, even if I had beaten him to death. The bald man's legs went weak, and he actually fell to his knees. Little brother, no, boss, please give us a chance to live. We know we were wrong. We promise we will never cause trouble for this orphanage again. Luo Xinlian didn't say anything, just stared at the bald man coldly. The bald man suddenly felt as if a thorn in his back, and for a moment he couldn't understand what Luo Xinlian meant. Suddenly, he noticed that Luo Xinlian seemed to be looking at the dilapidated buildings around him intentionally or unintentionally. The bald man suddenly had an idea. Seems to understand something. He immediately took out a bank card and handed it to Luo Xinlian. Big boss, this is my compensation to the orphanage and the injured people. 5 million in total. That's all I have. The password is 6 sixes. Luo Xinlian took the bank card without any hesitation. Then he glanced at the bald guys around him. What about them? Hearing this, the bald man was not angry, but very happy. It doesn't matter if he is greedy for money. What I am afraid of is that he doesn't want money. The bald man immediately acted as Luo Xinlian's temporary lackey, forcing his younger brother to take out the money. Soon he added the 5 million that the bald man had given him before. Luo Xinlian received a total of 7.32 million. Luo Xinlian was quite satisfied with this price. Seeing Luo Xinlian showing a look of satisfaction, the bald man also asked at the right time, "Boss, can you let us go now?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian nodded slightly. The bald man was overjoyed. I was about to say thank you, but the next moment, Luo Xinlian's cold voice reached his ears. "Leave? Of course you can. I'll send you off right now." Before the bald man could react, the figure of the shadow dragon flashed, and screams rang out one after another. The bald man's minions died one after another. In the end, only the bald guy and another little brother who didn't do much were left. However, the little brother who was still alive had been frightened to the point of incontinence, and was held in the hand of the shadow dragon in disgust, unable to move. The bald man's legs were also crushed directly by the shadow dragon. He fell to the ground and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He kept yelling, "You are not trustworthy. Since you've received the money, why do you do this?" Luo Xinlian bent down and picked up a broken stone. Then he said with an innocent look, "When did I promise to let you go after I got paid? You gave me the money voluntarily. I didn't force you." Hearing this, the bald man became so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Luo Xinlian holding a stone and walking slowly towards him with a smile on his face, The bald man also swallowed back the words he was about to say. He then desperately used his two arms to move backwards. But how could this escape from Luo Xinlian's grasp? Before he had moved a few meters, Luo Xinlian's devilish whisper rang in his ears again. I'm sorry, whether it's your money or your life. I want them all. Immediately, Luo Xinlian raised the hand holding the gravel. It smashed down again and again. 1-7 appearance. Luo Lingling, the third daughter of the Luo family. I don't know how much time passed. Luo Xinlian's body was covered in blood. Looking at the bald corpse on the ground that was unrecognizable, there was no expression on Luo Xinlian's face. He just held the cracked stone in his hand. Just throw it away. Who dares to hurt my relatives and friends? I will definitely pay you back tenfold, 100-fold. No one could have imagined it. It is incredible that a teenager could be so brutal. Even he himself couldn't imagine it. I thought killing someone for the first time would make me feel uncomfortable. But Luo Xinlian didn't feel anything about this. Based on his previous personality, he would never do such a thing. At most, I could just call the police station to inform them. But now, all these people are killed, especially the bald leader, who was smashed to death by Luo Xinlian himself with a stone. About the changes in my personality, Luo Xinlian was not disgusted. It even feels great. At this moment, Luo Xinlian suddenly remembered that there was still a guy in the hands of the shadow dragon. So Luo Xinlian turned around and walked over there, looking at Luo Xinlian, who was getting closer and closer to him. The only remaining bald brother has completely collapsed mentally. He witnessed the entire process of Luo Xinlian torturing and killing the bald man. At this moment, I didn't even dare to think about running away. His body was already covered in filth. The shadow dragon, who had been holding on to this little brother, already had a look of disgust on his face. If Luo Xinlian hadn't asked him to keep an eye on this man, I'm afraid that Shun Yinglong would have slapped him to death. Boss, please let me go. At this time, Luo Xinlian had already arrived in front of this younger brother. Looking at the bald little brother in front of him, who kept begging for mercy, Luo Xinlian still had no expression on his face. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Hearing Luo Xinlian asking himself a question, the bald boy's mental defenses had collapsed long ago. How dare I hide it? So he told everything he knew. It turns out that all this was directed by a man named Wang Xian. As for this Wang Xian, Luo Xinlian also knew him. He is a lobby steward of the Luo family. He usually follows Luo Xinyuan around and flatters him. But they treated him, the real young master, with cold eyes. Even some of the living expenses that the Luo family allocated to Luo Xinlian were intercepted by Wang Xian. Then he used it to please Luo Xinyuan. It can be said that the reason why Luo Xinlian couldn't even get enough food to eat in the Luo family was because he was hungry. This Wang Xian is the culprit. Luo Xinlian didn't know whether his nominal parents knew about this. But even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care. After all, in their hearts, there is only the precious adopted son who is a genius. How could he care about the life or death of his own son? Now that we know that it was Wang Xian who ordered this group of bald men, is there any need to guess who the real mastermind behind them is? Luo Xin, you deserve to die. It's not enough that you took away everything that belonged to me. You actually want to destroy the only place in the world where I have ever felt warmth. At this moment, the murderous intent in Luo Xinlian's heart boiled over again. Don't give me the chance, or I'll make sure you die miserably. Then, the bald little brother revealed a piece of news. That was Qin Xiaodao, who also came from an orphanage, and he didn't know Baldy any money at all. Instead, he took Wang Xian's money and cooperated with Baldy to perform this drama. The purpose was to take advantage of Chun Wanru's love for these orphans and trick him into signing the debt transfer contract. In this way, no matter how big a noise they made, it would at least be a legitimate cause. Even if people from the Public Security Bureau came, they had their reasons. After knowing all this, Luo Xinlian was on the kill list. Qin Xiaodao's name was naturally added. But soon, Luo Xinlian calmed down. He always felt that there was something strange about this incident. But I couldn't tell at the moment. I just don't think about it anymore. So he turned his attention to the bald boy. This sight made the bald boy's scalp tingle. I was afraid that I would die in the next moment. So he continued to beg for mercy. Boss, I didn't hurt anyone in the orphanage. They were the ones who did it. I was just filling in the gaps. Please let me go. Luo Xinlian waved his hand gently. Shadow Dragon immediately understood. He quickly released his dragon claws. The bald boy who regained his freedom knew that he had saved his life. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Luo Xinlian. When he finished knocking, he suddenly heard Luo Xinlian's cold voice. With such a big commotion here, the security team will probably be here soon. You just need to tell the truth about what Baldy did and who was the mastermind behind the persecution of the orphanage. Remember? Hearing this, the bald boy nodded his head frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also smiled. But the words that came out of his mouth made the bald boy feel a chill down his spine. The bald boy nodded frantically, fearing that if he nodded too slowly, he would anger the evil star in front of him. At this time, the unique whistle of the public security station was also heard in the distance. The security team finally arrived. Chen Wanru's anxious heart finally relaxed a little. If it weren't for his broken legs and Zhao Diju's constant persuasion, he really wanted to rush in and see what was going on inside. I don't know what happened to Xinlian. Will he be injured? Compared to Chen Wanru's worry, Zhao Diju looked relaxed. He had already witnessed Luo Xinlian's current strength. It's easy to deal with these guys. Looking at Chen Wanru, who was lying on the back of the Xiangling pangolin, she still had a worried look on her face. Zhao Diju still spoke up to persuade him. Dean, you see the police station is almost here. I'd better call another ambulance for you. Xinlian must be fine. What you need most now is treatment. Because the hospital is closer to the orphanage than the police station. So the ambulance had arrived long ago, only because Chen Wanru was worried about Luo Xinlian's safety, unwilling to leave for treatment. So Zhao Diju had no choice but to arrange for the injured children to receive treatment first. The rest of the children were there to accompany and be taken care of. I am here to accompany Chen Wanru. However, the doctor accompanying the ambulance still gave Chen Wanru some simple treatment. But he still repeatedly reminded Chen Wanru to see a doctor as soon as possible. Seeing that Chen Wanru didn't listen to what he said, still looking worriedly at the ruins of the orphanage, Zhao Diju said no more, but took out his cell phone and dialed the hospital's emergency number. After doing all this, 2 or 3 cars from the Public Security Bureau also stopped in front of Chen Wanru and Zhao Diju. The first person to get off the car was a capable female security officer wearing a police station uniform. Several more security guards followed. The leading female security guard came up to the 2 of them and asked as a routine matter, "Excuse me, are you the one who reported the case?" Chen Wanru nodded. Then he quickly said, "Go in and save them. There's a child trapped inside by those bad guys." Hearing this, the female security guard immediately winked at the security guard next to her. The others immediately understood, immediately rushed towards the dilapidated orphanage. The female security guard then took out a notebook and a pen and continued. "I am Luo Lingling, the captain of the A City Public Security Bureau's inspection team. She is also the 3rd daughter of the Luo family in City A. Please give us a brief account of what happened." When arrested, Luo Xinlian surrendered without a fight. Hearing this, Zhao Diju on the side suddenly felt something was wrong. The security guard in front of him turned out to be the 3rd daughter of the Luo family. In other words, he is Luo Xinlian's sister. Zhao Diju had also heard of Luo Lingling's name. He is a ruthless detective who solves cases with lightning speed. The person with the highest crime-solving rate in the entire city of A, although he did not doubt Luo Lingling's ability. But Zhao Diju had long known about Luo Xinlian's current relationship with the Luo family. Now that Luo Lingling suddenly appeared, I wonder if she will take the opportunity to embarrass Luo Xinlian. But Chen Wanru didn't know all this, so I told him the whole story. Zhao Diju originally wanted to stop this upright dean, but for a moment I didn't know how to start. After Chen Wanru finished explaining the general cause of the matter, Luo Lingling also stopped what she was doing in her hand. "Okay, I understand what happened. Now, let's go take a look at the situation inside." At this moment, a scream came from the dilapidated orphanage. Then one by one the security guards ran out. Then he let out a wow sound and started vomiting on the ground. Seeing this, Luo Lingling frowned. Asked, "What happened in there? What made you vomit like this?" A security guard heard Luo Lingling asking questions. I quickly suppressed the nausea in my heart. Said tremblingly, "There are so many people dead inside. Ugh." Hearing this, Luo Lingling's expression turned a little ugly. It's not that he has an overflowing sense of justice in this world where strength is the only thing that matters. There will be no death every day. What happened to 2 people dying? What made him unhappy was that the reactions of his subordinates made him feel a little embarrassed. Although these are security guards who have just joined a police station. But isn't this kind of character too bad? When she heard about the death, Chen Wanru's first reaction was that Luo Xinlian was murdered. After all, how could a teenager survive at the hands of those vicious criminals? At that moment, Chen Wanru felt that she was a burden to Luo Xinlian. Then he fainted from intense self-blame and sadness. Seeing this, Zhao Dezhu was also panicked. What happened to Dean Chen? Just then, a young man's voice was heard by everyone, and two figures walked out of the orphanage. It was Luo Xinlian and the bald little brother. The moment Luo Lingling saw Luo Xinlian, she spoke subconsciously. "You piece of shit. Why are you here?" But the next second, he noticed Luo Xinlian's blood-stained clothes. He immediately questioned in a cold voice. "Did you kill all the people inside?" Rather than questioning, it would be more accurate to say that Luo Lingling has basically confirmed that those people were killed by Luo Xinlian. After all, Luo Xinlian was covered in blood at this time, and he was quite calm. But the person who followed out next to him was shaking constantly. Although it seems a little unreal, the facts are before us. Luo Xinlian is the murderer who killed those people inside. While questioning, Luo Lingling's heart was also in turmoil. It turns out that the young man that Dean Shen was talking about is Luo Xinlian. He originally thought that the young man Chen Wanru mentioned was definitely dead. But unexpectedly, he not only managed to come out alive from the siege of more than a dozen beast tamers, he even managed to counterattack. Apart from this possibility, there is no reason why Luo Xinlian could come out alive. Is this still the good-for-nothing who was just eating and waiting to die in the Luo family? Luo Xinlian glanced at Luo Lingling. He was stunned for a moment, even though he knew that Luo Lingling worked at the Public Security Bureau. But I didn't expect that it would be him who came this time. However, the daze only lasted for a moment. He immediately shifted his gaze and walked straight towards the unconscious Chen Wanru. Seeing that Luo Xinlian actually ignored him, Luo Lingling immediately became furious. "Stop! Didn't you hear me asking you a question?" Seeing that Luo Xinlian still ignored him, Luo Lingling, who was somewhat exasperated, immediately shouted at his subordinate who was still vomiting. "Didn't you see the suspect trying to flee the scene? Stop it now!" After hearing Luo Lingling's voice, the security guards also hurriedly suppressed the nausea and discomfort in their hearts. I gritted my teeth and surrounded them. Looking at his men, Luo Lingling couldn't help but complain in her heart. What are these guys doing? They didn't even notice that there were two other people in the murderer's room. But this is not the fault of these security guards. After all, Luo Xinlian was too ruthless, the scene was quite bloody, and the visual impact was too great. Most people really can't stand it after watching it. These security guards just took a look and ran out because they couldn't bear the disgust in their hearts. Naturally, he didn't notice the two people standing in the corner. As for why that bald little brother could withstand it, that was because he had witnessed the entire process of Luo Xinlian's attack and had long been numbed by fear. So afterwards, when I saw such a scene again, I didn't feel much. Zhao Dezhu saw Luo Xinlian covered in blood. I thought to myself that this is not good. He had never imagined that Luo Xinlian would actually kill him. He looked at Chen Wanru on the back of the Xiangling pangolin again, and was a little at a loss for a moment. Luo Xinlian also saw Zhao Dezhu's expression at this moment, as well as Chen Wanru's situation. He himself knew that there was no way this matter could be resolved peacefully today. He immediately said to Zhao Dezhu, "Fat brother, take the dean to the hospital for treatment first. After you're done, remember to ask someone to rescue me." Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu immediately understood what Luo Xinlian meant. He also nodded immediately. See Zhao Dezhu taking Chen Wanru away from here. Luo Xinlian also stretched out his hands calmly. The meaning is already very clear. Luo Xinlian is ready to surrender. It's not that Luo Xinlian can't beat these security guards, just because the sheriff represents the country. If Luo Xinlian dared to attack the security guard directly, then Luo Xinlian will no longer have a place to stand in the territory of Dragon Country. He didn't want to become a fugitive at such a young age. Moreover, these security guards were just doing their job and had no grudges against Luo Xinlian. So Luo Xinlian gave up the idea of taking action. Soon, the security guards saw that Luo Xinlian did not resist. Luo Xinlian was immediately handcuffed. Looking at the scene in front of her, a smile appeared on Luo Lingling's lips. Although I don't know how this piece of trash is related to this murder case, but now that he has fallen into my hands, I must teach him a lesson. You dare to bully my brother Xinyuan? Today, I will let you see my Luo Lingling skills. Of course, the bald guy next to him was also handcuffed and taken to the security car. After all, they were the only two people still alive, so they naturally had to be taken back to the police station. But before leaving, Luo Lingling still couldn't hide her curiosity. Walked into the dilapidated orphanage. He wanted to see what kind of death could scare these grown men like that. Just a moment later, Luo Lingling ran out of the orphanage in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Endure the discomfort in your heart. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his men. Leave half of the people to seal off the scene. The rest of the team. Under Luo Lingling's order, the orphanage was quickly blocked off. Luo Xinlian was also taken back to the security station in City A. Inside the interrogation room, a strong light flashed directly on Luo Xinlian's face. Sitting opposite was Luo Lingling with a grim look on her face. He still hasn't forgotten the bloody scene in the orphanage. Whenever I think about it, I feel a little nauseous. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also revealed a sarcastic smile. What's wrong? Commander Luo, I haven't seen you for a long time. Is you pregnant? Bang! Luo Lingling slapped the table. Shouted sternly. Luo Xinlian, don't give me such smooth talk. You are now a murderer. You have murdered more than a dozen people. Do you still have any respect for the laws of Dragon Country? It is only natural to pay back your debts. They were just here to collect debts, but you killed them all in such a cruel way. I think you are beyond help. Looking at Luo Lingling, who was so righteous in front of him, Luo Xinlian just felt nauseous. Others don't know, but doesn't he know? Luo Lingling has an extremely high crime-solving rate. It was because the Luo family spent money on his behalf and found someone to take the blame that he was able to get promoted. If you really have an overwhelming sense of justice, how could you accept such an arrangement? Looking at the disgusting face in front of him, Luo Xinlian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He immediately said coldly, "Cruel? They deserve to die. One eye not guilty. He is a hero." Hearing this, Luo Lingling looked at the young man in front of her with some disbelief. He just couldn't understand how Luo Xinlian could say such words with such confidence. You know, that's more than a dozen lives. He was unexpectedly killed so cruelly by Luo Xinlian. It seems that what my mother said was right. This younger brother has been suffering from bad habits since he was young. It seems reasonable that he grew up to be such a vicious murderer. But no matter what, Luo Xinlian still has the blood of the Luo family flowing in his body. Even so, Luo Xinlian might be sentenced to death. But before that, he still wanted to teach this shameful waste a lesson on behalf of his parents. He immediately ordered people to take Luo Xinlian to the interrogation room and tied it to an iron pillar. Luo Lingling took out a whip and stared at Luo Xinlian viciously. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my parents. You cruel lunatic who treats human life as worthless. Seeing the scene before him, Luo Xinlian recalled the 3 years that were like hell in the Luo family. They get beaten for eating, they get beaten if something is lost at home, and they get beaten if they are in a bad mood. They even call it teaching themselves rules and making them remember it. But in fact, no one has ever taught Luo Xin to refine anything. I just feel that Luo Xinlian doesn't understand the rules and has picked up bad habits from the bottom of society. As an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, how could he know what etiquette to follow in different occasions? He just knew that being alive was good enough. Didn't these people lose themselves? Why do they demand such high standards of themselves? Looking at Luo Lingling, who was walking towards him with a whip in hand, Luo Xinlian was not afraid at all. After 3 years in the Luo family, he had already gotten used to Luo Lingling's lessons. It can be said that half of the scars on his body were caused by Luo Lingling. Luo Xinlian still looked at Luo Lingling expressionlessly, said in a cold voice, "It's true that I killed someone, but have you investigated the matter thoroughly?" Hearing this, Luo Lingling felt even more that Luo Xinlian was hopeless. Even at this point, he still doesn't repent. Then he said coldly, "Isn't it obvious now? You picked up a lot of bad habits since you were a kid. I thought you were just a petty thief, but I didn't expect you to be so bold as to kill someone now. You are still so cruel, no matter what crime you will be sentenced to later. But before that, I must discipline you, this unscrupulous beast." After saying that, Luo Lingling no longer hesitated and began to swing the whip towards Luo Xinlian. Wherever the whip passed, the clothes were torn instantly, revealing a trail of blood. But Luo Xinlian didn't even utter a single cry. But the tone became increasingly gloomy. "You always think you are right, so you wantonly trample on others. It was like this when I was in the Luo family, and it is still like this now. My relationship with the Luo family has been severed. Remember this beating." After saying this, Luo Xinlian stopped talking. Of course, Luo Lingling didn't care about what Luo Xinlian said. He just kept waving the whip in his hand. the shadow dragon, who had been in the shadows the whole time, couldn't help but want to strangle Luo Lingling to death several times. But Luo Xinlian stopped them all with his eyes. Luo Xinlian knew clearly that if he killed Luo Lingling here, everything would be over. After all, attacking and killing the security captain in the security station is equivalent to making an enemy of the entire Dragon Kingdom. What's more, Zhao Dezhu had already helped him find reinforcements. I believe it won't be long before I can get out. I don't know how long it took before a handsome man opened the door of the interrogation room. Seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately shouted, "Luo Lingling, what are you doing?" Seeing the man walk in, Luo Lingling was also a little confused. Asked doubtfully, "Brother Beilu, why are you back? Didn't you go to G City to investigate the Black Bread Society?" Hearing this, the man immediately said unhappily, "If I don't come back, I'm afraid there will be another false case." At this time, Luo Lingling's head was full of question marks. He was a little confused about what Senior Brother Beilu meant by the unjust, false, and wrongful case. Just at this moment, the fat figure of Zhao Dezhu walked out from behind the man called Senior Brother Beilu. He came straight to Luo Xinlian. Looking at Luo Xinlian, who was beaten and covered with wounds, Zhao Dezhu was also filled with anger. He pointed at Luo Lingling's nose and started scolding her. "Is this how you do things at the police station? They abused, lynching, and beat him like this." Then he didn't care about Luo Lingling's reaction. He immediately started to help Luo Xinlian untie the ropes. "Brother, it's okay. I'll untie you right away." Luo Xinlian saw that it was Zhao Dezhu who came. I relaxed instantly, and it was because of this mental relaxation. This caused Luo Xinlian to faint. I heard someone dare to speak to me like that. Luo Lingling was also a little angry. "Stop! How dare you rob a prisoner in public?" He immediately raised his hand and prepared to whip Zhao Dezhu. But his wrist was grabbed by Senior Brother Beilu, who was standing beside him. "Luo Lingling, what do you want to do? How dare you hurt someone in front of me?" Luo Lingling looked at Beilu with some confusion. "Brother, didn't you see he was robbing someone? Are we just going to let him do whatever he wants in the police station?" Beilu was speechless as he looked at Luo Lingling in front of him. Said immediately, "The matter has been clarified. Luo Xinlian killed in self-defense. Not guilty. Release him immediately." Hearing Beilu's words, Luo Lingling could hardly believe her ears. "What? Not guilty? He has more than a dozen lives on his hands. Just let it go like that? It doesn't make sense." Beilu immediately took out a folder and handed it to Luo Lingling. "This is the result of a rigorous investigation. It can't be wrong. Take a good look for yourself. The identity of the other person has been found out. He is a member of a certain evil gang in City A. Their boss, nicknamed Baldy. In City A, he has committed all kinds of evil, including forced demolitions, wounding people, human trafficking, beast taming, opening casinos, and loan sharking. There are countless crimes like this. This time, someone also tricked the director of the orphanage into owing a huge amount of money, which led to what happened later. When Luo Xinlian arrived at the orphanage, the bald man was about to torture and kill a little girl. Luo Xinlian not only saved the little girl's life at the critical moment, he also successfully helped the other children in the orphanage escape, but he himself was surrounded by Baldy and others. In such a critical situation, Luo Xinlian killing them was just self-defense. As I read through pages of information and evidence, Luo Lingling's expression became increasingly ugly. "How? How is this possible?" Beilu said unhappily upon seeing this. "How is that possible? I want to ask you, how did you as a captain do it? There is obviously a survivor. Since you have brought him back, why don't you investigate the matter thoroughly?" Luo Lingling heard this and spoke hesitantly. I thought that person was also a victim. I was coerced by Luo Xinlian to help him get rid of the crime." Beilu also rolled his eyes at Luo Lingling and continued. "You're so creative. Should I praise your rich imagination? I'm telling you, Luo Xinlian is not a criminal. Instead, he is a hero who rescued all the orphans in the orphanage." I don't know if it was because of the stimulation, but Luo Lingling suddenly said something crazy. "I don't believe it. He's just a little jerk with bad habits. How could he be a selfless hero?" Beilu was also so angry that he laughed. Come on, take another look at this report." Luo Lingling subconsciously took the newspaper handed to her by Beilu. It was actually news from some time ago. 2-0 Apprentice, the successor of Qiongqi. Look at the eye-catching headlines and photos next to them. Luo Lingling couldn't believe her eyes. "What? a dragon-controlling genius that only appears once in 300 years. Luo Xinlian? How is that possible? He was wondering how Luo Xinlian killed so many people. Now, everything is clear. But he couldn't help but feel a sense of unreality in his heart. A dragon-controlling genius? This waste of the Luo family? Before Luo Lingling could sort out her thoughts, Bei Lu next to him continued. Look at the one at the bottom. Luo Lingling also subconsciously looked under the newspaper. Suddenly I felt a little confused and awe-inspiring. The boy who resisted the beast tide? What does this have to do with us? Bei Lu didn't say much, but looked at Luo Xinlian meaningfully. Luo Lingling also reacted instantly. You mean, the boy who resisted the beast tide and protected City A was Luo Xinlian? Before Bei Lu could speak, Zhao Dezhu, who had just helped Luo Xinlian untie the ropes, immediately added, Am I fatty? At first Luo Lingling was a little bit unconvinced until he saw Bei Lu's affirmative expression. Only then did I completely believe it. At this moment, Luo Lingling's worldview seemed to be somewhat shattered. Isn't Luo Xinlian a waste that is looked down upon by the Luo family? How did he suddenly transform himself and become a dragon-controlling genius that appears once in 300 years? And became a hero who resisted the beast tide. Someone who can sacrifice himself to resist the beast tide and protect the safety of City A. Is his character really that bad? Then why did he do such sneaky things during his 3 years in the Luo family? Could it be that, all along, I and my entire family have wrongly blamed Luo Xinlian? Luo Lingling didn't dare to think about it too much. He was afraid that his guesses were all correct. Just when Luo Lingling's thoughts were extremely conflicted, Bei Lu continued. It seems that there are many things about not only Luo Xinlian, but also your Luo family that you don't understand. Hearing this, Luo Lingling immediately looked towards Bei Lu. It seems to be asking what Bei Lu means. Bei Lu doesn't waste words either. He flipped through a few pages of the information he had given Luo Lingling before. The next moment, Luo Lingling's pupil shrank. Wang Xian, the housekeeper of the Luo family, is suspected to be the mastermind behind the orphanage persecution. At this moment, all the strength in Luo Lingling seemed to be drained away. He collapsed directly onto the ground. He looked at the verified information with disbelief on his face. Butler Wang is such a good person. How could someone do such a thing? There's absolutely no need for him to do such a thing. See, things are almost the same. Bei Lu pulled up Luo Lingling, who was sitting on the ground. Said calmly, Since this concerns your Luo family, I'll give you a chance to check it out yourself. Luo Lingling also slowly calmed down and nodded lightly. Watching Zhao Dezhu carrying the unconscious Luo Xinlian and walking out of the interrogation room, Luo Lingling was also lost in her own thoughts. It seemed as if he had never gotten to know his long-lost brother. At the same time, he also had some doubts about everything that had happened in the Luo family. While investigating Butler Wang, he would also like to take the opportunity to investigate what Luo Xinlian's 3 years in the Luo family were like. Zhao Dezhu, who had just walked out of the interrogation room, originally wanted to take Luo Xinlian directly to the hospital. But unexpectedly, I hadn't taken a few steps yet. Luo Xinlian actually woke up? This shocked Zhao Dezhu beyond words. Hey brother, are you a monster? You've been injured so badly, and you're awake now. Luo Xinlian rolled his eyes at Zhao Dezhu. Okay, stop being so serious and take me to see that person. Zhao Dezhu looked at Luo Xinlian for a moment. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was really not seriously injured, he took him to a tea house not far from the police station. I saw a one-eyed old man sitting alone in a private room drinking tea. When Luo Xinlian saw the old man, he didn't say anything. He immediately walked straight to the old man and knelt down. Disciple Luo Xinlian sincerely becomes your disciple today. I hope Master will accept me as a disciple. This sudden scene also stunned the one-eyed old man. However, he immediately revealed a warm smile. Ha! You are such a real kid. Do you know what my purpose is, old man? It also saved me a lot of saliva. Luo Xinlian also smiled. Thanks to Master's help, this matter was able to be investigated so quickly. If we follow the normal procedures, it will take at least several months or even half a year to get to the bottom of this matter. Luo Xinlian was also glad that he had made preparations for both scenarios. The reason why I spared the life of that bald guy was to keep a witness, to prove his self-defense behavior. As he expected, the bald guy was already scared out of his wits. He also told everything truthfully. But Luo Lingling, this idiot, thought that the bald little brother was coerced by Luo Xinlian. So I didn't believe his confession. Fortunately, Zhao Dezhu had asked the one-eyed old man to rescue him. Otherwise, I don't know how long I will suffer. However, this incident also allowed Luo Xinlian to see the old man's power. There is no reason for an old man with such great power to harm himself. Plus, I really owed someone a favor this time. So he followed the old man's wishes and became his disciple. The one-eyed old man also likes Luo Xinlian's straightforward character. He immediately burst into laughter. Good. Not bad. Know when to advance and when to retreat, and know how to make choices. Today the old man will accept you. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian kowtowed 3 times out of courtesy. After Luo Xinlian finished bowing, Zhao Dezhu also handed the tea that he had prepared long ago to Luo Xinlian's hands. Luo Xinlian respectfully handed the tea to the one-eyed old man again. Master, please have some tea. The one-eyed old man took the tea with a smile on his face and took a sip. Then he helped Luo Xinlian up. Good disciple, get up. Now that you've gotten started, it's time for you to know your master. We are the Qiongqi lineage, one of the branches of the 4 evil colleges. From now on, you are the heir of Qiongqi, and I, your master, am Nan Yunxiao, the current leader of the Qiongqi lineage. Luo Xinlian also silently wrote down this information. Nan Yunxiao continued. I accepted you as my disciple because I saw your potential. I want you to revitalize my 4 Evils Academy. Luo Xinlian also nodded decisively. Now that I have entered the academy, it is naturally my duty to revitalize the 4 Evils Academy. Nan Yunxiao was very satisfied when he heard Luo Xinlian's answer. Very good, but you are still too weak at the moment and still need to learn. I will arrange for you to study at the Beast Taming Academy first. When you grow to a certain stage, I will teach you personally. Luo Xinlian had no objection to this. After all, he had never learned the orthodox knowledge of taming beasts. If you take too big a step, you may not be able to digest it. It seems that my master must have investigated my situation in advance, so he made this decision. Nan Yunxiao saw that Luo Xinlian did not show the slightest dissatisfaction. He became more and more fond of this disciple. Okay, that's settled then. As he spoke, he took out a booklet and a bank card and handed them to Luo Xinlian. This is a gift for you. 10 million and the beast taming recipe. I see that your dragon beast is powerful, but it is obviously malnourished. You can only use 70% of your strength at most. Prepare him some food according to the recipe in the Beast Tamer's cookbook to nourish him. Luo Xinlian didn't act pretentiously and directly accepted the money and the recipe. But what about malnutrition? Luo Xinlian didn't think about it too much, but just thanked Nan Yunxiao. Thank you, master. Nan Yunxiao also nodded slightly and continued. I hope you can participate in the beast taming competition in 3 months. If you can win the championship, maybe you can get something good. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian also fell into deep thought. Beast taming contest champion? Interesting. Seeing that Luo Xinlian seemed to be interested in the beast taming competition, Nan Yunxiao also revealed a smile. Okay, I'll leave first then. Remember, before you have completely risen, never let others know your identity as the descendant of Qiongqi. If you run into any trouble, you can take the sign I gave you and go to the Beast Tamer Association to ask for help. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also spoke solemnly. Disciple, please remember this. To a union. By Liu Hu. After Nan Yunxiao left, only then did Luo Xinlian realize that Zhao Dezhu had already worshipped the bearded man as his master. And the bearded man is also the ruler of the Taotai lineage of the 4 Evil Academy, Zhang Dazue. No wonder Nan Yunxiao said before that his identity should not be known to others. As a result, he started talking unscrupulously in front of the fat man. After all this time, we find out that we are all from the same school. The two chatted as they walked, and originally planned to visit Dinshin first. As a result, I met someone at the door of the tea house. He was the man whom Luo Lingling called Senior Brother Beilu in the public security station before. When Beilu saw the 2 people coming, he greeted them warmly. It seemed like it was waiting for the 2 of them. Luo Xinlian asked in confusion, "Do we know each other?" Upon hearing this, Beilu's face immediately turned dark. "Don't mention that I tried my best to help you in the police station before. When you were a kid, I bought you a big watermelon. You actually said you don't remember, so you have to remember it?" Hearing this, Luo Xinlian was also stunned. Wait a minute. What's going on? How does this guy know that I love watermelon? Luo Xinlian's brain also began to work rapidly. Soon, the image of an older brother emerged in Luo Xinlian's mind. This older brother had received help from Dean Shin before. So after Director Chen opened the orphanage, he would often bring some supplies to give to the children in the orphanage. Because he himself is an orphan, he can sympathize with others. In addition, he also wanted to help Director Chun relieve the pressure of supporting the orphanage. Since Chun Wanru didn't want any money, he had no choice but to help in this way. It was also at this moment that I remembered the appearance of the big brother who used to play with me when I was a child, gradually overlapping with the man in front of her. A hint of joy gradually emerged in Luo Xinlian's eyes. Asked tentatively, "You are Huga?" Because Luo Xinlian was too young at that time. I only remember that the other person was called Brother Hu, but I had long forgotten his full name. Beilio who smiled when he saw Luo Xinlian recognized him. "If it wasn't your brother who would help you like this?" Luo Xinlian got a positive answer and was overjoyed. "Brother Hu, it's so good to see you again." Luo Xinlian glanced at Zhao Dezhu next to him. Looking at the other person's calm expression, it was obvious that he had already known Bei Liuhu's identity. No wonder this guy went to the police station with Bei Liuhu to save himself. Bei Liuhu also laughed happily. "Yes, I was on a mission outside, but when I heard that the orphanage was in trouble, I rushed back immediately. I didn't expect it to be a step too late. Xinlian, I'm lucky to have you." Luo Xinlian scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. "These are what I should do. Since you are back, let's go to the hospital to visit Director Chen together." Bei Li know that. That's exactly what I meant. So the three of them took another beast tamer Didi and rushed straight to the hospital. At this time, Luo Lingling returned to the Luo family in a daze. As soon as I stepped into the hall, I heard Luo Yimeng complaining to Zhou Yajing. Luo Xinyuan, who was standing aside, looked a little lost. "Mom, you must give Luo Xinlian a good treatment. Not only does he want to take away Xinyuan's brother's position as heir, he also wants to force his daughter to eat that kind of filthy food. My daughter really can't swallow this." Just then, Luo Lingling also walked in. "Fifth sister, what's wrong? What made you so angry?" I saw Luo Lingling coming. Luo Xinyuan also hurriedly said hello. Luo Yimring threw herself into Luo Lingling's arms. "Third sister, you are finally back. You don't know how hateful Luo Xinlian is." Then he told Luo Lingling everything that happened in Evergreen Forest. Luo Lingling finished listening to Luo Yiming's narration. He was not too surprised. After all, he had already read the news reports about Luo Xinlian at the police station. Luo Lingling was very conflicted at this moment. No comment was made on this. He didn't know what kind of person the real Luo Xinlian was. A person who can sacrifice himself to save others. Could he really be the hopeless loser that his family members talk about? He planned to check Luo Xinlian's room later. If you want to understand a person's character, the best way is to start from his life. Therefore, Luo Xinlian's room became Luo Lingling's first choice for investigation. Third sister, are you listening to me?" Soon, Luo Yiming's voice brought Luo Lingling back from her thoughts. "Oh, I'm listening. I was just thinking about a case at the office, so I was a little distracted." Hearing this, Luo Yimeng didn't care too much. Then he turned to Zhou Yajing and said, "Mom, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little injustice, but what about my brother Xinyuan?" I heard Luo Yiming say this. Luo Xinyuan also looked lonely. "Fifth sister, I'm fine. Brother Xinlian is our parents' biological son, so the position of heir should belong to him." Unexpectedly, these words seemed to ignite Luo Yiming's fuse. "No, absolutely not. I will never admit that Luo Xinlian is the heir of the Luo family. Brother Xinyuan, you must be the heir of the Luo family. Only when you become the head of the family can we sisters live a good life." Seeing that his third sister did not support him as usual, Luo Yiming nudged Luo Lingling with her elbow. "Third sister, speak up." If it were in the past, Luo Lingling might have joined in without hesitation. But when he learned about the selfless things Luo Xinlian had done, for a moment, I didn't know what to say. After holding it in for a while, he finally spoke. "You guys take care of the things at home. I'm too tired today. I'm going back to my room to rest first." After saying that, he turned and walked towards his room, looking at Luo Lingling, who seemed a little strange. Luo Yiming said with some doubt, "What happened to third sister?" "All right." Zhou Yajing finally spoke. "What are you panicking about? Don't forget, your father said in public that as long as Xinyuan gets into the top 3 in the beast taming competition in 3 months, just hold a press conference and acknowledge his position as heir. So, what if Luo Xinlian has contracted the Dragon Man? The resources needed to cultivate a Dragon Man are so huge. Is the little income he earns in Evergreen Forest enough? As long as we give all our resources to Xin Yuan during this period of time. If we let him win first place in the competition, we can prove that he is stronger than Luo Xinlian. When the time comes, whether your father is willing or not, he must acknowledge Xin Yuan's position as the heir. Listening to Zhou Yajing's words, Luo Yiming nodded in agreement. As for Luo Xingyuan, his acting skills were explosive. A tear of emotion flowed from his eyes. Although I really don't want to compete with brother Xinlian, I will never let my mother and sisters down. Seeing this, the mother and daughter loved Luo Xuan even more. Who can not like such a sensible, talented, and good-natured child? But little do people know. At this time, Luo Xingyuan sneered in his heart. Luo Xinlian, you are lucky enough to have contracted a dragon man. So what? Your biological mother and sister are all helping me. Now all the resources of the Luo family are leaning towards me. How can you fight me? Too confused. Luo Lingling's investigation. At night, Luo Lingling originally wanted to go directly to Luo Xinlian's room to take a look. But what made him a little embarrassed was he didn't even know which room Luo Xinlian was, because he was working on cases at the police station all year round and rarely returned to the Luo family. Besides, he himself didn't like this rustic brother, so naturally he wouldn't pay much attention to him. In desperation, he wanted to ask the servants at home. But before he had taken a few steps, he suddenly saw the housekeeper Wang Xian walking around the corner of the corridor. He did not forget what he had promised Bei Liuhu, that he would thoroughly investigate the case of forced demolition of the orphanage that resulted in injuries. Although all the signs of the investigation pointed to Butler Wang as the mastermind behind the bald man's crime. In his impression, Butler Wang was very strict when managing his servants. But he was quite nice to them sisters and Luo Xingyuan. He is very serious and responsible in his work. Is it really necessary for such a person to cause trouble for an orphanage? But no matter what, he still has to investigate this matter thoroughly. If there was a misunderstanding, it would be a way to clear Butler Wang's name, so that others would not say that he, Luo Lingling, was partial to and protected the servants of the Luo family. Thinking of this, Luo Lingling followed, as if possessed by some unknown force. He didn't stop until Wang Xian walked into a room. Huh? Why did Wang Xian come to my mother's room? Could it be that he wanted to steal money while no one was in the room? No wonder Luo Lingling would have such thoughts. After all, they are one of the 3 major beast-taming families in City A. The wealth in the family is incalculable. There are always some servants who are greedy for money. But Luo Lingling was a little surprised that Wang Xian would do this. After all, the treatment given to him by the Luo family is not low. Just when Luo Lingling was about to rush into question Wang Xian, Zhou Yajing's voice suddenly rang out. Butler Wang, is there any news over there? Hearing this, Luo Lingling's sixth sense as a security guard made him realize a possibility he had never thought of. He immediately stopped his intrusion. Instead, he put his ear to the crack of the door and listened carefully. Madam, we failed. Almost all the people we sent died. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a porcelain cup exploding came from the room. Waste. All of them are waste. It's just an orphanage that can't be dealt with. Why would I feed you? When Luo Lingling heard the word orphanage, my heart suddenly tightened. The matter of the orphanage is really related to the Luo family. The mastermind turned out to be Mom, although the two of them only exchanged a few words. But we can't learn the truth of the matter from it. But why would his mother send people to target an orphanage that had no power? Tell me more about it. How could such a simple thing fail? Wang Xian suddenly seemed a little hesitant. Apparently, he didn't fully know what was going on in the orphanage either. According to the information I got, the bald man originally planned to torture and kill the orphans he adopted in front of Chen Wanru. But he was stopped by Master Xinlian, who got the news from somewhere. In the end, whether they were beasts or humans, they were all slaughtered by Master Xinlian. Only a bald little brother named Goxing was left. Bang! There was another sound of a porcelain cup breaking. Then came Zhou Yajing's furious voice. Hateful. I didn't expect it was this little bastard who ruined my business. Chen Wanru, you bitch. Why are you always so lucky? Wang Xian saw that his mistress was angry. Immediately, the triangular eyes turned. Madam, although Chen Wanru is not in danger of death, but his legs were broken by the collapsed stone wall. It looks like I won't be able to stand up for the rest of my life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yajing really stopped her rage. Immediately turned anger into joy. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Wang Xian, you did a great job this time. You deserve a reward. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Yajing's expression changed. Her beautiful eyes were almost narrowed into a slit. Said to Wang Xin, since this little bastard wants to go against me, I can't let him off easily. Wasn't he the contracted dragon man who was in the limelight a while ago? You spread the news that he tortured and killed dozens of people in an orphanage to those unscrupulous media. Don't describe it in detail. I just want everyone to vaguely think that it was Luo Xinlian who tortured and killed those orphans in the orphanage. Luo Lingling, who was eavesdropping at the door at this time, was also shocked by the huge amount of information. Although Luo Lingling's rise to power was somewhat disgraceful, but he has been engaged in public security work for many years. It still made him keenly aware of some problems. My mother actually knew the director of the orphanage, and the mother seemed to have a great hatred for him, even resorting to such means. And the mother really hopes that Luo Xinlian will die. But why is this? Although Luo Xinlian has always been unpopular in the Luo family, even Luo Lingling herself used to hate this younger brother with so many bad habits. But he never thought of killing Luo Xinlian, even though he wanted to punish Luo Xinlian before. That was because he felt that Luo Xinlian had broken the law and should be taught a lesson. Of course, it also meant to help Luo Xinyuan vent his anger. But Luo Lingling just couldn't understand how a mother could say such words to curse her own child to death. And a little bastard. Immediately afterwards, Luo Lingling also let out a long sigh. It seems that there is no need to investigate this case, as it was his mother who instructed Butler Wang to do it. But what if he know the truth? Should he arrest his own mother himself? Think of this. Luo Lingling still made a choice. Butler Wang, it seems I can only sacrifice you to save my mother. Just when Luo Lingling fell into deep thought, suddenly, a hand patted her on the back, which scared Luo Lingling. When I turned around, it turned out to be my own nanny. Miss San, what are you doing here? Luo Lingling, who was about to get angry, suddenly remembered something. Since my actions have attracted the attention of the servants at home, if I continue eavesdropping, I'm afraid my mother will notice. So let's investigate Luo Xinlian's affairs first. Luo Lingling asked the nanny, do you know where Luo Xinlian's bedroom is? The nanny was also quite surprised. Normally, no one in the Luo family has ever taken care of Luo Xinlian's daily life. Why did the third young lady suddenly ask about this today? However, the nanny replied immediately. I know, but Miss Third, are you going to check on Master Xinlian's room? Luo Lingling didn't talk nonsense. Lead the way. So the nanny led Luo Lingling downstairs. But soon, Luo Lingling frowned. Aunt Lu, aren't our sisters' rooms all upstairs? Why are you taking me to the basement? Hearing Luo Lingling's question, Aunt Lu also turned around immediately. He gave a bitter smile. Miss San, isn't this what you said? I'm afraid that Master Xinlian will have a good life after returning from the orphanage, and it will be easy for him to go bad. Let him hone his skills a little more and then arrange a place for him to live. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingling immediately became displeased. But I didn't ask you to arrange for him to live in the basement. Wouldn't it be nice to have a normal room? Mother Lu seemed a little helpless, but he still spoke. But at that time, all the ordinary rooms were full. There is only one room in the basement, and we specifically asked for permission. But the second young lady said that living in the basement is good. It can wear off the unpleasant country smell on him. At this time, Luo Lingling's face looked a little ugly, although she doesn't like Luo Xinlian. But as the young master of the Luo family, he actually lived in the basement for 3 years. This is a bit hard to explain. Didn't my parents ever take care of Luo Xinlian's daily life? Mother Lu smiled awkwardly. The master and his wife don't have time to take care of these trivial matters on weekdays. Master Xinlian initially thought of changing rooms, but when he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he didn't bring it up again. Luo Lingling suddenly had a strange feeling. He always thought that Luo Xinlian returned to the Luo family just because he coveted the Luo family's wealthy life. But now it seems that his biological brother is not living very well in the Luo family. Luo Lingling immediately put away her thoughts. Continued to follow Lu Ma to the basement. 2-3 Diary? The miserable life of the Luo family. As the two of them went deeper, Luo Lingling's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The corridor leading to the basement was relatively tidy, and there was no dirt on the ground. But it was filled with a faint smell of dampness. There were even several corners that were moldy and blackened due to excessive moisture. Luo Lingling seldom goes back to the Luo family and spends most of her time handling cases at the police station. not to mention going to this dark and damp basement. Luo Lingling's first reaction when she saw the scene. I feel very uncomfortable and depressed. It is a world of difference compared to the bright and beautiful Luo family villa on the ground. Squeak! Suddenly, a few rustling sounds of mice came into Luo Lingling's ears. This made his already frowned brows even tighter. As a girl, she instinctively hates mice. I saw rats in the basement. Luo Lingling immediately said with some dissatisfaction. Aunt Lu, why are there rats in this basement? Why didn't you call the extermination company? Hearing Luo Lingling's question, Aunt Lu also gave a bitter smile. Miss, you don't know. These rats can't be completely eliminated as long as the environment here is suitable. After destroying one group, there will be another group. The rat extermination company came here only a while ago. Now the rat has popped up again. I'll contact the rat extermination company later. Hearing this, Luo Lingling also knew the reason, so I didn't say anything more. But every time I hear the squeaking of mice, it gave him goosebumps all over his body. He could not imagine how Luo Xinlian could live alone in such a place for 3 whole years. If it were him, he would have been unable to bear it long ago. Just at this time, Aunt Lu seemed to be hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Luo Lingling also spoke. Mother Lu, if you have anything to say, just say it. Mother Lu took a deep breath. It seemed as if he was preparing to say the next words. I have mustered up the courage. Miss San, you seem to particularly hate mice. Luo Lingling nodded and spoke very naturally. Of course, that girl doesn't hate rats, it's gross. Aunt Lu did not refute Luo Lingling's words, but just nodded slightly. Yes, not only the third miss, but even an old woman like me hates mice. They haunt sewers and other dark, damp places every day. There are bacteria all over my body, it's so dirty. But, miss, do you know? This dirty rat is young Master Xinlian's only friend in the Luo family in the past 3 years. Luo Lingling was a little confused as to what Lu Ma meant. Aunt Lu continued. When Master Xinlian was still in the Luo family, no one liked him. They all said he was dishonest and had bad habits, and no one wanted to talk to him. At first, Master Xinlian was just talking to himself in a corner. Later, there was a time when we were trying to get rid of rats at home. Master Xinlian saw those rats that had nowhere to escape, and he stood there in a daze for a long time and watched for a long time. After that, I discovered that Master Xinlian started talking to the rats in the basement. Perhaps he was too lonely. Over time, Master Xinlian actually regarded these mice as his friends. From then on, Master Xinlian would talk to these mice every day, whether he was happy or sad. What's surprising is that although these mice can't speak, every time Master Xinlian speaks, they will stand still, as if they are listening. After listening to Lu Ma's story, Luo Lingling felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on her heart. This was the first time he felt strange when he heard about Luo Xinlian. Then Luo Lingling asked as if possessed by some unknown reason. Aunt Lu, what do you think? Is Luo Xinlian the kind of person who has dirty hands and feet? In response, Aunt Lu just smiled faintly. I have also heard a little bit about Master Xinlian's dirty behavior. I'm just an old servant of the Luo family. I'm not qualified to judge the Master's judgment on Master Xinlian. But in my opinion, Master Xinlian is a very kind child. After saying this, Aunt Lu said no more. However, these words also caused a certain impact on Luo Lingling's view of Luo Xinlian. Good child, think back to the past. At that time, Luo Xinlian was still in the Luo family. He keeps asking for his autograph all day long. Every time I returned to the Luo family from the police station, Luo Xinlian was always the first to come out to greet me. Give yourself a back massage. But at that time, I just felt extremely annoyed by Luo Xinlian's flattery. Thinking about it now, did I go too far back then? But soon, Luo Lingling immediately dispelled this thought. No, I treated him badly, and I can only blame him for not knowing any etiquette. But he has been wandering around since he was young. Who can teach him these things? For a moment, Luo Lingling's thoughts became more and more confused. Miss Third, we're here. This is Master Xinlian's room. Lu Ma's voice interrupted Luo Lingling's confused thoughts. Look up. A somewhat old door appeared in front of Luo Lingling. I saw Aunt Lu took out the key very skillfully and opened the door. What comes into view is a small room of a few square meters. The room is not big, but very tidy and clean. It is not difficult to see that the owner of the house is a very hardworking person. Luo Lingling said with some surprise. Why is his room so small? In response to Luo Lingling's surprise, Aunt Lu just smiled and didn't say much. With just one glance, the whole house is visible. A somewhat shabby little bed, a simple set of folding tables and chairs, and a cheap desk lamp. It almost takes up half of the room. Of course, there is also a cotton thread connecting the two walls. There are also two ordinary high school uniforms hanging on it. That's all there is in this room. When Luo Lingling stepped into the room, she immediately saw that a corner of the ceiling, as well as the wall below, showed signs of repair. It seemed that he noticed Luo Lingling's gaze. Aunt Lu explained calmly. This room originally had some water leakage. It was caused by Master Xinlian working outside. I used my own money to buy some waterproof glue and repaired it myself. Luo Lingling could hardly believe her ears. Although the young master of the Luo family is not favored, he has not fallen to this point. Soon, Luo Lingling pointed to two school uniforms hanging on the cotton thread. Did Luo Xinlian take all his things with him before he left? Hearing this, Aunt Lu shook her head. Continue speaking. No, Master Xinlian had a falling out with his family. Because it happened suddenly, Master Xinlian just left with blood all over his body. There is no time to come back and clean up. When Luo Lingling heard what Aunt Lu said, she immediately became confused. Then where are all his daily necessities? Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu first gave a bitter smile. Then he said, Master Xinlian, where are the daily necessities? All his stuff is here, no one has touched it. As if she remembered something, Aunt Lu added, by the way, Master Xinlian originally had a thin quilt. 2 days ago, I found that the quilt had become moldy, so I took the initiative to help Master Xinlian throw it away. Miss, don't worry. If Master Xinlian ever comes back, I, an old lady, will buy him a new set. The strange feeling in Luo Lingling's heart was becoming stronger and stronger at this moment. He simply couldn't believe that Luo Xinlian would have such a miserable life in the Luo family. Didn't the Luo family ever give Luo Xinlian a penny for living expenses? Originally, Luo Lingling was when Luo Xinlian had just returned to the Luo family. He was also afraid that Luo Xinlian would suddenly become the young master of the Luo family from a poor boy and would become extravagant. Extravagance and waste. Who knows? This person is not the young master of the Luo family at all. He is clearly living a life worse than the servants at home. Luo Lingling originally wanted to feel what it was like for Luo Xinlian to sleep in this room. Unexpectedly, he just sat down on Luo Xinlian's bed. The old wooden bed just shook. There was also a creaking sound. Because of the sudden loss of weight, Luo Lingling also staggered. He quickly supported himself on the bed with both hands and managed to stabilize his body. How can one sleep on a bed that shakes like this? Before Luo Lingling could finish her words, he suddenly felt a square bulge under the bed sheet. Luo Lingling also put her hand directly in. Soon, Luo Lingling took out a very plain diary. Is this Luo Xinlian's diary? 2-4 dying. Xiao Ming is in critical condition. At this time, Luo Xinlian didn't know that he had forgotten the diary when he left the Luo family. Found by Luo Lingling. He was sitting by Chen Wanru's bedside with a worried look on his face. Chen Wanru had just undergone an operation, still sleeping soundly under the dual effects of analgesics and anesthetics. According to the doctor's diagnosis, Chen Wanru's legs were directly crushed by the collapsed brick wall. The powerful inertia crushed the bones of Chen Wanru's legs. The meridians in the legs were also broken. I'm afraid I won't be able to stand for the rest of my life. Whenever he thought of Chen Wanru, the only person who had ever made him experience maternal love, suffered such harm. Luo Xinlian's murderous intent couldn't stop churning in his heart. At the same time, I also swore secretly in my heart. Sooner or later, Luo Xinyuan and Wang Xian, the two masterminds, will be killed to avenge Chen Wanru. However, what Luo Xinlian didn't know was that the mastermind behind the whole thing was not Luo Xinyuan, but his mother Zhou Yajing. Of course, there is also Qian Xiaodao, who has never shown up. He colluded with outsiders and brought harm to everyone in the orphanage. In this matter, compared to the two masterminds, Luo Xinlian hated Qian Xiaodao more. Just then, Bei Liuhu walked in. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also asked in a low voice, "How's Xiaoming?" Looking at Bei Liuhu with a gloomy expression, Luo Xinlian roughly guessed something. His expression became even uglier. Only Bei Liuhu replied, "The situation is not good. The hammer of the rock-breaking beast smashed Xiao Ming's sternum. Many bone fragments scratched the lungs, and the doctor is giving emergency treatment." Fatty Zhao is still waiting at the door of the emergency room. Luo Xinlian heard this and spoke. I'll go talk to the hospital. As long as Xiao Ming can be saved, I'm willing to pay any amount of money. At this time, Luo Xinlian was full of confidence. After all, Luo Xinlian made a total of 18.5 million. Luo Xinlian was a wealthy man, so he would naturally not be stingy with money when it came to the people in the orphanage. It seemed that he saw that Luo Xinlian's face looked unhappy. Bei Liaohu joked deliberately. Hey kid, it's been such a long time since we last met. Why are you so pretentious now? Luo Xinlian seemed to have understood Bei Liaohu's intention to enlighten him. So he forced a smile. Alas, there is nothing I can do. I am used to being poor. I suddenly became a multi-millionaire. I feel uncomfortable if I don't show off. Seeing this, Bei Liaohu also lightly hit Luo Xinlian's chest. He laughed and scolded. You are such a jerk. At this moment, Chen Wanru's leisurely voice reached their ears. Xiao, how is Xiao Ming? Seeing that Chen Wanru had woken up, they looked at each other and then hurried over. Oh, Xiao Ming is fine, don't worry. It seemed that he was afraid that Chen Wanru would worry. Bei Liaohu had no intention of telling the truth. But what he didn't expect was that Chen Wanru actually raised her hand and knocked Bei Liaohu on the head. Kid, I know you're afraid that I'll worry. But I heard what you said before. Take me to see it. Hearing this, the two were also embarrassed. You know, Chen Wanru had just had surgery. The doctor repeatedly warned us not to move around unless necessary. Seeing that the two were indifferent, Chen Wanru's face immediately turned dark. Alas, now the children have grown up and don't want to listen to me, the dean's mother, anymore. These children are raised in vain. To some extent, Luo Xinlian and Bei Liaohu have similar personalities. What they couldn't bear to hear most was Chen Wanru's rhetoric. The two of them immediately found a wheelchair. Chen Wanru was carefully placed on the wheelchair. After fixing Chen Wanru's legs that were already covered in plaster, the three of them rushed to the emergency room. Along the way, Luo Xinlian was responsible for pushing the wheelchair, while Bei Liaohu was responsible for clearing the way. He was afraid that he would accidentally hurt Chen Wanru again. With the cooperation of the two, they quickly arrived at the door of the emergency room. At this time, Zhao Dezhu was holding an inspection report and pacing back and forth anxiously. Suddenly, I found that Luo Xinlian and Bei Liaohu actually brought Dean Chen with them. Zhao Dezhu was immediately displeased. What are you doing? Didn't the doctor tell us to minimize Dean Chen's movements? How did you bring her here? The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. We have no choice. Dean Chen insisted on coming. Zhao Dezhu wanted to say something else. I only heard Chen Wanru say, Dezhu, don't blame them. I had to come here. But before Zhao Dezhu could speak, Chen Wanru pointed at the examination report in Zhao Dezhu's hand and said, Is this Xiao Ming's medical report? Let me see it. This? Quick, give it to me. Zhao Dezhu couldn't persuade Chen Wanru, so he had to hand over the report reluctantly. But after seeing the information on the report, Chen Wanru's eyes turned visibly red. The next moment, she couldn't suppress her worry and burst into tears. When the three of them saw Chen Wanru like this, they also felt uncomfortable. They all knew that Chen Wanru treated each of these orphans as her own children. Now we see Xiao Ming being harmed like this because he mistakenly trusted Qian Xiaodao. Chen Wanru's heart was also filled with guilt. Just as the three of them were about to speak to comfort Chen Wanru, an extremely arrogant voice came from. Cry, cry, cry. Why are you crying? Don't you know this is a surgery area? A young man in a white coat pushed the door open and walked out of the operating room nearby. He was holding a scalpel in his hand. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian and the other two also knew that they should not make loud noises in the operating area. If it affects the doctor who is performing surgery, it will be a serious matter. Immediately, the three of them were about to apologize on behalf of Chen Wanru. Unexpectedly, the young man in the white coat continued. I am performing an autopsy on a golden monkey. If you interfere with my operation, can you afford to compensate me for preventing me from completing my graduation thesis? After saying this, the young man returned to the operating room. As if to express his dissatisfaction, the young man slammed the door of the operating room. When he closed it, there was a loud bang sound. Almost the entire floor could hear it. Looking at the young man's attitude, the only trace of guilt Luo Xinlian had originally felt disappeared. The other two were in a similar situation. Bei Liaohu said with a hint of coldness, That man didn't seem to be a doctor. I saw the name tag on his chest that said he was an intern at a medical university. Zhao Dezhu also said with some dissatisfaction. What? You want to be a doctor? The sound of him slamming the door can be heard by the whole floor. How dare he say that to Dean Shun? Luo Xinlian looked at the sad Dean Shun and headed in the direction of the emergency room. If it were any other time, Luo Xinlian would probably rush up without hesitation and teach this young man a lesson. But the situation now is rather special, and Luo Xinlian doesn't want to cause any more trouble. But Chen Wanru only felt that her crying affected others. Feeling that he was in the wrong, he still spoke up to give advice. Don't blame that young man. I was just too emotional. Seeing Chen Wanru speak, the three of them didn't know what to say. Beep! The emergency light, which was originally on, suddenly went out. A middle-aged doctor in surgical gown and a mask came out with an assistant. He spoke to several people anxiously. Are you the family members of patient Xiaoming? Xiaoming's condition is not optimistic now, although the other broken bones have been cleaned up. But a broken rib had pierced his lung. The only way to save him now is very risky and requires signatures from his family members. Then, the assistant at the side handed the family notice to Bei Liuhu, who was standing closest to the front. Then he continued, also, I have to tell you that if Xiao Ming doesn't undergo this high-risk operation, he might not survive tonight. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanru made a prompt decision and took the family notice from Bei Liuhu. He signed his name immediately. Since we are doomed, we might as well give it a try. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. The doctor couldn't help but look at her differently when he saw that the seemingly weak Chen Wanru was so decisive. Luo Xinlian also spoke. Doctor, please, if you can save my brother, you will be rewarded handsomely. The doctor waved his hand upon hearing this. It is our duty to save lives and heal the sick. As long as there is hope, we will do our best. Immediately, the doctor prepared to return to the emergency room. Before leaving, he added one more sentence. Remember to stay quiet. This operation cannot go wrong at all. Any movement could lead to failure of the operation. 2-5 Rage. I'll make you feel the same way. Wait until the doctor re-enters the emergency room. Chen Wanru, who had been pretending to be calm, couldn't help sobbing again. But after what happened before, Chen Wanru still tried her best to control her emotions. But the door of the operating room next to it opened again. This was accompanied by verbal abuse from the young man in the white coat. I said, don't you understand what people say? I told you not to make any noise. Didn't you hear me? Do you have any qualities? The young man seemed to be filled with anger. He actually kicked over the row of chairs in the corridor for people to rest. The sound of metal hitting the ground is quite loud. For a moment, the entire corridor echoed with the sound of metal hitting the ground. Just then, a cry of surprise was heard from the emergency room. But then it quickly disappeared. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian's eyes narrowed immediately. He knew very well that the noise just now must have affected the operation inside. But the doctor did not stop the operation, which proves that the movement just now caused some errors in the operation. But there were no major problems. Despite this, Luo Xinlian was already eager to make a move. He could no longer suppress the urge to kill the guy in front of him. Bei Liuhu on the side seemed to notice that something was wrong with Luo Xinlian's condition at the moment. I was afraid that Luo Xinlian would act impulsively. He had personally investigated all the bodies in the orphanage before. Naturally, he also knew Luo Xinlian's methods. But before that, it could be said that Luo Xinlian was acting in self-defense. But we are in the hospital now. If we let Luo Xinlian do what he wants, it may not end well. So Bei Liuhu quickly spoke up to persuade him. Xin Lian, this is a hospital. Don't be impulsive. It seemed that Bei Liuhu's voice was heard. Luo Xinlian also calmed down a lot. But Zhao Dezhu on the side couldn't help it. You're just an intern. Why are you so arrogant? You slam doors and kick chairs, making the loudest noises than anyone else. How can you have the nerve to blame others? Facing Zhao Dezhu's accusations, the young man looked unconcerned. Now you know what it feels like to be yelled at. Would I have done this if you hadn't interrupted my academic research? You actually come to blame me. You're really going against Tian Gang? After hearing the other party's remarks, Zhao Dezhu was completely dumbfounded. There are actually people in this world who are so unreasonable. Just about to say something. As a result, many patients, their family members and doctors rushed over after hearing the noise. These people had just learned the whole story from the quarrel between Zhao Dezhu and the young man. Someone immediately started to scold the young man. There's something wrong with you. Isn't it reasonable that the family members are crying and grieving while the patient is receiving emergency treatment? You're kicking chairs and slamming doors here. Do you know how many people you've affected? Then another doctor in a white coat came out. He looked at the internship certificate on the young man's chest, said somewhat displeased, "You're an intern. Why are you so arrogant in the hospital? Do you really think the hospital is your home? With your character, you are not worthy of being a doctor. I'll check which doctor is taking you in a moment. You can forget about passing the assessment. It has to be said that the people have sharp eyes. The right and wrong will be judged by the fair judge." Beep! The emergency room's warning light dimmed again. Immediately afterwards, a doctor's assistant poked his head out from the door of the emergency room, said sternly, "There are patients here who need emergency treatment. Please be quiet." Then he closed the door again. After hearing this, everyone quickly shut up. But this gave the young man a chance to catch his breath. It seems to be because of the previous criticism from everyone. Let the youth be warm. Unexpectedly, this young man took advantage of everyone's inattention and rushed straight to the door of the emergency room. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian seemed to realize the young man's intention. I immediately wanted to step forward to stop it, but it was too late. The young man actually kicked the door of the emergency room. "If you affect my academic report, I will make sure you can't get first aid. Today I will show you what it means to not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. Only when you suffer the pain yourself can you empathize with it." Phew! As soon as the young man said this, he just felt a strong impact on his face. The next moment, the center of gravity also became unbalanced. He fell straight to the ground. At this moment, Luo Xinlian could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He immediately pinned the young man to the ground and beat him violently. Even the security guards and doctors who had rushed over after hearing the noise looked up. Pretend not to see. At this moment, the same words suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. "Cool." At this moment, a somewhat inappropriate voice suddenly sounded. "It's Zhao Dezhu. Xin Lian. Don't do this." When everyone heard this, they thought that the fat man wanted to plead for the young man. But who knew that Zhao Dezhu immediately responded, "Drag him to the corridor to fight. Don't disturb the operation." Hearing this, Luo Xinlian also felt that it made sense. He immediately kicked the young man on the forehead. The young man felt dizzy and dazed after being kicked. Seeing that the young man had no room to resist for a moment, Luo Xinlian directly picked up one of the young man's feet and dragged him towards the corridor. The next moment, screams were heard in the corridor. Everyone just felt very happy. Chen Wanru was frightened by this sudden scene. "Only now did I come to my senses," she asked Zhao Dezhu and Bei Liuhu while sobbing with some uneasiness. "You won't make things worse, will you?" Zhao Dezhu waved his hand. "President Chun, please relax. Brother, who is the captain of the police station after all?" Bei Liuhu smiled without comment. "As a member of the police station, I shouldn't say such things. But that guy just now really needs to be punished." Just then, a bald middle-aged doctor came running over in a hurry. He looked a little anxious. "Where's Master Su?" A doctor at the scene seemed to recognize the bald, middle-aged doctor. Asked, "Director Xie, why are you here? Who is young Master Su?" Director Xie immediately described to the doctor the appearance of the so-called young Master Su. The doctor reacted immediately. "Oh, the boy you were talking about? People were giving first aid here, and he came over to cause trouble. Now he's being dragged into the hallway by relatives and being beaten up." Hearing this, Director Xie's face suddenly became extremely ugly. "Oh no, something big has happened. Do you know that the young man who was beaten just now is a relative of the Su family, a family of beast tamers? You guys have made a big mess." When everyone heard this, they realized that the arrogant young man was from the Su family, one of the 3 major beast taming families in City A. They immediately scattered like birds and beasts. I was afraid that this matter had anything to do with me. Now only Bei Liuhu, Zhao Dezhu, Chen Wanru, and Director Xie are left. The doctor who had talked to Director Xie before also quickly found an excuse to slip away. Director Xie rushed over here as soon as he noticed the movement here. He was afraid that this young master from the Su family side branch would cause trouble again. The result is true. Just then, Luo Xinlian came back with a refreshed look on his face. Looking at Luo Xinlian's expression, Zhao Dezhu immediately cried out inwardly, "Oh no! Would Xin Lian kill that grandson?" He immediately came up to Luo Xinlian and asked, "No one was killed, right? This is a hospital. It's not going to end well." Luo Xinlian shook his head. Of course he wouldn't be that stupid. He was just teaching his grandson a lesson. If something happened to Xiao Ming, he would definitely take the other person's life, but not now. Doesn't he like to empathize? I just broke a few of his ribs. He won't die. Director Xie, who was standing by, also heard what Luo Xinlian said. His face turned extremely ugly. He immediately ran towards the direction where Luo Xinlian had just come from. I kept repeating it silently in my heart. Master Su, you must not get into any trouble. Otherwise, our hospital will be finished. 26 Open. Beast Training Module. Soon, a stretcher was pushed past Luo Xinlian and others. When the stretcher was pushed past them again, lying on it was a young man who had been beaten beyond recognition. Luo Xinlian was quite satisfied with his work. Xinlian, are you going a little too far? Chen Wanru's worried voice suddenly sounded in Luo Xinlian's ears. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu took over the conversation. He's lucky that Xinlian didn't kill him. Bei Liuhu's voice also rang out immediately afterwards. Although this person is only a branch of the Su family, he has a very good relationship with the second young master of the Su family. I'm afraid this matter won't end well, because when Director Xie revealed the young man's identity, Luo Xinlian was beating the young man violently. So the identity of the young man is unknown. The identity of the young man was only known now from the words of several people. Luo Xinlian originally felt that he had been a little too harsh. He immediately showed a hint of displeasure. He was still muttering, "Damn, Su family, if you had known earlier, you should have used a little more strength." Just when a few people were discussing how to face the Su family next. Beep! The door to the emergency room opened again. The surgeon came out with an unhappy look on his face. What just happened? Such a big noise. Didn't I tell you to keep quiet? If the operation fails, it could be fatal. Faced with the surgeon's reprimand, the few people did not feel unhappy. Instead, his favorable impression of the surgeon in front of him doubled. You know, only a truly serious and responsible doctor would be so angry about what happened just now. At this moment, Luo Xinlian also noticed Chen Wanru's anxious expression. He immediately asked the surgeon in charge, "Excuse me, doctor. There was a madman going crazy here just now. He has been driven away. How is my brother?" Hearing this, the surgeon was a little confused. Where did this madman come from in the hospital? But I didn't care too much. Instead, he let out a long sigh and said, "Fortunately, the operation was successful." After hearing this, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Wanru was so happy that she cried. Luo Xinlian also quickly took out a large red envelope that had been sealed long ago from his pocket and stuffed it into the surgeon's hand. This red envelope looks heavy just by looking at it. What surprised Luo Xinlian was, the surgeon did not accept it, but he said lightly, "It is my duty to save the dying and the wounded. I appreciate your kindness, but I won't accept the money." After saying this, the surgeon left immediately. Seeing this, several people's favorable impression of this doctor increased a lot. After watching the doctor leave, Luo Xinlian then said to Chen Wanru, "Dean, you can rest assured now, right? Go back to the ward and rest." After learning that Xiao Ming had survived the danger, Chen Wanru no longer insisted. He let Luo Xinlian and Bei Liu push him back to the ward. Zhao Dezhu stayed to cooperate with the doctor and complete the next tasks. After returning to the ward, maybe it's because my mind is relaxed, Chen Wanru soon fell into a deep sleep. Until then, Bei Liu then spoke to Luo Xinlian in a low voice. "What are you going to do next? The Su family will definitely not give up." Hearing this, Luo Xinlian sneered. "Let the Su family make their moves, and I will take them one by one." Looking at the young man in front of him, who looks quite domineering, Bei Liu was actually a little dazed for a moment. Thinking back to the beginning, Luo Xinlian was still the slug following behind him. Now, not only does he have an outstanding talent for taming beasts, but his character is also decisive and ruthless. If I could recruit this little brother of mine to the police station, he believed that in the near future, a ruthless detective who would terrify all criminals would appear in City A. But at this time, he did not express this idea. Just said it lightly. "If you have any trouble, feel free to contact me." Luo Xinlian smiled when he heard this and agreed without hesitation. "Okay, it seems that things here have come to an end." Luo Xinlian immediately remembered that the shadow dragon was malnourished. He immediately spoke to Bei Liu. "Brother Hu, I have something to do. I will be back later." Bei Liu is also very easy to talk to. Replied immediately, "You go ahead and do your work. Fatty and I are here." After getting the response, Luo Xinlian also walked outside. As he walked, he took out the beast taming cookbook from his arms and started reading it. The first page introduces the energy replenishment for beast taming. It turns out that no matter it is a companion beast or a contracted beast, after becoming a subordinate relationship with humans, They will absorb human spiritual energy as a medium to activate their abilities. But its growth will consume the beast's own energy or nutrition. This requires regular replenishment of nutritional energy for the beast. If it is not supplemented on time, it will replenish its nutritional energy. At the very least, the combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, and at worst, the growth of the beast will be affected. Because Luo Xinlian is just a rookie who has just become a beast master. Before he became Nan Yunxiao's apprentice, no one taught him this knowledge, and he himself had never attended the Beast Taming Academy. Naturally, I don't have this knowledge. Not to mention my previous life, I was just an ordinary person. After reading these instructions, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but feel a little scared. What if I ended up ruining such a powerful beast like the Shadow Dragon because I didn't know this knowledge? That's a really good hand played badly. Fortunately, it's not too late now. All we have to do is help Shadow Dragon replenish its nutrients. Immediately, Luo Xinlian turned to the second page of the beast taming recipe book. Just at this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Luo Xinlian's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has been exposed to the knowledge of beast training. Now open the beast training section. Through the beast training template, the host can view the beast's loyalty, personality, preferences, mood, diet, and health status. If an abnormal state occurs, you can also query the solution through the cultivation template. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also became interested. He immediately opened the breeding template of the Shadow Dragon to check it out. Name: Shadow Dragon. Loyalty: 100. Companion beast is absolutely loyal. Personality: arrogant, slightly arrogant. Preference: trampling powerful beings underfoot. Mood: depressed, unhappy. Unhappy. The strong feeling of hunger makes the Shadow Dragon unhappy/depressed. How can a proud dragon wag its tail to beg for food? Solution: let it eat. Diet: omnivorous. Description: the meat of a powerful spirit beast combined with the spirit herbs/crystals used to strengthen the body can accelerate the growth of the Shadow Dragon. Ingredients pairing suggestion: spirit beast meat. The higher the level, the better. Plus dark crystal/dragon crystal plus dragon primrose. Production method: health status: malnutrition. Malnutrition caused by not eating for a long time. Combat power is 30% reduced. After reading the cultivation panel of Shadow Dragon, Luo Xinlian also felt a pang of guilt. Brother, you've suffered so much. I'll go get you something delicious. Soon, Luo Xinlian arrived at the largest spiritual beast/material trading platform in City A, Xishangjai. It is said that Xishangjai is backed by Xishan College. Whether it is supplies, beast taming equipment, or other beast taming related services, it has everything. Of course, because of the 4 sacred colleges, no one dared to cause trouble here. After all, the status of the 4 sacred colleges in the world of beast taming is extremely important. Naturally, no one was blind enough to cause trouble. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to enter the 4 Saints Pavilion, but he was stopped by the guard at the door. Hello, please show me your beast tamer badge. 2-7 purchase. 4 Saints fast. Luo Xinlian was stunned when he heard this. I didn't expect that I would need to show the beast tamer's emblem just to enter the door. But where did he get the beast taming emblem when he had never even attended a beast taming academy? I was immediately at a loss. But soon Luo Xinlian remembered the token that Nan Yunxiao had given him. He immediately took out the token from his clothes and placed it in front of the guard at Xishangjai. I don't have a coat of arms. Is this okay? Originally, Luo Xinlian just wanted to give it a try. Unexpectedly, the guard bowed 90 degrees to Luo Xinlian the moment he saw the token. Please come in, sir. Luo Xinlian never expected this. The token given by my master actually has this effect. There was no more delay. He put away the token and stepped into the threshold of Xishangjai. Just one glance. Luo Xinlian was fascinated by the dazzling array of items in the 4 Saints Pavilion. The interior of Xishangjai looked like a huge department store with countless counters. Luo Xinlian was dazzled by the sight of all the goods. Each counter sells different things. Just as Luo Xinlian was looking around the Xishangjai aimlessly like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, a shopping guide walked up to Luo Xinlian with a professional smile. Asked politely, "Sir, is there anything I could do for you?" Luo Xinlian was also quite surprised. I didn't expect the service attitude of Xishangjai is so good. Even if you're wearing cheap clothes, the other party is still so polite to me. But Luo Xinlian soon figured out the problem. Almost all those who can enter the 4 Saints fast are beast tamers. How can you determine someone's identity based on appearance? After all, some senior masters have some quirks to a greater or lesser extent. After all, his own master, Nan Yunxiao, doesn't look very good. Seeing that the other party was so polite to him, Luo Xinlian also spoke politely. Hello, sister. I'm here to buy ingredients for beast control. After a little thought, Luo Xinlian added, well, maybe a larger amount is needed. Hearing this, the shopping guide skillfully took out a list of materials. Said softly, sir, please look. This is the list of all the supplies for our Four Saints fast. If you need a larger quantity, you could directly check it above and note the required quantity. We will have someone to bring you what you need. This will also save you time searching. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. Immediately make your purchase according to the information provided by the system training module. Soon, Luo Xinlian, who had completed his shopping, handed the shopping list to the shopping guide. The salesgirl began to carefully check Luo Xinlian's shopping list. 300 kilograms of flesh and blood of a mature spirit beast. 300 dark crystals. But soon, as the salesgirl looked towards the back of the list, the face that originally had a professional smile finally showed a slight change. She asked Luo Xinlian tentatively, sir, are you sure you have filled out your shopping list correctly? 300 dragon crystals, 100 dragon primroses. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian raised his eyebrows slightly. What? Out of stock? Upon hearing this, the salesgirl quickly waved her hand. That's not the case. But these dragon crystals and dragon primroses are only effective against dragon-type beasts. Hearing the salesgirl say this, Luo Xinlian reacted immediately. After all, dragon-type beasts have disappeared for more than 300 years. I suddenly came here to buy so many dragon materials, so it's no wonder the shopping guide asked a few more questions. Don't worry, little sister, I'm not wrong. Just take the goods according to the order. After getting a positive answer, the salesgirl said no more. He didn't care why Luo Xinlian bought dragon materials. The reason for asking this is just to avoid getting the wrong item for the customer and being held responsible. Now the answer is affirmative. He began to seriously calculate the price of this batch of things. After a while, the salesgirl still had that professional smile on her face. Speak. Hello, sir. After calculation, the price of this batch of goods is 10.35 million. If you confirm that there is no problem, I will contact the warehouse to get the goods for you. If it is inconvenient for you, we can also arrange a special truck to deliver the goods to your door. At this moment, after hearing the price of more than 10 million, Luo Xinlian suddenly felt a pain in his heart. My master probably guessed what would happen today, which is why he gave me the 10 million. I thought I was very rich with 18.5 million. I didn't expect that breeding beasts would be so expensive. When I think about it this way, my family assets are simply not enough to build it. We have to find a way to make money. But this was a misunderstanding on Luo Xinlian's part. Although the materials consumed by beast taming are very expensive. But if you use materials of other attributes, only half of the dragon-type materials are needed. After all, dragon-type materials are much scarcer than materials of other attributes. The salesgirl standing by looked at Luo Xinlian, who was in a daze. There was also a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Luo Xinlian seemed to have noticed something strange about the salesgirl. Naturally, I reacted. Probably because of his dazed look, the salesgirl thought he was someone who came to deliberately make fun of him. He immediately took out a card from his pocket. No need to deliver the goods. I can handle it myself. Swipe your card. I heard the word swipe card. The salesgirl immediately put on a textbook expression change. He immediately took out the machine with a smile on his face and handed it to Luo Xinlian. As the card is swiped through the machine, a mechanical sound is produced. The smile on the salesgirl's face became even brighter. Card swiping successful. 10.35 million has been received. At the same time, shopping guides increasingly feel that one should not judge a person by his appearance. It turns out that those who can enter the Four Saints fast are not simple. Who would have thought that this teenager could actually come up with more than 10 million? The salesgirl was also secretly delighted at this moment. I should be able to get quite a bit of commission this time. Fortunately, I didn't forget the content of the on-the-job training. Take every guest seriously. If you judge people by appearance, you might let the big fish slip away. But he still kept smiling on the surface, but it was more sincere. Hello, sir. This is your consumption voucher. I'll help you get the supplies. After saying that, the salesgirl turned and left. After waiting for a while, Luo Xinlian suddenly felt a little bored, so he wandered around the Four Saints Pavilion. However, Luo Xinlian's look around was seen by a woman in professional attire. A trace of disgust immediately flashed across the woman's eyes. He rushed straight to Luo Xinlian and spoke bluntly. You're quite well informed. You came to me right after I returned to City A. But I've told you so many times, don't bother me no matter what. Your behavior just makes me sick. Two-way conflict. Luo Yuyan's difficulty. Luo Xinlian was also a little confused at this time. He couldn't understand why this woman who suddenly rushed in front of him was scolding him. I asked subconsciously. No. Unexpectedly, the woman saw Luo Xinlian's reaction. There was also a hint of sarcasm. Pretend. Keep pretending. A new trick this time? Don't think you can get my attention by always doing this. I, Luo Yuyan, will never admit that you are my brother. My only brother is Luo Xinyuan. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian remembered the identity of the woman in front of him. The fourth daughter of the Luo family, Luo Yuyan. He has had a strong talent for business since he was a child. After returning to the Luo family, Luo Xinlian also knew his own business. Knowing that he had no talent for taming beasts, he wanted to learn business from his fourth sister. But Luo Yuyan always didn't want to pay attention to Luo Xinlian. But in order to prove his determination to study, Luo Xinlian would always run to Luo Yuyan's workplace from time to time to please her in various ways. I thought that as long as I was sincere, I would be accepted by my sister Luo Yuyan. But what Luo Xinlian didn't expect was, not only did Luo Yuyan not appreciate it, she hated Luo Xinlian even more. Whenever I see Luo Xinlian, I feel that Luo Xinlian's behavior is particularly despicable and disgusting. He even asked Luo Yu to study abroad, just to avoid Luo Xinlian. Luo Yuyan was away for 2.5 years. I only returned to Dragon Country 2 days ago. With his excellent resume, he was successfully hired as a floor manager at Si Xingjai. Don't underestimate Luo Yuyan as just a floor manager. However, it has the priority right to purchase materials from Si Xingjai and City A. The strength of Si Xingjai is unquestionable. Their means of acquiring beast-taming resources can be said to be the best in Dragon Country. Suppose the four saints obtain a treasure that can enhance the potential of beast-taming. Naturally, an auction will be held, and all major beast-taming families and forces will be invited to participate. But with the right of first refusal, you can skip the auction and buy it in advance. This is very beneficial for the competition for resources among major families, unless the person you are competing with has higher authority than Luo Yuyan. Otherwise, as long as Luo Yuyan likes something, Si Xingjai will give priority to selling it to Luo Yuyan. What's more, Si Xingjai is backed by the Four Saints College. If I can climb higher, maybe I can even meet the real big shots in the four sacred colleges. Many wealthy people and bosses outside are not even qualified to be hired. You can imagine how important this floor manager is. Of course, not every position in Si Xingjai has such value. For example, the shopping guides, security guards, and doormen here. They're all just non-staff personnel. There is no authority. After remembering the other person's identity, Luo Xinlian didn't show much emotional change. Just said coldly, "Go away. Leave me alone." Seeing Luo Xinlian's indifferent expression, the sneer on Luo Yuyan's face became even stronger. I told you not to play tricks in front of me. This will only make me hate you more. Get out of here now. This is not the place for you. Luo Xinlian was left speechless. Why didn't he realize Luo Yuyan was so nosy before? I don't even want to pay attention to him, but he keeps on chattering. In order to get rid of Luo Yuyan as soon as possible, Luo Xinlian also spoke. I came to Shanghai to buy something. What does it have to do with you? Get out of the way. You're an eyesore. Luo Yuyan was so angry that she laughed. As he spoke, he grabbed Luo Xinlian's clothes and tried to pull him out. I really don't know whether you are ignorant or just outrageously bold. This is the Four Saints' Rest. Only beast masters can enter. I don't know how a loser like you who can't even make a contract with a beast tamer managed to get in here. But you'd better leave now, or I'll ask security to kick you out. Luo Xinlian, whose clothes were grabbed, immediately became angry. He pushed Luo Yuyan away. Get lost. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you I'm here to buy something. Luo Xinlian did not hold back at all, and this swing directly caused Luo Yuyan to lose balance. Fell to the ground. Luo Yuyan was immediately furious. Security! Security! There's a guy who sneaked in here and is causing trouble. The next moment, 4 or 5 security guards wearing the uniforms of the Four Saints Jai and a few kangaroos surrounded Luo Xinlian. See the helper coming. Luo Yuyan's face suddenly became proud. I just told you to leave, but you didn't leave. Now I can't leave even if I want to. I'm going to arrest you right now and send you to the police station. Even though Luo Xinlian was surrounded by security guards at this time, still his expression remained unchanged. Is this how you, the Four Saints, treat your guests? Hearing this, Luo Yuyan immediately sneered. We at Shanghai treat our guests with courtesy. But for someone like you who sneaked into the Four Saints' quarters with ill intentions, there is naturally nothing to say. Why are you still standing there? Go and take him down. Seeing that his explanation didn't make sense, Luo Xinlian narrowed his eyes slightly. The shadow dragon in the shadows is also ready to strike at any time. Just when the two sides were about to come to blows, the guard who had let Luo Xinlian in earlier suddenly ran over and shouted loudly. Don't do it! It's all a misunderstanding. The guard stood in front of Luo Xinlian and explained. It's all a misunderstanding. Don't be impulsive. This person possesses the order of the Beast Tamer Association's elder. We can't afford to offend them, because it's not too far from the door. After the guard noticed the commotion here, he just prepared to take a few secret glances at the door. Look at the excitement. But who would have thought that this young man with the elder's order would actually start a fight with his own security team? How could he continue watching the show? So he rushed over. Although the strength of the four sacred colleges is very strong, but the Beast Taming Association is not a pushover, especially this kind of existence that possesses the Elder's Order. They are either disciples of the Elders or members of the Beast Taming Association who have missions to accomplish. If we take action against this young man today, I'm afraid that people like them at the bottom of society will all suffer. I heard a few words from the Beast Taming Association's elders. Everyone was stunned. When the security personnel heard that it was a big shot from the Beast Taming Association, they were immediately frightened. Fortunately, I haven't done it yet. Otherwise, we will be finished. But what they didn't expect was, how could this big shot of the Beast Taming Association be so young? Even Luo Yan couldn't help but be shocked. I thought, how could Luo Xinlian be a member of the Beast Taming Association? But then, Luo Yuyan seemed to understand something. She covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her whole body shook. Said to the guard, "Are you okay? How can he, a loser who can't even make a contract with a beast tamer, have the Elder's Order of the Beast Tamer Association? I really don't know how you looked at the door. You were fooled by a loser with just a few words." After hearing Luo Yuyan's explanation, the security guards suddenly understood. I was saying, he's so young. How could he be a senior from the Beast Tamer Association? That's right. Look at the cheap street stall clothes he's wearing. How could he possibly be here to shop? Luo Yuyan's expression also changed, and she shouted at the guard. All right, get out of my way. I'll come back to hold you accountable for your negligence later. Before the guard could speak, he was pushed aside by security. The guard was a little confused at this time. When this young man came in, he clearly showed the Elder's Order. How could it be fake? When the security guards were being trained, the materials clearly listed all the objects that represented the identities of important people. They were just afraid that their security guards were ignorant and might offend some important people. I still remember all the details of Elder Ling's appearance. How can I admit my mistake? But at this time, Luo Yuyan just wanted to take Luo Xinlian to the public security station and lock him up for a while. How could I know what the doorman was thinking? After 2.5 years, you've become more and more courageous. Not only did he dare to sneak into the Four Saints Hall, he even dared to forge the Elder's Order of the Beast Taming Association. What my mother said is absolutely right. You are full of bad habits of stealing and cheating. If I don't take you to the police station and educate you properly, I'm afraid you'll be close to committing murder and arson. The next moment, a group of security guards began to command the kangaroos to attack Luo Xinlian. Seeing Luo Xinlian standing there motionless, he thought that Luo Xinlian was frightened by the scene in front of him. I suddenly felt refreshed. Who told you, a piece of trash, to always come and bother me? I had to flee abroad. This lady has long wanted to teach you a lesson. Since you came to my door today, don't blame me. 2-9 provocation. The true guard of the Four Saints. As the security guards slowly surrounded Luo Xinlian, Luo Yuyan's face became more and more proud. He had already begun to imagine Luo Xinlian knelt down and begged for mercy. After all, this waste was like this when he was in the Luo family. Because he was not clean, he was always beaten with a whip by his third sister. Every time he starts out by pretending to be tough, But in the end, he can't stand it anymore and starts crying and begging for mercy. But what Luo Yuyin didn't expect was Luo Xinlian actually looked calm and composed. Seeing this, Luo Yuyin suddenly felt unhappy. This idiot is getting more and more pretentious. Just wait and see. It won't be long before he will beg for mercy again like before. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A kangaroo beast actually flew out of the encirclement. It hit a pillar nearby. He lost his ability to fight immediately. Luo Yuyin immediately felt something was wrong. Look forward immediately. I saw a dark dragon shadow tumbling around in the field. The security guards and their beast masters were knocked to the ground. It's Shadow Dragon Bow. The next moment, a 2-meter-tall shadow dragon appeared beside Luo Xinlian. This made Luo Yuyin's brain dazed. What is this thing? How come I've never seen it before? When did this piece of rubbish get the contract for the beast tamer? It seemed that the commotion here attracted some beast masters who were purchasing supplies at Shanghai. They were also very curious about who was so bold as to cause trouble in Shanghai. Immediately, someone recognized Luo Xinlian and Shadow Dragon. Look, isn't this the dragon-controlling genius that was reported in the newspaper not long ago? Is the big guy next to him the dragon-type beastmaster who disappeared for 300 years? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience burst into an uproar. They started discussing it one after another. Listening to the noisy discussions around, Luo Yuyin could hardly believe her ears. What? Dragon Rider, this useless Luo Xinlian. No, impossible. What on earth happened during the 2.5 years I was away? How could this loser become a dragon rider? That's the beast that disappeared for 300 years. But before he could come to his senses, Luo Yuyin suddenly felt as if her head was clamped by something. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free, until his eyes met a pair of ferocious dragon eyes. Only then did he realize that it was Luo Xinlian's dragon-type beast that was pinching his head and lifting him up. At this moment, someone else recognized Luo Yuyin's identity. Look, isn't this the 4th young lady of the Luo family? Some people who did not know the truth also raised their doubts at the appropriate time. You said this Luo family is also interesting. First, Miss Five was forced to eat shit by her own brother. Now the 4th young lady has also been caught by Luo Xinlian. Why is Luo Xinlian always at odds with the Luo family? Even some people who knew the inside story said it immediately. You don't know this. Then he told the story of Luo Xinlian going missing when he was a child. It would be better if you didn't say this, but now you do. Everyone became even more confused. This is not right. You said that Luo Xinlian was a waste, that's all. But he is a dragon-controlling genius. Are the people from the Luo family crazy? Why don't they like their biological son, who is so outstanding? Why do they have to pamper their adopted son? The knowledgeable guy before also shook his head. I don't know about that. For a moment, everyone was watching the farce in front of them with the mentality of watching a good show. No one had any sympathy for Luo Yuyin. After all, this family is too weird. In any family, if their child has been missing for many years, when we find the child again, we will love him her even more to make up for the years of family love that the child has been missing. But instead of making up for Luo Xinlian, the Luo family targeted Luo Xinlian everywhere. Who would like a family like this? At this time, Luo Xinlian said jokingly, "What do you think of me sticking your head in the toilet? How about feeding you shit like your 5th sister?" Hearing this, Luo Yuyin's face turned green. But he still said it with some dissatisfaction. Aren't you afraid that Dad and Mom will know about this? Dad? Mom? Ha ha ha. Luo Xinlian suddenly burst into laughter. It seems that Miss Luo has not returned to the Luo family yet. Don't you know? I have long severed all ties with the Luo family. You were the one who provoked me first today, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Luo Yuyin was immediately shocked. He could never have imagined that Luo Xinlian actually severed ties with the Luo family. I see that we can't delay this any longer. Luo Yuyin no longer cared about her face. He shouted immediately, "If you don't take action now, the Four Saints' house will lose all its reputation." Swish! A fiery red feather appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly it shot towards the dragon claw of the Shadow Dragon. Because the incident happened suddenly, Instant Shadow Dragon was forced to let go of Luo Yuyin. Immediately, Luo Xinlian felt 4 powerful spiritual power fluctuations appearing inexplicably around him, staring at me eagerly. The security guards lying on the ground can only be used to intimidate ordinary beastmasters. Presumably, This is the real guardian of the Four Saints' house? Then a voice was heard. How dare you cause trouble in Shanghai? Do you really think we are vegetarians? Upon hearing this, the onlookers instantly became excited. There have been rumors about this for a long time. Every Four Saints Hall in a city is guarded by elite guards from the Four Saints Academy. I guess this is the person who just spoke. Although Luo Xinlian can't be blamed for this matter, it was all caused by his sister. But this is the Four Saints fast after all. To do anything here is tantamount to slapping the Four Saints in the face. What a pity. I'm afraid this matter can't be resolved peacefully today. At this time, Luo Xinlian was also filled with anger. I didn't expect the people at Shanghai to be so unreasonable. I just came to buy something, but encountered difficulties from Luo Yuyan. It was clearly them who started the fight first, but they are blaming themselves for it. All the unhappiness at this moment is combined into one sentence. Don't talk nonsense to me. If you want to fight, then fight. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. They could never have imagined that Luo Xinlian would dare to challenge the elites of the Four Sacred Academies. Even Luo Yuyan couldn't believe that Luo Xinlian dared to say such words. I really don't know whether this is boldness or ignorance. However, he was secretly delighted. You are courting death by provoking the people from the Four Saints Academy. Immediately, he took advantage of the confrontation between Luo Xinlian and the Four Saint elites. He sneaked aside and checked the news about Luo Xinlian on his mobile phone. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. The most horrifying piece of news for him was a genius in controlling dragons. The abandoned young master of the Luo family has slaughtered dozens of people in an orphanage. Not a single corpse is intact. The murderer is not guilty. The chief of the police station and Luo Xinlian are in cahoots with each other. They are taking human lives lightly. Recall the scene when the shadow dragon pinched your head. Luo Yuyan felt like she had been to the gates of hell. Dilemma? Battle against five-star beast tamer Chao Xing. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a suit was sitting in a luxurious office, watching the surveillance through the computer on the desk. The computer was displaying the image of Luo Xin, refining his brain through the Four Saints fast. He also held a shopping list in his hand. It was exactly the one that Luo Xinlian had filled out before. Interesting. Dragon-type beast tamer. Let me see what you are capable of. The Four Saints Hall. At this time, a young man in red clothes appeared. The young man's face was full of arrogance. Obviously, he didn't take Luo Xinlian seriously. Boy, you are the first one in City A who dares to cause trouble in my Four Saints house. See the young man appear. The knowledgeable guy from before was also full of excitement. Oh my God! It's Chao Xing from the Four Saints Academy. He actually came to our City A. The people on the side heard this. I was also shocked. What? Chao Xing? Is that Chao Xing, who swept more than 10 newcomers at the Four Saints Academy's entrance ceremony? Brother Dong nodded immediately. Yes, it's him. Although Chao Xing only ranked 23rd in the Four Saints freshman entrance ceremony. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that if Chao Xing hadn't been so powerful and hadn't made so many enemies, his ranking would have been much higher. At this time, Luo Xinlian was not affected by the discussions around him about Chao Xing. Instead, he just looked at the young man in front of him. You were the one who attacked me just now. After these words were spoken, Chao Xing's arrogance disappeared completely. The handsome face also became a little gloomy. I'm a disciple of the Four Saints. Do I need to sneak attack a nameless person like you? Just now I saw you were going to hurt Miss Luo, so I just saved her casually. As he spoke, Chao Xing turned his gaze towards a shadow dragon again. A good beast master, but it followed the wrong master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so malnourished. Dragon Man, how about it? Are you interested in following me? I promise to make sure you have a good time. Upon hearing this, Shadow Dragon crossed his arms. The pair of dragon eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Seeing that Shadow Dragon looked down on him, Chao Xing felt embarrassed. Luo Xinlian was also equally embarrassed. Although I don't know much about other beast taming knowledge. But he was clear about the issue of loyalty. As long as the beast's loyalty is below 60, the power of the contract between the beast master and the beast master will become extremely fragile. Not only is there a risk of someone stealing your partner away from you, even the beast master himself has the possibility of defecting. This is all thanks to the fact that Shadow Dragon is my companion beast and is always absolutely loyal. Otherwise, people with discerning eyes would see the malnourished appearance of a Shadow Dragon and think that it is not very loyal. What would happen if they all came to poach our talents like Chao Xing did? You're trying to steal someone's girlfriend without even fighting. Is this all the elites of the four sacred colleges are capable of? Hearing this, Chao Xing, who was already embarrassed, looked even darker. He had previously only seen the appearance of the shadow dragon and mistakenly thought that its loyalty was very low. Plus, this is a dragon-type beast that has disappeared for 300 years. Naturally, I started to have some thoughts. It would be fine if you succeed in prying the girl away. Now, not only did he fail, he was also ridiculed by Luo Xinlian. How could the already arrogant Chao Xing tolerate this? He didn't say anything more, directly summoned his own beast. Suddenly, a falcon with a fiery body and a circle of black lines on the tip of its feathers appeared. Luo Xinlian also immediately began to check the combat panel of the red falcon. Name: Flame Feather Falcon. Racial bloodline: Fire Eagle bloodline. Quality: Epic. Attribute: Fire/Wind. Growth stage: Transformation period. Talent: Fire Feather. Anything that touches the fiery feather eagle may be burned. Skills: Fire Feather Shot, Flame Breath, Storm, Fierce Eagle Claw, Flame Shadow Clone. Evolution Route: Blazing Feather Young Eagle, Fiery Feather Eagle, Flame Feather Falcon, Blazing Feather Eagle, Flame Feather Eagle King, Burning Sky Overlord. Description: A descendant of Shizuku, with a trace of Suzuka bloodline. After evolving into a sky-burning overlord, there is a 1 in 10 million chance of awakening into Shizu. Note: Suzuku is the only one that exists. When there is only one Suzuku in the world, the probability of evolution is 0. Luo Xinlian was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this flame-winged falcon actually contained a trace of vermilion bird bloodline. It's actually an epic bloodline. It would be great if I could get it. It's a pity that this fire-feathered falcon has been bred quite well, and there seems to be no possibility of being poached. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was a little dazed, Chao Xing thought that he was frightened by his fire-feathered falcon. He said it very proudly. "Are you scared now? Then kneel down and beg for mercy, so you can suffer less." Luo Xinlian was also brought back to his senses by Chao Xing's mocking voice. The fighting spirit immediately rose. "Stop talking nonsense. Show us the real deal." Chao Xing was also slightly surprised by Luo Xinlian's sudden outburst of fighting spirit. But then he immediately adjusted his mentality. "Come on then." The next moment, the flame-winged falcon then charged directly towards the shadow dragon. Luo Xinlian narrowed his eyes and instantly saw the other party's intention. Obviously, Flame Feather Falcon is better at long-range attacks, but he wants to get close. This clearly means that he wants to use the Flame Feather Falcon's talent to burn the shadow dragon. Although at this time Luo Xinlian did not understand what would happen if he fell into a burning state. But he quickly ordered the shadow dragon to avoid the attack. Fight back with Shadow Dragon Wave. After receiving Luo Xinlian's order, the shadow dragon flashed away from its original position. The Flame Feather Falcon's fiery eagle claw also missed. Chao Xing was also quite surprised to see the reaction of the shadow dragon. I didn't expect that the other party could see through my intentions. The next moment, Flame Feather Falcon felt an extremely deep and dark energy coming towards him. It was Shadow Dragon Bow. Due to inertia, the Flame Feather Falcon was unable to dodge for a moment. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly ordered the Flame Feather Falcon to use its flaming breath to resist. For a moment, both energies, one bright and one dark, formed a huge impact force. There was also air surging inside the Shisheng's High. For a moment, it was difficult to tell who was better between the two, and they were stuck in a stalemate. This also surprised the people watching the game around. Damn it, am I dazzled? This kid is actually on par with Chao Xing. Chao Xing is a tough guy who got 23rd place in the Four Spirits entrance ceremony. It seems that the key to the outcome of this duel lies in which side has stronger spiritual power. The party that runs out of spiritual energy first will surely lose. Not just the crowd watching. The two people facing off on the field naturally understood this. Chao Xing looked at Luo Xinlian opposite him with full confidence. Thought, I've already been promoted to a 5-star Beastmaster. With my strong spiritual power, how could I lose? Available over time. Chao Xing only felt that his spiritual power was gradually exhausted. But looking at Luo Xinlian, his expression remained the same as usual. Its spiritual power is as deep as the ocean. I was immediately shocked. What's wrong with this kid? How can the spiritual power be so continuous? If this continues, I will definitely lose. I must think of a solution. Chao Xing's eyes rolled. The corners of his mouth then curved up. Flame Feather Falcon, Flame Shadow Clone. The next moment, Chao Xing felt that some of his already limited spiritual power had been drained away. This doubled the pressure on him, but he still managed to carry it through. Suddenly, a fire feather on the Flame Feather Falcon fell off. The next moment, it transformed into another flame-winged falcon that was exactly the same as the flame-winged falcon. The flame-winged falcon attacked the shadow dragon without hesitation. Luo Xinlian secretly thought that something was wrong. But at this time, the shadow dragon couldn't dodge at all. In the two waves that are fighting, the one that stops first will definitely be completely hit by the other party's skills. If you don't dodge, you will be attacked by the Flame Shadow Clone. If you dodge, the shadow dragon will definitely be defeated. 31 Activate. Mephisto's Pride. Just when Luo Xin was in a dilemma, the shadow dragon let out a loud dragon roar. It seemed as if some emotion was growing in the heart of the shadow dragon. Luo Xinlian also understood what instant shadow dragon wanted to express. That means he has to take on all the opponent's attacks with all his strength. At that moment, all Luo Xinlian could do was to use all his spiritual power to supply the shadow dragon. Snap! The attack of the Flame Shadow Clone hit the instant shadow dragon hard. It was also this that allowed the Flame Feather Falcon to find a flaw in the shadow dragon. The next moment, the light of the raging flames gradually covered the darkness of the shadow dragon wave. It hit the shadow dragon directly. For a moment, the shadow dragon was also instantly enveloped by flames. Chao Xing was overjoyed. The shadow dragon is in a state of continuous burning. The winner has been decided. Just surrender. The crowd was in an uproar again. The Four Sacred College is indeed the best school for beast tamers in the world. This Chao Xing has a quick mind and flexible tactics. He is worthy of being one of the 4 elite saints. Although Luo Xinlian is extremely talented, he is still inferior in terms of background, knowledge, and tactics. It's not unfair to lose. It seemed that Luo Xinlian's defeat was inevitable. Luo Yuyan, who had been hiding behind the crowd and trembling, also became braver, squeezed out directly from the back of the crowd, pointing at Luo Xinlian and yelling, "Catch this cruel murderer quickly." He tortured and killed more than a dozen innocent children in the orphanage. Everyone frowned upon hearing this. No way. I've heard a little bit about the orphanage in the suburbs, but I didn't expect it was this guy who did it. I have seen similar reports in some gossip magazines before. It all makes sense now. It turns out that the Luo family disliked Luo Xinlian because he was a bloodthirsty man who didn't even let children go. I said, "You are not mistaken. Can you believe the gossip magazine?" No comment without knowing the full picture. At this moment, the knowledgeable guy stood up again. "You are all wrong. Luo Xinlian did kill people, but the dozen or so people he killed were all members of the South City Ball gang. He did this to protect the children in the orphanage. You can brag all you want. Luo Xinlian is indeed very strong, but I don't believe you when you say he can beat more than a dozen people from the ball gang." One said Luo Xinlian killed 10 children. The next he said he killed people from the ball gang. I'm confused. Who is telling the truth? Oh my god! Look, the Flame Feather Falcon is about to make its final attack. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn back to the duel. Luo Xinlian remained oblivious to the noise around him. His attention was all on the shadow dragon. At this time, Luo Xinlian was not panicked because the shadow dragon was hit, because he suddenly felt that there seemed to be an inexplicable power awakening in the body of the shadow dragon. Seeing that Luo Xinlian still didn't move, Chao Xing gave the order directly and launched another attack to completely deprive the shadow dragon of its combat power, and then he took action to capture Luo Xinlian. Flame Feather Falcon. Give it the final blow with the fiery eagle claw. At the moment the order is received, the flame-winged falcon transformed into a stream of rainbow and attacked the shadow dragon. See this scene. Luo Yuyan, who was watching the battle, felt happy. A salted fish will always be a salted fish, and there will never be a chance for it to turn over. Even if you contract a dragon-type beast, it will still be the same. Just when Luo Yuyan was mocking in her heart, the next moment, something unexpected happened. Just when the Flame Feather Falcon was about to hit the shadow dragon again, the bright flames that originally wrapped around the body of the shadow dragon were gradually replaced by an evil dark energy. Then the shadow dragon suddenly burst out with unparalleled speed and grabbed the eagle claws of the flame-feathered falcon with one hand. The force was so great that the Flame Feather Falcon had no room to struggle, because the companion beast, and its master are in tune with each other. Luo Xinlian also immediately understood the source of the shadow dragon's power. Innate skill, Mephisto's arrogance. When a shadow dragon is in trouble, it will burst out with a strong sense of arrogance. All aspects of ability values are doubled. It turns out that the reason why Shadow Dragon resisted the 2 attacks of Flame Feather Falcon was to stimulate its own innate skills. Only in this way can we turn defeat into victory. Seizing the opportunity, Shadow Dragon also began to attack with all his strength. Shadow Punch and Tyrannosaurus Kick are launched continuously. The Flame Feather Falcon screamed continuously. Luo Yuyin, who was originally gloating, looked downcast again and quickly hid behind the crowd again. Naturally, everyone saw this scene. I couldn't help but say, is this the character of the Luo family? At this time, Chao Xing could only stand aside and worry. After a moment's ideological struggle, he gritted his teeth and shouted to the people in the dark. Why don't you come out and help? But who would have thought that the people in the dark were not in a hurry at all? There was even a hint of sarcasm in the words. Chao Xing, isn't this bad? After all, this is your battle. As a member of the Four Sacred College, if you need help even to deal with an unknown person, send it back to the academy. How will your instructor view you? Chao Xing's face immediately turned dark, and he stopped talking. I can only feel angry in my heart. These villains are deliberately making fun of me. If you were to face this guy, I'm afraid you wouldn't be much stronger than me. Luo Xinlian naturally took this scene in as well. It turns out that the so-called elites of the Four Saints colleges are not united, and they all have their own agendas. Originally, Chao Xing looked down on Luo Xinlian, thinking that he was just a lucky young man who had a contract with the Dragon Man. But when he fought with Luo Xinlian, he found that things were not that simple. The other party's spiritual power is so immense that it is simply incomparable to mine. Plus this extremely strange Dragon Man, although they were in a state of hunger and malnutrition. But even in this state, he was able to fight on equal terms with his Flame Feather Falcon. This is not an ordinary existence. Especially when the Dragon Man's negative buffs were fully stacked, he suddenly burst out with such terrifying power. It makes people extremely fearful. At this time, Luo Xinlian had no idea that Chao Xing had been traumatized by him. He just opened the Flame Feather Falcon's training panel slowly to check it out. Name: Flame Feather Falcon. Gender: male. Loyalty: 90. Personality: extremely lustful. Hobbies: finding beautiful birds and breeding offspring. Desire: to awaken the bloodline of Suzuku one day. Mood: fear source: the terrifying Dragon Man in front of me. Diet: carnivore. Health status: physical fitness, subhealth cause, long-term abstinence, feeling suffocated. Life status: seriously injured, injury is increasing. After reading the cultivation panel of Flame Feather Falcon, a sinister smile appeared on Luo Xinlian's lips. Stop it, Shadow Dragon! Upon hearing this, the Shadow Dragon also stopped attacking. He just used a dragon claw to tightly grasp the base of the Flame Feather Falcon's wings, just like the way of catching chickens when killing them in the countryside. Seeing this, Chao Xing's originally anxious face also relaxed a little. I actually felt a little more grateful towards Luo Xinlian. Although the Flame Feather Falcon was a little embarrassed at this time, at least he managed to save his life. I was just about to say thank you. Then Luo Xinlian was heard saying to the Flame Wing Falcon, who was being held tightly by the Shadow Dragon, "Submit to me, and I will let you live." Hearing this, Chao Xing immediately swallowed back what he was about to say. Then he said, "Boy, what do you mean?" But Luo Xinlian ignored Chao Xing's meaning at all. This made Chao Xing very anxious. Immediately look around to see if there is anyone who can help. But after taking a quick look around, Chao Xing sighed helplessly. He smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly, being the garrison officer of the Four Saints Academy in the Four Saints House. There is not even one person to help in my own territory. The 3 guys hid in the dark and watched themselves make a fool of themselves. These onlookers were just watching the fun, and no one would intervene. General security is completely useless, no matter how many there are. Now I can only place my hope on my captain. As long as we can wait until the captain arrives, everything will be fine. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt a lot more at ease. He even spoke sarcastically. Don't waste your time. The Flame Feather Falcon will never yield to you. Just give up on this idea. As soon as he finished saying this, Chao Xing felt something was wrong. He had a feeling that the Flame Feather Falcon's loyalty to him seemed to be decreasing. Chao Xing looked up. At some point, Luo Xinlian had walked in front of Flame-Feathered Falcon and was saying something. And in the Flame-Feathered Falcon's eagle eyes, there was a hint of excitement. 3-2 compromise. The Flame-Feathered Falcon protecting Kuan. A few minutes ago, just as Chao Xing was looking around for help, Luo Xinlian had quietly arrived in front of the Flame-Feathered Falcon. He said, trying his best to put on a smile that he thought was gentle. Xiao Kuan, how about you submit to me? Although the Flame-Winged Falcon had its wings pinched by the Shadow Dragon, it was extremely frightened. But it did not compromise, instead it shook its head firmly. The master is so good to it. How could it betray its master just for the safety of an eagle? Seeing that Flame-Feather Falcon rejected him, Luo Xinlian was not angry. Instead, continued to give kind advice. Does that frivolous guy in red always take you to train or to fight with others? Yinyu Falcon didn't know what the human in front of him wanted to do, but he nodded honestly. Immediately, Luo Xinlian showed an expression that every man would understand. How's it going? Are you feeling suffocated? With all the training and fighting every day, you don't even have time to look for those beautiful birds, right? Yinyu Falcon trembled and looked at Luo Xinlian with some confusion. It seems to be asking, how do you know I am good at this? Luo Xinlian showed a gentle smile. They are all males, what's wrong with this? As long as you follow me, I will not restrict you from finding those beautiful birds. If you need it, I can even take you to the spirit animal market to look for the person you like. What do you think? The Flame Feather Falcon was moved. The throat moved unconsciously. Luo Xinlian also saw it on the training panel of the Flame Feather Falcon. Loyalty began to wane. 89, 88. It has dropped to 87. But this is far from enough. Flame Feather Falcon also immediately calmed his restless mind. Keep repeating it in your mind. The owner is so good to it. It can't let the owner down. The effect is not obvious. Luo Xinlian changed his strategy again. Speak. I know you have a trace of Suzaku blood. If you submit to me, I am confident that I can make you evolve faster than other birds with the blood of the Suzaku. You will become the real Suzaku. As soon as these words were spoken, Flame Feather Falcon's body began to tremble noticeably. Loyalty began to decline again. 86, 80, 75. Seeing this ever-decreasing loyalty, Luo Xinlian was also very happy. It really works. As for what Luo Xinlian said, half of it was to deceive Flame-Winged Falcon, and the other half was what he saw through the Forbidden Eye. As one of the 4 sacred beasts, Suzaku must be extraordinary. I guess it is the only one in existence. But there must be more than one bird with the bloodline of Suzaku. Suzaku is the only one. In this case, whoever evolves faster will have a higher chance of awakening into Suzaku. Once a flying bird evolves into vermilion bird first, naturally other vermilion bird bloodlines will lose the possibility of evolution. How could Flame Feather Falcon not be excited when he said such words? As for whether he could do it, Luo Xinlian obviously didn't know himself. But first we have to trick the Flame Feather Falcon over here. It was at this time that Chao Xing sensed the decline in Flame Feather Falcon's loyalty and looked over. Although Chao Xing didn't know what Luo Xinlian said, but looking at the excitement of Flame Feather Falcon and sensing its rapidly decreasing loyalty, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Quickly shouted out, Flame Feather Falcon, are you going to betray me? No matter what he says, don't believe him. He's lying to you. Following Chao Xing's angry shout, the loyalty of the Flame Feather Falcon stopped at 74. Flame Feather Falcon also came back to his senses from Luo Xinlian's sugar-coated bullets. Yes. Why does this kid say he can help me evolve into Suzaku? I'm afraid even the dean of the 4 Sacred College, that most powerful being, wouldn't dare to say such words. All of a sudden, the loyalty of the Flame Feather Falcon actually began to slowly recover. This made Luo Xinlian depressed. This damn Chao Xing is really in the way. At this time, Chao Xing could no longer bear it and rushed towards Luo Xinlian in 2 steps. Seeing this, the people around were also surprised. No way, no way. Chao Xing actually rushed over. Looking at Chao Xing's anxious look, could it be that Luo Xinlian is about to succeed in his rebellion? It looks like it's possible. The 3 people in the dark were talking to each other at this time. The tone of gloating was not concealed at all. Chao Xing has lost a lot of face this time. If we fight with someone, we will lose the beast. It would be interesting if this were to be reported back to the 4 Saints Academy. Then a somewhat honest voice came out. Who told him to always look down on others? Today I'm going to teach him a lesson. After Chao Xing's beast is taken away, we will take action to deal with Luo Xinlian. His Suzakuan has lost face. Hearing this, the other two people also nodded slightly, agreed with the suggestion of this honest voice. Luo Yuyan, who had been hiding behind the crowd, saw that Luo Xinlian was becoming more and more powerful. I felt anxious. He wanted to ask for help from the three people in the dark, but they ignored him. Then he suddenly remembered the figure of a person, the store manager of Xixingzhai in City A. He is also the captain of these four people. You can ask him for help, but no matter how frantically Luo Yuyan called the manager, it shows no one is answering the call. At the same time on the other side, Luo Xinlian saw Chao Xing rushing towards him. He also gave a look to the shadow dragon. Immediately, a shadow dragon wave was thrown towards Chao Xing. Chao Xing was horrified. Dodge quickly. Fortunately, the shadow dragon had no intention of killing Chao Xing and was just trying to scare him. This allowed him to dodge. But despite this, Chao Xing also felt the feeling of his life hanging by a thread. My body began to tremble instinctively. I dare not move forward any further. For now, we can only pray that Flame Feather Falcon's stance is firm enough. At that moment, Luo Xinlian's patience was completely exhausted. The originally gentle smile is gone. Instead, his face was filled with ferocity and cruelty. Xiao Kuan will give you another chance. Submit to me, beautiful bird, in a bright future. Reject me, heh. Luo Xinlian wanted to say something, but stopped himself. His eyes began to scan between the two eagle legs of the Flame Feather Falcon. Be good, be obedient, and obey me. After all, you don't want your little Kuan to be beaten to pieces, right? If that's the case, I'm afraid there's no fun in living for you, right? Luo Xinlian's voice echoed in the ears of Flame Feather Falcon, like the whisper of a devil. The next moment, the Flame Feather Falcon's two eagle legs suddenly clamped together. My whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. The shadow dragon even cooperated by lifting the Flame Feather Falcon upwards, and the other dragon claw revealed its sharp nails. After a few seconds of ideological struggle, Flame Feather Falcon's loyalty began to plummet. 70, 65, 60, 55. Seeing that it was almost done, Luo Xinlian directly pressed down the head of the flame-feathered falcon with his hand. Start transmitting spiritual power. Soon, Luo Xinlian found the contract chain of Yinyu Falcon and Chao Xing. But at this time, the contract chain was obviously in name only. Luo Xinlian simply activated his spiritual power lightly, and the entire contract chain broke instantly. At this moment, Chao Xing also felt something. The next second, a mouthful of blood spit out of Chao Xing's mouth, and Chao Xing fainted on the spot. The contract backfires. Luo Xinlian was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that forcibly removing the contract chain would cause such harm to the dominant party. After sympathizing with Chao Xing for 2.5 seconds, Luo Xinlian began to conclude a contract with the Flame Feather Falcon. Strictly speaking, this was his first time to contract a beast. But it went surprisingly smoothly. Maybe it's because the companion space has been awakened a long time ago. Soon, deep into Luo Xinlian's consciousness, next to the huge and arrogant space, there was a small fiery red space. It is the beast-taming space of the flame-feathered falcon. After doing all this, Luo Xinlian knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. I don't even plan to keep the things I bought before. He took a step forward and was about to leave. But he knew that there were 3 powerful guys watching him in the dark. The flame-feather falcon had already been severely injured by the shadow dragon and could only recuperate in the beast-taming space. Although Shadow Dragon can fight against opponents of higher levels, it also has a powerful passive skill called Mephisto's Pride. But it is still in its growth stage after all. It is obviously not a wise move to face 3 Beastmasters who are suspected to be of the same level as Chao Xing. However, Luo Xinlian's movements were still slow. The 3 figures had formed a triangle and surrounded Luo Xinlian. You want to leave after causing trouble? Do you really think the 3 of us are just decorations? 3 bullying customers? Luo Yuyan distorts the facts. He saw that his retreat route had been completely cut off by these 3 people. Luo Xinlian immediately gave up the idea of escaping. In his previous life, he was timid and submissive, always living for others. There is nothing until death. In this life, he just wants to follow his heart. Since these 3 people are unwilling to let me go, then I can't let them have it too easy. The shadow dragon on the side also burst out with a tremendous fighting spirit. The 3 people who were blocking the way were also shocked by the aura emitted by Luo Xinlian and the shadow dragon. They didn't take it seriously before. Just think that Shaoxing is not strong enough. But now it seems that I and others have underestimated the young man in front of us. But now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. If we just let Luo Xinlian leave like this, not only the three of them, but the entire Shanghai will become a laughingstock. Just when the four of them were getting ready to take action, the shopping guide from before finally came back. He looked at the situation in the hall in a daze, asked doubtfully, "Well, what's going on?" But no one paid any attention to the shopping guide. After all their attention was focused on the four people who were at loggerheads with each other. Seeing that no one paid attention, the salesgirl didn't care anymore. He trotted straight up to Luo Xinlian and said, "Sir, the supplies you purchased have been counted for you and are now stored in the warehouse. Do you think it's convenient to go and get it now?" The salesgirl's voice became lower and lower, because he finally realized that something seemed to be wrong. At this moment, all the eyes in the audience were focused on him. This made the salesgirl feel uneasy. Wow, this is going to be fun. It turns out that Luo Xinlian is not here to cause trouble, but to buy things. Who was there yelling that Luo Xinlian was causing trouble? I remember it was the fourth young lady of the Luo family, the floor manager. He led people to surround Luo Xinlian, and then lured out the four saints to guard the place. The people watching all had an expression as if they were watching a show. As soon as these words came out, everyone's attention was focused on Luo Yuyan, who was hiding behind the crowd. Even the three people who were about to attack Luo Xinlian stopped what they were doing. He looked at Luo Yuyan with an unfriendly look. It seemed like she was waiting for him to give an explanation. After all, Luo Xinlian was really a customer who came to buy things, so what did the current behavior of these people mean? Attacking customers? If this gets out, will Shanghai still have credibility? At this moment, Luo Yuyan's face looked as ugly as if she had eaten a fly. But only for a moment. He adjusted his state and walked straight towards the salesgirl. "You said he came here to buy something? Where's the receipt? Let me see it." When the salesgirl saw that it was the floor manager who wanted to see the receipt, she handed it over without thinking too much. Luo Yuyan took the receipt and took a look. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. More than 10 million worth of supplies. He actually came here to buy things. Where does this idiot get so much money? No, I can't take the blame for this. Otherwise, my future will be ruined. How about? Luo Yuyan immediately tore the shopping list into pieces. The salesgirl next to her also looked shocked. "You are?" Luo Xinlian also stared at Luo Yuyan. This guy looks like he's determined to hold on to the end. As expected, the next moment, Luo Yuyan said with a joking look on her face, "What kind of shopping guide is this? It's clearly just a bunch of gibberish written on it. You actually want to use something to fool everyone. I think you and this loser have colluded in advance, planning to steal the supplies from the Four Saints' house without anyone noticing. Luckily, I exposed it, so you didn't succeed." Looking at the flying scraps of paper in Luo Yuyan's hands, everyone present was dumbfounded. Isn't this an obvious attempt to distort the facts? At this point, things are very clear. The others are not fools. Everyone knew what Luo Yuyan was thinking at this moment. He just wanted to destroy Luo Xinlian's receipts for purchasing supplies. Without the proof, what can they do even if they know it in their hearts? Is Shanghai planning to make the best of a bad situation? Sure, just know it in your heart. Don't say it out loud. What if they want to get rid of us all? The Four Saints Academy is behind the Four Saints Zhai. The beast tamer who originally felt indignant for Luo Xinlian instantly fell silent after hearing these words. After all, they don't have the courage to offend the Four Saints. The salesgirl was also a little panicked. "I was just receiving customers normally. How did he become an insider who was plotting to steal the supplies of Shanghai?" The salesgirl was just about to explain. As a result, he was slapped to the ground by Luo Yuyan. "You traitor! I'll deal with you later." Immediately, Luo Yuyan turned her gaze to the other three people. "What are you standing there for? Go and take him down." The three of them hesitated for a moment and didn't say much. At this point, we can only call a horse a zebra. After all, it has come to this. We can only prioritize maintaining the reputation of Shanghai. Although Shanghai may be criticized by some people, those people would only dare to talk about it behind its back at most. Without evidence, who would dare to openly criticize Shanghai? Do you really think your life is too long? The three of them immediately discussed it and took a step forward. Take this guy down first. Seeing things developing in the direction I expected. After Luo Yuyan let out a long sigh, she felt refreshed. "Luo Xinlian, how dare you embarrass me and almost ruin my future? If I don't discipline you, Do you really think you were a big shot? I'm a big store that bullies customers. What can you do? I made a mistake, so what? In the end, you are the one who has to bear the blame. But then, a cold and eerie voice sounded in the hall, interrupted Luo Yuyin's thoughts. Great, great. What a great Four Saints fast. You forced me to do this. Since you want to fight, then come on. Luo Xinlian took a step forward. The shadow dragon beside him was also eager to fight. Mephisto's pride is activated instantly. The three people on the opposite side did not dare to be careless. He quickly summoned all kinds of beasts of his own. Luo Xinlian only took a glance and knew the information of these three beasts. Purple Cloud Leopard Wind/Gold Metamorphosis. Shining Python Poison/Ice Metamorphosis. Thick Earth Turtle Earth/Rock Metamorphosis. Although all three are of very good quality and have dual attributes, but none of them possess the bloodline of the Four Saints like the Flame-Feathered Falcon. But this is normal. Is it so easy to see the bloodline of the Four Saints? At this moment, neither Luo Xinlian nor Shunninglong had the slightest fear in their eyes. There is even a hint of excitement. The Shadow Dragon's favorite thing to do is to trample powerful beings under its feet. Obviously, for the Shadow Dragon, which is still in its growth stage. These three beasts in the metamorphosis stage have already met his requirements. Shadow Dragon 1v3, the battle is about to begin. That's enough. Stop it. At this moment, a deep voice stopped the war that was about to break out among the four. I saw a middle-aged man in a high-end suit walking slowly towards me. 3-4 shocked. An invitation from the four sacred colleges. Manager, you are finally here. We are going to take down this troublemaker right now. Saw the man appear. Luo Yuyin hurried forward to make her presence felt. But the man ignored Luo Yuyin. Instead, he inserted himself directly between the four people who were about to take action. He gave Luo Xinlian a natural smile. Hello, little brother. I am the manager of the Four Saints Academy, and also the captain of the Four Saints Academy's garrison team stationed in City A. My name is Xiao Yunqing. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand. This scene not only stunned the people around, but also the other three guards and Luo Yuyin. Damn it, what's going on? Xiao Yunqing actually took the initiative to shake hands with Luo Xinlian. Just now they were on edge. Why are they so? The three guards were somewhat confused about their captain's actions, but did not question them. Looking at Xiao Yunqing's hand hanging in the air, Luo Xinlian had no intention of responding, just looked coldly at the man in front of him. Seeing Luo Xinlian's attitude, Luo Yuyin, who was originally a little uneasy because of Xiao Yunqing's behavior, was secretly happy. You really don't know how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. You even dare to offend Xiao Yunqing. Look, I'll add more fuel to the fire. Immediately, Luo Yuyin came directly to Xiao Yunqing's side. Pointing at Luo Xinlian, he scolded. Don't be shameless. Our manager treated you with courtesy, but you are so ungrateful. Then he began to fan the flames towards Xiao Yunqing. Manager, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. He actually dared to insult you in public. I don't think we need to waste time talking to him. Let's just take him down, okay? Then Luo Yuyin interrupted. Xiao Yunqing withdrew his right hand very naturally. Then he turned and looked at Luo Yuyin, who was chattering nonstop. Are you teaching me how to do things? Although he still had a smile on his face, there was an obvious hint of coldness in that smile. At this time, Luo Xinlian was a little confused about what the man in front of him was trying to do. So he got straight to the point. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Hearing this, Xiao Yunqing looked at Luo Xinlian with a friendly face again. My little brother is really quick-witted. I'm here this time to apologize to you, little brother, on behalf of the Four Saints. It was my subordinates who didn't do their job well and wronged my brother. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Everyone's surprise rose to another level. Apologies on behalf of Si Shengzhai. Many people even began to doubt whether they had heard it wrongly. No way. Another reversal? I thought Si Shengzhai was going to just let it go. I didn't expect Manager Xiao to come out and apologize in person. At this moment, Luo Yuyin only felt her face burning. Although he wanted to use his power to overpower others before, everyone knew it. But the purchase list had already been torn up by him, and others didn't dare to say anything more without evidence. But now it's different. As the manager of Si Shengzhai in City A, Xiao Yunqing represents the meaning of Si Shengzhai. Now that Xiao Yunqing has come forward personally to say that Luo Xinlian was wronged, it is equivalent to directly tearing off Luo Yuyin's fig leaf. How could Luo Yuyin save face like this? Even so, He had no intention of compromising. Luo Yuyin continued. Manager, did you make a mistake? This guy even forged the purchase list. He wants to team up with the shopping guide to get the supplies from Shanghai. Also, he severely injured Chao Xing, the commander of the garrison, and also forcibly seized his beast, causing Chao Xing's defense to suffer a backlash. Not only that, he also tortured and killed dozens of orphans in an orphanage on the outskirts of the city. A man as cruel as him should. Luo Yuyin's voice stopped abruptly, because he suddenly found that Xiao Yunqing was staring at him expressionlessly. Luo Yuyin only felt as if she was being stared at by a terrifying beast. Are you taking me for a fool? Although you tore up the shopping list, the system backend of Shanghai can still check it. Also, with which eye did you see this little brother torture and kill more than a dozen orphans? Gossip magazine? Can you trust that stuff? After these words were spoken, the Beastmaster, who had previously felt unfair for Luo Xinlian, began to. Now I heard that the manager of Shanghai personally clarified for Luo Xinlian. They all applauded. I didn't dare to say more before because I was afraid of the power of the Four Saints. But now that the leaders of the Four Saints have spoken up to vouch for Luo Xinlian, there is nothing to be afraid of. As for whether there will be revenge from the Luo family afterwards, they are not worried at all. There are so many people here. How many can you remember? Okay, Manager Xiao said it well. If Luo Yuyin really confuses right and wrong, I'm afraid I won't dare to come to the Four Saints fast anymore. That's right. Shanghai is trustworthy and won't do anything like bullying customers. But there are always some bad apples that spoil the whole barrel. Listening to the people around me talking to each other, saying these words without any hesitation, Luo Yuyin's face turned blue and red. At this time, Luo Xinlian was also a little unsure about what Xiao Yunqing was up to. He just replied calmly, "No need to apologize. I just want to get back the supplies I purchased earlier." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunqing quickly returned to his previous expression with a hint of friendly smile. "Of course, no problem. The supplies have already been prepared for you, little brother. You can pick them up anytime." Luo Xinlian heard Xiao Yunqing say this. It was also a straightforward opening. "Then lead the way." "Wait, don't worry." Seeing Luo Xinlian so anxious, Xiao Yunqing hurriedly stopped him. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian narrowed his eyes. "Why? Changed your mind?" Xiao Yunqing said after considering for a moment. "That's not the case. But before that, I want to ask you if you are willing to join my Four Saints Academy." Quiet. You can hear a pin drop. When Xiao Yunqing said this, the whole place became extremely quiet. Even the noisy crowd shut up instantly. He stared at Xiao Yunqing and Luo Xinlian with his eyes wide open. But just a moment later, the entire Shanghai hall exploded. "Oh my God! Did I hear it right? Xiao Yunqing is actually inviting Luo Xinlian to join the Four Saints Academy. If you agree to this, you will be able to ascend to heaven in one step." If Patriarch Luo knew this news, I'm afraid he would regret it so much. You deserve it. You don't want your own son, but insist on doting on your adopted son. Is it fun now? At this moment, Luo Yuyin's heart was already in turmoil. He couldn't think of it anyway. Xiao Yunqing will directly invite Luo Xinlian to join the Four Saints Academy. You know, even his younger brother Xin Yuan, who is such a genius, doesn't have this qualification. Luo Xinlian is just a waste. Why? But he didn't dare say anything. The look Xiao Yunqing gave him just now is still vivid in his mind, and the chill in his body is not dissipated yet. Everyone thought that Luo Xinlian would agree without hesitation. But who would have thought that Luo Xinlian would say this without changing his expression? "You can join, but I have 3 conditions. If one of them can't be done, then there's no point in discussing this matter." 3-5 blackmail. Luo Xinlian's 3 demands. Damn it, the 4 sacred colleges directly invited him, but he still has to put forward conditions. Boy, that's too much. You have 3 requests. If you can't do one of them, then we're done? This is an invitation from the 4 sacred colleges. Are you crazy? I used to feel a little sympathetic towards this guy, but now I feel like he's a bit hideous. I'm so angry. Seeing others showing off is more painful than getting slapped in the face myself. Just when everyone started discussing again because of Luo Xinlian's reaction, Brother Dong jumped out again at this time. "You don't understand this. How can a dragon-controlling genius who appears once every 300 years be the same as an ordinary genius? Of course I am qualified to negotiate terms." He wants to see how high his status is in the eyes of the 4 sacred colleges. This will build momentum for entering the Four Saints Academy. All the students who can enter the Four Saints are extremely talented. There will always be some arrogant people who will go to trouble Luo Xinlian because of the direct invitation of the Four Saints. But after what happened today, those people all know the importance of Luo Xinlian, so naturally there will be fewer people looking for trouble. Everyone suddenly understood after hearing this. When Xiao Yunqing heard Luo Xinlian's words, he was obviously stunned for a moment. But things soon returned to normal. Obviously, his ideas coincide with those of Dongge. Tell me about it. Seeing that Xiao Yunqing did not refuse, Luo Xinlian also said it bluntly. First, since you, the Four Saints, wronged me, and because of your mistake, I suffered heavy losses and almost lost my life. Shouldn't you compensate me for my injuries? As for how much compensation to pay, it depends on how much the reputation of your Four Saints restaurant is worth. Hearing this, the people watching on the side couldn't stop twitching their faces. No, you suffered a heavy loss? Fuck, can you please have some shame? Why didn't I realize before that this guy is so shameless? What a cunning guy. He even deliberately used the reputation of Si Xingzhai to make trouble. It's impossible for Si Xingzhai to pay less. Chao Xing, whose beast control had been forcibly taken away by Luo Xinlian, was gradually regaining consciousness. I had just woken up when I heard the conversation between Luo Xinlian and Xiao Yunqing. He forced himself to sit up and pointed at Luo Xinlian. You pfft. He had only said one word when he felt the blood in his body surging, and then he spat out another mouthful of blood. Then he fainted again. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel sympathy for Chao Xing. Xiao Yunqing did not show any emotion when he heard this, and he still kept smiling. No problem. Your request is reasonable. After all, this matter was indeed our negligence. How about this? We will give you an additional 50% on top of the supplies you originally purchased. Also, the flame feather falcon that you stole will be considered a gift to you. The Four Saints will not pursue the matter any further. We will also give you some flame feather falcon breeding materials as well. Finally, here's the black gold card from Si Xingzhai. From now on, when you buy something from Si Xingzhai, you'll get a 50% discount. As he spoke, Xiao Yunqing took out a black card with a gold border from the lining of his suit and handed it to Luo Xinlian. The onlookers felt their scalps tingling when they saw this. You should know that Luo Xinlian had already bought more than 10 million worth of cultivation materials, and now it is equivalent to giving away more than 10 million worth of materials. The most unexpected thing is the black gold card. I'm afraid there are no more than 10 people who possess this ability in the entire Dragon Country. And this time, even the 3 guards who had been standing behind Xiao Yunqing were a little puzzled. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes when he looked at Luo Xinlian. Why? We are sent by the Four Saints Academy to guard the Four Saints' house. We don't have black cards, so why give it to him? Although they thought so in their hearts, they did not dare to speak out loud. They knew very well what would happen if they disobeyed Xiao Yunqing. Okay, tell me about your second request. Then, Xiao Yunqing continued to ask. Although Luo Xinlian saw the envious, jealous, and hateful eyes of the people around him, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he turned his gaze to Luo Yuyan, who had been afraid to speak. What's the point of Shanghai, keeping someone like this who abuses his power and bullies customers all day long? Luo Xinlian's eyes focused, and he continued. Let's kick this black sheep out of the Four Saints Hall. I heard that Luo Xinlian actually wanted Xiao Yunqing to kick me out of the Four Saints Pavilion. Luo Yuyan didn't care about anything else and got a little angry. He pointed at Luo Xinlian and started cursing. You are nothing but an unwelcome, abandoned child of my Luo family. You are worse than a dog of my Luo family. Why do you want me to leave the Four Saints' rest? Luo Xinlian simply ignored Luo Yuyan's insults. He just looked at Xiao Yunqing with a half-smile. Xiao Yunqing was not too surprised by this. Just nodded slightly. You're right, announced immediately in public. Luo Yuyan, you framed a customer innocently and abused your power. The reputation of Si Xingzhai has been damaged. Now, as the general manager of Si Xingzhai in City A, I will kick Luo Yuyan out of Si Xingzhai. Never hire. The crowd watching also talked about it with a gloating attitude. Arrogant. Let's see if you are still arrogant. How relieved. I just used the power of the Four Saints to bully our guests, and now I'm fired. How arrogant he was before, how embarrassed he is now. After hearing the words, never hired, Luo Yuyan's mind became a little dazed. Both his family and himself have spent huge costs and efforts to climb to this position in Shanghai. How could I be fired? Immediately, a boundless anger rose in Luo Yuyin's heart. His mind was blank at this moment. The only thing I want to do is to strangle this waste Luo Xinlian to death. His body moved the moment this thought came to his mind, looking at Luo Yuyin, who was rushing towards him with great momentum. A sinister smile appeared on Luo Xinlian's lips. He raised his foot and kicked directly at Luo Yuyin's abdomen. Luo Yuyin was kicked to the ground. At this time, Luo Yuyin was also awakened by this kick. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and subconsciously covered his stomach with both hands. Luo Xinlian's cold voice also came to my ears. Don't mess with me, otherwise, I don't know what I will do. Without waiting for Luo Yuyin to react, Xiao Yunqing waved his hand. 2 security guards carried Luo Yuyin out. Okay, tell me your third request. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian also revealed a harmless expression. Asked tentatively, if you can't fulfill the third request, you won't go back on the compensation you promised me, right? Xiao Yunqing couldn't help but be amused by Luo Xinlian. You look down on our 4 Saint Jai too much. We, the 4 Saint Jai, don't even care about the mere cultivation materials worth tens of millions. Luo Xinlian was also very happy. He raised his hand and pointed at the 3 guards behind Xiao Yunqing. Good. My third request is, I want to fight these 3 guys. As long as they can defeat me, I will immediately join the 4 Sacred College. 3-6 showdown, 1v3. Hearing Luo Xinlian's third request, everyone expressed their incomprehension. Not only will they not bother you anymore, they will also give you a large amount of supplies as compensation. They even directly invite you to join the 4 Saints Academy. What else are you not satisfied with? In the eyes of others, Luo Xinlian was just full of youthful vigor. I was surrounded by 3 people before, and now I want to get back at them. But this is totally unnecessary. After all, they don't think Luo Xinlian can really 1v3. Rather than being beaten up by those 3 people, joining the 4 Sacred College would be criticized. It would be much better to just join. Even Xiao Yunqing thought so. But little did he know that Luo Xinlian had reasons to do so at this moment. He really didn't want to get entangled with these 3 people before. But because of the arrogant space, Luo Xinlian and the instant Shadow Dragon have become inextricably linked. He could clearly feel that the Shadow Dragon seemed to have reached a critical point. Some external factors are needed to stimulate the Shadow Dragon to break through its limits. And fighting is the best way. The 3 people in front of him just happened to be used by Luo Xinlian as whetstones for the Shadow Dragon. That's why the idea of 1v3 came about. As for losing, he is not worried at all. Although Nan Yunxiao didn't say anything to him. But it is not difficult to infer based on the current predicament of the 4 evil colleges. It must be related to the 4 sacred colleges. In that case, if you lose, just join. Be a cuckoo parasitic on someone else's nest. Use the enemy's nutrients to nourish your own growth. Luo Xinlian did not forget Fatty's teachings. Since you have already defined the other party as an enemy, it is natural to weaken the enemy as much as possible to strengthen yourself. Where's the morality? As Luo Xinlian's voice fell, the 3 guards had long been displeased with Luo Xinlian. When the 3 of them first entered the 4 Sacred College, it was filled with numerous difficulties and dangers. Now give Luo Xinlian a chance to join directly. Not only does he not cherish it, he also puts forward conditions. This made the 3 of them extremely jealous. Since Luo Xinlian is looking for death, it's not the 3 of them's fault. Captain, since this little brother has such a request, we should satisfy him. The other 2 also echoed. Xiao Yunqing also nodded slightly. In that case, choose one person to fight him. Upon hearing this, the 3 guards were stunned for a moment. Wasn't it agreed to be 3 against 1? In a one-on-one situation, how could we be their opponents? Although they don't like Chao Xing, but its strength is still quite recognized. Even Chao Xing was defeated. How could they be opponents in a one-on-one match? The most terrifying thing is that this guy's spiritual power seems to be extremely powerful. After the battle with Chao Xing, he didn't show any sign of fatigue. Xiao Yunqing's words made the 3 of them regret what they had just said for a moment. Seeing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across Xiao Yunqing's face. What? I dare to challenge all 3 of you at the same time. You don't even dare to fight one-on-one? Are you worthy of being a member of the 4 Sacred College? The faces of the 3 guards turned red, but there was no rebuttal. They saw what happened to Chao Xing. Even the beast was stolen. I also suffered a strong backlash. They don't want to follow in Xiao Xing's footsteps. At this moment, Luo Xinlian said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Let the three of them come together. If three of the Four Saints elites can't defeat me alone, then I don't need to go to the Four Saints Academy." Hearing this, Xiao Yunqing nodded. "Since you ask so, my Four Sacred College cannot take advantage of you. How about this? I have a power-boosting pill made by our Academy's master cultivator. This lifting pill can promote the growth of the beast, enhance its physique and strength, and has no side effects. It is specially suitable for growing beasts. Little brother, if you can defeat these three, I will give you this strength-boosting pill." Although Luo Xinlian remained calm, he was quite surprised in his heart. It was strange to think that the man in front of him could see that the shadow dragon was only in the growth stage. Otherwise, he would not have given out cultivation materials for the growth stage as a reward. "Aren't you afraid that I will perform exceptionally well and beat the three of them because of this reward? In this case, not only will I not join the Four Saints Academy, but you will also have to pay for the supplies, right?" Xiao Yunqing just smiled faintly. Then he said, "Little brother is joking. Whether or not to join the Four Saints Academy is entirely up to you, little brother. I just think that you and I are quite compatible, so I want to make friends with you." The crowd watching was also impressed by Xiao Yunqing's mind and vision. Isn't this what Xiao Yunqing meant? What are the three requirements, and what are the rewards? Even if I invite you to join the Four Sacred College, it's just to make friends with you. There's no such thing as gambling. It's just to entertain you if you're interested. That damn Luo Xinlian. How lucky is he to be valued so highly by Manager Xiao? If you have this talent, you can do it too. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was not flattered or happy. Instead, he became a little wary of Xiao Yunqing. In his previous life, he had seen the fickleness of the world. He didn't believe that there would be someone in the world who was so open-minded and didn't seek personal gain. Especially in this world of beast taming where the strong prey on the weak and strength is respected. Even his master, Nan Yunxiao, was so good to him and wanted to rely on his qualifications to lead the Four Evils Academy to rise again one day. Therefore, Luo Xinlian dared to be sure that Xiao Yunqing must have some plan. Although I have the answer in my heart, but there is no reason not to take something that is delivered to your door. In that case, let's get started. The three guards couldn't wait any longer. Originally, they were very jealous of Luo Xinlian. Now Xiao Yunqing actually took out the strength-boosting pill as a reward to motivate Luo Xinlian. This made them even more unhappy. The next moment, the beasts of the three people all jumped into the field. The crowd watching also subconsciously stepped back a distance. The purple cloud leopard, the black Eel python, and the thick earth turtle stood side by side. The shadow dragon was not afraid at all. It took a step forward and faced the three beasts in the transformation stage. The next moment, the purple cloud leopard was the first to be hit. Use your best speed to attack the shadow dragon. But the next moment, an even faster attack hit the purple cloud leopard. It's the shadow fist of the shadow dragon. Wherever there is light, there is darkness. The speed of shadow is as fast as the speed of light. A solid punch hit the purple cloud leopard's neck. The purple cloud leopard was knocked off balance directly. The purple clouded leopard suddenly felt its brain dazed. "I can hardly stand up." Apparently, this punch almost killed the purple cloud leopard instantly. Of course, this is also thanks to the first attack skill, such as Shadow Fist. If not for this, the speed of the shadow dragon is also extremely fast. But it is still not as good as the purple clouded leopard, which is known for its speed. After all, the shadow dragon is only in the growth stage, which is 2 stages away from the purple cloud leopard in the metamorphosis stage. The shadow dragon is ready to pursue the victory. He leaped up and launched a Tyrannosaurus kick, kicking straight at the purple cloud leopard. Bang! But it was blocked by a thick earth wall. At this critical moment, the thick earth turtle arrived. He quickly used the earth and rock wall to block the fatal blow for the purple cloud leopard. The entire earth and rock wall was shattered by the kick from the shadow dragon. All of a sudden, gravel exploded and dust flew everywhere. The shadow dragon's vision was also slightly obstructed. Suddenly, the shadow dragon felt a cold breath approaching him from behind. 3-7 advanced, entering the mature stage. At some point, the Eel python had quietly come behind the shunning dragon. He directly used his innate skill, the Eel poison fang, to bite towards the neck of the shadow dragon. In just a moment, the information of Eel poison fang was cracked by Luo Xinlian's forbidden eye. Eel poison fang, Eel python's innate skill, which can release strong ice attribute snake venom through its fangs. It will deduct 1% of the poisoned person's physical strength every 10 seconds. Dragons are naturally resistant to many elemental attributes such as fire, water, thunder, and wind. But the ice attribute is the natural enemy of the dragon attribute. Once the shadow dragon is hit by the mysterious poison fong, the original 1% of its physical strength will be deducted every 10 seconds, and then it will be increased to 2% of its physical strength every 10 seconds. Even though it's only 1% more, the damage is doubled. Plus the current 1v3 battle situation. Once the shadow dragon is poisoned, it is doomed to fail. But the shadow dragon quickly responded, because all this happened in a flash. The fragments of the earth and rock wall that had been blasted apart by the shadow dragon were still flying in the air. Because the Shining Python is not good at speed and is far slower than the flash shadow dragon. The moment the shadow dragon discovered the Shining Python, it grabbed a piece of broken rock and stuffed it directly into the bloody mouth of the Shining Python. This not only blocked the Shining Python's attack, but also caused considerable damage to it. Because it had no time to dodge, the Shining Python swallowed the stone directly. Fortunately, snake's jaws can be temporarily dislocated. Otherwise, any other beast would have its throat choked by the rock. However, even if the Shining Python was not stuck, it would still be uncomfortable. After all, there was an extra rock in its stomach, and every movement would cause severe pain. Although the current situation on the field seems to be that Shadow Dragon has a slight advantage. But Luo Xinlian knew clearly that in these rounds of fighting, even the slightest mistake would result in failure. Once the Shadow Dragon is hit by the opponent, it will be attacked by 3 metamorphosis beasts in turn. If you want to defeat the opponent, you have to fight quickly and decisively. Luo Xinlian immediately took advantage of the opponent's bad condition and commanded the instant Shadow Dragon to launch the Shadow Dragon Wave. The Shadow Dragon Wave possesses 2 super-level attributes, Dragon and Dark, and has extremely strong destructive power. As long as it can hit the opponent, it will surely succeed in achieving the feat of 3 in 1. Just when the Shadow Dragon Wave was about to hit the Shining Python, a rotating turtle shell flew over and directly blocked Shadow Dragon Wave's attack. Thick Earth Turtle Innate Skill. Absolute Protective Turtle Armor. Effect. Can completely defend against one attack from the same growth stage or below. Luo Xinlian was also shocked. What? Seeing Luo Xinlian finally showing a hint of surprise. The 3 guards were so happy that they couldn't express it in words. You're so arrogant. Now you know how powerful my 4 Saints fast is. But this is not over yet. Only under the cover of the thick earth turtle. The other 2 guards formed seals with their hands and mobilized their spiritual power. Treat! The word treatment was shouted out loud. A trace of life energy appeared on the bodies of the Shining Python and the purple cloud leopard. The injuries of both of them healed instantly. The purple cloud leopard, which had almost lost its fighting ability, also recovered. There were some discerning people among the onlookers. This is the foundation, the skills of a beast tamer, a skill that can only be learned by entering the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. A skill that uses one's own spiritual power to assist the beast in battle. It seems that Luo Xinlian is doomed to fail. Naturally, these words also reached Luo Xinlian's ears. At this time, Luo Xinlian also felt a little depressed. When the Beast Taming Academy starts, I will definitely make up for this knowledge. Otherwise, no matter how strong the beast is, its own lack of knowledge and ability will limit its combat power. The purple cloud leopard, which had almost recovered, suddenly attacked. A fierce golden claw attacked the chest of the shadow dragon. Melee skills with dual attributes of wind and gold, combined with the purple cloud leopard's innate skill, purple cloud claw. All melee skills gain 10% more power. Even the shadow dragon didn't dare to take it head-on. I wanted to pull away. As a result, the ground turned into a pool of mud at some point. The shadow dragon's feet were quickly stuck in it, unable to move. It is precisely because of this control. As a result, the shadow dragon, which could have easily avoided the fierce wind and golden claws, was hit hard by this attack. The next moment, claw marks appeared on the chest of the shadow dragon. Blood splatters. The 3 were overjoyed when they saw this. Ha! I got caught. Hurry up. Kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 beasts in the transformation stage all launched their strongest attacks, trying to kill the shadow dragon instantly. 3 powerful attacks surrounded the shadow dragon with a wave of energy. We admit that you are strong, but if you want to fight 1v3, you are still a little lacking. The background of the 4 Saints Academy is beyond your imagination. This time, Xiao Yinqing did not reprimand the three people for their ridicule of Luo Xinlian. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Luo Xinlian revealed a hint of disappointment. Oh, really? You don't really think you've won? Suddenly, Luo Xinlian's voice came into everyone's ears at an inopportune time. Immediately afterwards, the three of them felt a dark and strange aura slowly growing stronger in the center of the energy ball. How is that possible? That dragon man actually advanced during the battle. The next moment, a loud dragon roar resounded throughout the venue. The energy ball was eroded by a dark force and disappeared instantly. A figure as fast as a ghost jumped out from it. Go straight to the three beasts opposite. The corners of Luo Xinlian's mouth also curled up slightly. Shadow Dragon 3 Fighting Dance. As Luo Xinlian's words fell, that ghostly figure seemed to be dancing under the spotlight, moving back and forth around the three beasts. Just every action it takes. There will be a sound of breaking air, followed by the sound of flesh and blood being torn. It only took a few breaths. The purple cloud leopard and the black-een python could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. The two beasts were covered with wounds of varying sizes. There was blood all over the floor. The thick earth turtle is slightly better, but only slightly. Not long after, everyone heard a click sound. Everyone present instantly gasped. Oh shit, the shell of the thick earth turtle actually is broken. It only took a dozen breaths. All three beasts fell to the ground and lost their ability to fight. And their masters, the three guards, were looking at everything in the field in disbelief. They're the elite ones who were admitted to the four sacred colleges. Unexpectedly, they all lost. Still lost in a 3-on-1 situation. For a moment, they felt as if all the strength in their bodies had been drained away, and the three of them just collapsed straight onto the ground. At this point, the four guardians of the Four Saints' Palace were all defeated by Luo Xinlian. The flying figure of the Shadow Dragon finally stopped in front of Luo Xinlian. At this time, the height of the Shadow Dragon reached 3 meters and 5. The bump on his head had also grown out completely. It turned into a pair of real dragon horns. The dragon mane on its head also grew explosively. The dragon's tail became thicker and longer, full of power. Maturity period. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Shadow Dragon has entered its mature stage. Name: Shadow Dragon. Growth stage: maturity. Racial bloodline: bloodline of the arrogant Demon King. Quality: taboo unique. Attribute: dark/dragon. Talent: Mephisto's pride. Skills: Shadow Fist, Tyrannosaurus Kick, Shadow Dragon Wave, Shadow Dragon Trio Dance. Evolution route: Shadow Dragon, Flash Shadow Dragon, Starry Sky Dragon, Heavenly Punishment Black Dragon, Extreme Dragon King, Mephisto. Evolution requirements: with a Thunderstone to draw lightning into your body. Description: mature Mephisto bloodline, with the blood of the devil, can easily achieve cross-level combat. If you can control the manic power, you will definitely be able to take it to the next level. 3-8 Begin. Return to Tokiwa. Looking at the latest panel of Shadow Dragon, Luo Xinlian finally reacted. The reason why the system issued the task of seizing the Thunderstone is that it was waiting here. According to the memory of the previous life, the Thunder Beast will be born in 2 days. By then, it will surely attract competition from all the major families. Before, Luo Xinlian was worried that he was not strong enough, and it would be dangerous if he fought rashly. Now that Shadow Dragon has successfully advanced, it has the incredible talent skill of Mephisto's pride. Then use the remaining time to help the Shadow Dragon recuperate its nutrition and restore its 100% combat power. This should be enough for him to compete. Having made up his mind, Luo Xinlian immediately withdrew his thoughts. Looking at Xiao Yinqing not far away, he also showed a harmless smile. Manager Xiao, I win. Is it time to fulfill my promise? Even Xiao Yunqing, who had seen many talented young men in the Four Saints Academy, was shocked by Luo Xinlian's performance today. He had thought that Luo Xinlian was going to lose, but he didn't expect that he would give him such a big surprise. However, Xiao Yinqing still maintained the same gentle smile as before. He decisively took out an exquisite palm-sized gift box and a small ring and handed them to Luo Xinlian. This is the lifting pill. Take it. Also, the supplies you originally purchased and the compensation given to you have been put into this space ring. You can take it out by inputting spiritual energy into it. Luo Xinlian just took a quick look at the thing in his hand and put it away. Thank you. Since you lost, I don't need to join the Four Sacred College anymore. If you're all right, I'll leave first. Xiao Yunqing did not show any displeasure. He just nodded gently. Of course. After all, we have already agreed to this. Luo Xinlian was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would be so trustworthy. For a moment, Luo Xinlian felt that he could not see through the man in front of him, but he didn't delve too deeply into it. Now that the benefits have been taken, the other party will not cause trouble for me. Then why do you keep it? Thank you very much, Manager Xiao. After politely expressing gratitude, Luo Xinlian turned around and walked towards the entrance of Sisheng's High. I don't know if the scene just now was too shocking. At this time, the onlookers finally came to their senses. Then there was a thunderous shout. Fuck, Luo Xinlian is awesome. He really rejected the invitation from the Four Sacred College. 1 against 3. 3 people from the Four Sacred Colleges can't even defeat Luo Xinlian. He may be the most outstanding genius in the history of City Ye. There were even quite a few female beast tamers shouting there. Little brother, do you still need a girlfriend? Would you like to consider your sister? Even many paparazzi and reporters from news agencies who heard the news have begun to send the battle data they secretly filmed back to their own media units. In response to the cheers from the crowd, Luo Xinlian just smiled politely. Xiao Yunqing was not angry about the defeat of the Four Sacred College. He did not even glance at the 4 defeated guards and just let the other staff take their beast down for treatment. Instead, he came to the shopping guide who had received Luo Xinlian before with a calm face. Said softly, "You did a great job. From now on, the position of manager of this floor will be yours." Hearing this, the salesgirl couldn't believe what she heard at first, but then she felt flattered. "Thank you, manager. I will work hard." Xiao Yunqing nodded slightly. He turned around and looked in the direction where Luo Xinlian left. He gave a meaningful look. "I'm really curious about how far you can go." After leaving Sisheng's High, Luo Xinlian directly called Beast Taming Didi and went straight to the hospital where Chen Wanru was. After arriving at the hospital, we were pressed for time. Luo Xinlian then explained to Bei Liuhu and Zhao Dezhu what he was going to do next. The two were also quite shocked. Although they were very surprised at Luo Xinlian's courage, he actually dared to set his sights on the Thunder Tribulation Beast, but also expressed understanding. They all knew Luo Xinlian's potential. After all, the strong are respected. How can you become strong if you don't fight for these opportunities? Zhao Dezhu originally wanted to go to Changpan Forest with Luo Xinlian. But Luo Xinlian was worried that the relative of the Su family who had been beaten up before would bring people to the hospital to cause trouble. So Zhao Dezhu was asked to stay in the hospital to help. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was determined to do so, Zhao Dezhu had no intention of forcing him to follow. "I just told Luo Xinlian to put safety first." Bei Liuhu also said that with the two of them taking care of Chen Wanru, Luo Xinlian could rest assured. Luo Xinlian naturally believed what Bei Liuhu said. The reason why Luo Xinlian refused Zhao Dezhu to follow him was not only because he was worried about Chen Wanru's safety in the hospital. He also thought that he needed to hide his identity when going to the Evergreen Forest this time. Only by hiding his identity could he do things without restraint. If Zhao Dezhu had followed them, his size would probably have betrayed their identities. In terms of beast taming, although the Shadow Dragon is very conspicuous, don't forget that Luo Xinlian also has a flame-winged falcon. Although this fire-feather falcon has a trace of vermilion bird bloodline, its appearance is no different from other fire-feather falcons. Although the fire-winged falcon is rare, it is not completely impossible to see. As long as you have some financial resources and status, you can get one. Naturally, I am not afraid that others will guess it's me. When there are many people around, Luo Xinlian can use the flame feather falcon to hide his identity. And this flame feather falcon has grown to the transformation stage. Although its actual combat power is not as good as that of Shadow Dragon, but it is more than enough to deal with ordinary spiritual beasts in the Evergreen Forest. After dealing with the relevant matters, Luo Xinlian spent some time disguising himself. Half a day later, a man wearing an evil ghost mask and a black robe came to the Evergreen Forest. This person is Luo Xinlian in disguise. However, some people cannot agree with Luo Xinlian's taste. He was dressed like a cultist, causing all the beast tamers gathered at the entrance of Evergreen Forest to stay away. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian was also happy to have some peace and quiet. The materials purchased and compensated in the space ring have been transferred by Luo Xinlian to the companion space. He immediately found a tree, leaned against it, and closed his eyes. Then let the consciousness enter the arrogant space. According to the method of preparing food as seen by the forbidden eye, he began to use the unique spiritual energy in the prideful space to prepare food for the two beasts. With the help of the forbidden eye, soon two different meals were ready. The shadow dragon, who was originally practicing the Shadow Dragon 3 fighting dance in another place in the pride space, suddenly stopped. The nose also moved subconsciously. A drop of saliva flowed out from the corner of the shadow dragon's mouth. But it was quickly wiped out by the shadow dragon. As a noble dragon clan, there is no way it would allow itself to be seen drooling, even though its stomach was growling with hunger. You know, the shadow dragon has never eaten anything since it crawled out of the eggshell. It has been relying on the arrogance in the arrogant space to survive. But there is nothing we can do about it, since his master is illiterate. He didn't even know the most basic knowledge of beast taming, which was why the shadow dragon had been hungry for so long. Seeing that Luo Xinlian didn't call it to eat for a long time, the shadow dragon was also quite angry. But as a proud dragon, how can we wag our tails and beg for food? Although he thought so in his heart, the shadow dragon's body still subconsciously leaned towards Luo Xinlian. While moving, he also pretended to demonstrate the newly learned Shadow Dragon 3 fights dance, afraid that Luo Xinlian would notice something. However, Luo Xinlian could see clearly what the shadow dragon was thinking. I couldn't help but find it funny. What a proud dragon. Then he gave up the idea of teasing the shadow dragon. Let's eat. As soon as the word rice came out of his mouth, Luo Xinlian found that Shunning Long was standing in front of him with a proud look on his face. Although the shadow dragon tried his best to maintain an arrogant look, but anyone could see that its pair of longan eyes were about to fall onto the food in front of it. Immediately, Luo Xinlian handed the 2 portions of food in front of him to the shadow dragon. You must be starving. Eat quickly. Immediately, the shadow dragon took the food and started to eat it like a whirlwind. As the shadow dragon eats, the cultivation panel in front of Luo Xinlian also began to change. 39 Anger. Qian Xiaodao appears. Name, Shadow Dragon. Loyalty, 100 Companion Beast is absolutely loyal. Personality, arrogant, slightly arrogant. Preference, trampling powerful beings underfoot. Mood, joyful. All skill power plus 10%. Explanation, the taste buds and stomach of the Shadow Dragon are satisfied. The happy mood allows the beast to perform its skills more perfectly. Diet, omnivorous. Description, the meat of a powerful spirit beast combined with the spirit herbs/crystals used to strengthen the body can accelerate the growth of the shadow dragon. Ingredients pairing suggestion, spirit beast meat, the higher the level, the better, plus dark crystal/dragon crystal plus dragon primrose. Production method, health status, health plus, each basic ability plus 10%. Growth speed plus 100%. Description, nutrition is fully supplemented. The body reaches a perfect state, can exert extraordinary combat power, and the growth rate is accelerated. Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. He also didn't expect that the food made according to the cultivation template method would have such an effect. Not only does it provide the beast's body with comprehensive nutritional supplements, it can also make them feel happy. Moreover, a happy mood and a healthy plus health status can also allow the Beastmaster to exert combat power beyond its own ability in battle. This was something Luo Xinlian never expected. As for the strength-boosting pill, Luo Xinlian did not take out it. After all, the instant shadow dragon had already entered its mature stage at this time, and the strength-boosting pill did not have much effect on it. Moreover, Luo Xinlian always felt that over-reliance on external objects was never as solid as the power gained from one's own cultivation. After solving the problem of shadow dragons' internal organs, Luo Xinlian also followed suit and made the most suitable food for the flame-feathered falcon according to the recipe given by the breeding module. Because the flame-feathered falcon is in a good mood, the power of all its skills is increased by 10%. The physical condition has reached healthy plus, each basic ability plus 10%, and the growth rate plus 100%. Seeing the scene in front of him, an idea suddenly exploded in Luo Xinlian's mind. If I open a shop specializing in making animal food for people, wouldn't I make a fortune? For a moment, the more Luo Xinlian thought about it, the more he felt he could come up with an idea. But it was just a fantasy for a moment, and his consciousness returned to his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, Luo Xinlian found that there seemed to be several people surrounding him, looking at him. Fuck, this guy isn't moving. Could he be dead? Are you crazy? Can't you see he's still breathing? Can dead people breathe? Although the area at the entrance to Evergreen Forest is a safe zone, there are dedicated beast tamers maintaining it every day. But Luo Xinlian really doesn't like the feeling of being approached by strangers. He immediately lowered his voice and spoke impatiently. "What's up?" Hearing this, the people watching were also startled by Luo Xinlian's sudden voice. "Quickly distance yourself." "Damn it, boy, it's scary that you speak so suddenly." At this time, Luo Xinlian finally saw the appearance of the person in front of him. It was the captain of the cheetah squad, the golden leopard, who had been taught a lesson by him before. Suddenly, the corners of Luo Xinlian's mouth under the mask slowly rose. "I didn't get any benefit from you before. Now that you've come to me again, you can't blame me." Just as Luo Xinlian was about to summon the flame-feathered falcon to beat up the leopard. When it's time to extort money again, the leopard continued. "Forget it, it's not your fault. We just saw that you were alone, so we wanted to ask if you would like to join our team and go into the mountains to hunt spirit beasts together. It seems that you are new here, right? I'm not afraid to tell you. I don't know what's going on lately. The number of hunting teams in Evergreen Forest has suddenly increased, and the competition is becoming increasingly fierce. If you want to go in alone, you may not even get a single drop." Hearing this, Luo Xinlian gave up the idea of taking action. He also found that he had only been in the beast-controlling space for a short while. There were many more teams at the entrance of Evergreen Forest. Then he looked at the 6 members of the cheetah squad. A squad usually consists of 7 people. It seems that since Zhao Deju left the cheetah team, they have not found any suitable members to join. In addition to the sudden emergence of a competing team today, the cheetah team wanted to get the lone Luo Xinlian to join. The reason for this is to make up for the shortage in numbers. Second, in Golden Leopard's opinion, anyone who dares to come here alone should not be too weak. The Thunder Tribulation Beast is about to be born. These teams that suddenly appeared should be sent by the 3 major families to search for intelligence. I can sneak into the cheetah squad and hide from others. After all, I am not familiar with the interior of Evergreen Forest, so I still need someone to lead the way. After thinking everything through, Luo Xinlian nodded. He lowered his voice and said, "No problem. I just want to find a team to go into the forest together." Seeing that Luo Xinlian did not refuse, the leopard was quite happy. Then he introduced the team members to Luo Xinlian one by one. Then everyone in the cheetah squad turned their eyes to Luo Xinlian. It seemed like she was waiting for him to introduce himself. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xinlian fabricated an identity for himself as a beastmaster who roamed around and hunted spiritual beasts. "My name is Night Owl. See that assistance has been achieved." The leopard eagerly led everyone into the Evergreen Forest. While walking, he talked. "We have to speed up and not let others get there first. I don't know what happened recently, but many rare spirit beasts have escaped from Yinwu Mountain in a Chongpan Forest. The materials from these spiritual beasts are all very valuable." The last sentence was simply ignored by Luo Xinlian. Instead, it was the second sentence that caught Luo Xinlian's attention. Is it because of the Thunder Beast? Perhaps only a powerful spiritual beast like the Thunder Tribulation Beast could cause the spiritual beasts that originally lived on Yinwu Mountain to run down from the mountain. In other words, the Thunder Beast is on Yinwu Mountain. After learning the news, Luo Xinlian also became a little excited. Before he could think more, the leopard suddenly shouted, "Look, Emerald Pig, take it. We will send it." Luo Xinlian also immediately opened the Forbidden Eye to check the information of the Emerald Pig. After all, this was the first time he had seen it. Name Emerald Pig. Attribute: rock/gold. Growth stage. Evolution route. Skill. Description: a pig-like beast with low combat power, but the jadeite inlaid all over its body is very valuable. It usually hides in places where few people go and is quite rare to see. After reading the information about the Emerald Pig, Luo Xinlian was speechless. He never imagined that such a weak spiritual beast could be so rich in treasures. Isn't this a crime of possessing a treasure? No wonder he hides in remote places all day long. If it weren't for the Thunder Beast, I'm afraid I would never see this thing in my lifetime. In a moment, the cheetah squad called out their own beasts and surrounded the Emerald Pig. "Ha! I'm so lucky today. I met the Emerald Pig as soon as I came in. As long as we catch it, we'll make it." Immediately afterwards, the leopard looked at Luo Xinlian with some dissatisfaction. "Where's your beast? You're already slacking off right after joining the team? If you don't work hard, you won't get a share of this Emerald Pig." The current situation in Viridian Forest is unclear. He also didn't know whether the 3 major families or other forces had spies nearby. Luo Xinlian did not want to expose his strength too early and attract the attention of these forces. You have to know that apart from the Shadow Dragon, the Flamewing Falcon is also a beast in the transformation period. Too conspicuous. So he began to speak. It doesn't matter. The 6 of you are enough to capture this emerald pig. I'll just take this as an opportunity to broaden my horizons. Hearing Luo Xinlian say this, Golden Leopard immediately had no objections. Just as Luo Xinlian said, it can be said that they are almost certain to capture the emerald pig. Now that there is one less person to pay, naturally no one has any objections. Just when the cheetah squad was about to capture the emerald pig, vines suddenly appeared. A circle was formed like a small arena. The entire cheetah squad, including Luo Xinlian and the emerald pig, were surrounded. Immediately afterwards, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly sounded. Hand over the jade pig if you know what's best for you, or your life will be in danger. Looking in the direction of the voice, Luo Xinlian narrowed his eyes slightly. There seemed to be anger boiling in his eyes. It's not because the other party jumped out and wanted to intercept the cheetah squad halfway. Just because he knew the person who came. It was Qian Xiaodao, who had not appeared since the orphanage incident. 40 accident? A girl fell from the sky and fell into my arms. Looking at the familiar face in front of me, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but reveal a sneer on his face under the mask. No matter how hard you try, you still can't find it, but it comes to you without any effort. You colluded with outsiders, the design dean. I caused both the dean and Xiao Ming to be seriously injured. I didn't expect to meet you here today. At this time, Qian Xiaodao didn't know that he had been targeted by Luo Xinlian. Instead, he walked over with 6 other people in a swagger. There were also 7 Treeman Beastmen following them. Name: Deadwood Monster. Growth stage: Maturity. Attribute: Racial bloodline: Treeman. Quality: High quality. Talent: Rooting. Sinking the tree roots that serve as feet into the ground can quickly restore physical strength. Skills: Flying leaves, entangling vine. Evolution route. Description: Tree people living in the jungle often disguise themselves as ordinary trees to block the path of humans and make them lost. It seems that the vines surrounding them were created by these 7 deadwood monsters. After reading all the information, Luo Xinlian had a clear understanding of the basic strength of Qian Xiaodao's team. It can be said that the Flame Feather Falcon alone is enough to wipe out their entire team. But what Luo Xinlian is thinking about now is, should he kill him on the spot, or find a place where there is no one around to do it? At this time, the faces of the leopard and other members of the cheetah team became extremely ugly. You know, if there were no restrictions on the vines, with the speed of all the cat-like beasts in the cheetah squad, they could definitely fight against Qian Xiaodao's team. But now the other party has taken the initiative. The surrounding space was blocked by vines. The cheetah squad's speed advantage was gone. You can only stand still and fight head-on. The Withered Wood Demon's talent for taking root is well known. Standing still and fighting. What's the difference between this and committing suicide? He was recovering his strength while fighting. And you become weaker and weaker the more you fight. Unless you can kill the opponent in one blow, you will only be exhausted to death. But despite this, the leopard still said with the mentality of giving it a try. My friend, isn't this inappropriate? We found this emerald pig first. Hearing this, Qian Xiaodao suddenly covered his stomach and burst into laughter. Huh, you don't look that old. Why are you so confused? This is Viridian Forest. You told me it's first come, first served. Are you sure? As he spoke, Qian Xiaodao's expression changed and a hint of viciousness appeared. I only know that I can do whatever I want just because I have a big fist. Be careful not to move, or I can't guarantee that these deadwood monsters won't fire leaves at you. Immediately, a deadwood demon stretched out a vine and tied up the emerald pig. Then it was sent to Qian Xiaodao. In this regard, everyone in the cheetah squad was angry but dared not speak out, although the wealth was stolen. But it seems that the other party is at least not prepared to kill them. As long as you are alive, there is still hope. The emerald pig is not big, about the same size as an ordinary domestic pet pig. Qian Xiaodao picked it up with one hand. Then he burst into laughter wildly. Ha! I'm rich. The money I used to cheat that bitch last time is not even enough to fill my teeth. It's all right now. I can be free and easy for a while. These words undoubtedly touched Luo Xinlian's reverse scale. I was still struggling with where to start. It's okay now. This idiot has made his own choice. Just when Qian Xiaodao was laughing wildly, Luo Xinlian's cold voice suddenly came into his ears. I'll give you a chance to live. Return the jade pig to me, and then cut off my own legs. Hearing this, Qin Xiaodao's laughter stopped abruptly. Even the members of the cheetah squad nearby were looking at the new member of the team, the night owl, with a confused look on their faces. The leopard was the first to come to its senses. Said somewhat at a loss, "No, brother, are you that tough? Can't you see the situation clearly? We are at the mercy of others. If you are not afraid of death, don't take us with you." Luo Xinlian simply ignored the leopard's complaints. At this time, Qin Xiaodao also came to his senses. He looked at Luo Xinlian with an unhappy face. "I just found you a little unpleasant. Wearing a mask and a black cloak. You think you are a member of the Blackian Society? Brothers, get him!" As soon as he finished speaking, countless vines attacked Luo Xinlian. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian was not at all panicked. Just in time. But at this moment, an accident happened. A thunder suddenly struck. All the vines that were originally heading towards Luo Xinlian and the vines that had previously formed a circle were blown up. Then a figure fell from the sky. Luo Xinlian also stretched out his hand subconsciously. A silver-haired girl with skin as white as cream fell into Luo Xinlian's arms. Thanks to the blessing of spiritual power, Luo Xinlian was able to catch the girl steadily. Luo Xinlian, who was about to summon the flame-feathered falcon, was interrupted by this sudden accident. Suddenly, a natural fragrance from the girl wafted into Luo Xinlian's nose. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinlian felt a soft and firm squeezing sensation in his chest. Luo Xinlian looked over. What catches the eye is the girl's extremely proud cleavage. The strange, squeezing feeling from before, which was also the girl's pride, pressed against Luo Xinlian's chest. Luo Xinlian, who had never touched a woman in his previous life, only felt a burst of heat in his body. His whole face turned red all the way to his ears. However, no one noticed because of the mask. At this moment, the girl's extremely weak voice also reached Luo Xinlian's ears. "Hurry, run away! The flock of self-destructing sheep is coming." Because his knowledge of taming beasts was limited and he had not seen it with his own eyes, Luo Xinlian was just about to ask what a suicide sheep was. Suddenly, I heard shouts of "Oh my God!" coming from all around. I saw that several members of the cheetah squad had already escaped through the gap created by the lightning. Qin Xiaodao, who had been extremely arrogant before, also fled in a hurry with his team, carrying the emerald pig. Luo Xinlian was just about to chase Qin Xiaodao. I felt a vibration behind me. He looked back. I saw a dense group of sheep with light yellow fluff rushing towards me. There is a faint electric current around them. Name: self-destructing sheep. Growth stage: maturity. Attribute: electricity. Racial bloodline: sheep. Quality: ordinary. Talent: electricity storage. There is an electricity storage capsule in the body that can store electricity. Skills: self-destruction, discharge. Evolution route. Description: timid sheep, strong reproductive capacity, extremely weak individual strength, but often appear in groups, will explode directly when frightened. After receiving the information about the self-destructive sheep, Luo Xinlian only felt his scalp tingling. Self-destruct? One might not have much impact, but here are a bunch of them. Looking at the motionless Luo Xinlian, the girl in his arms thought that the man in front of him was frightened silly. He quickly used his remaining spiritual power to summon a wind wolf. He carried the two of them up directly. Run forward as fast as possible. For one beautiful view. Walking into a trap. A few hours later, next to a stream at the junction of the foot of Yinwu Mountain and Changpan Forest, Luo Xinlian turned his back to the girl who was leaning against a rock to rest. Undid his mask. He scooped up a handful of clean water and quickly washed his face. Cleaned the nosebleed that had already started flowing. Finally got rid of that group of self-destructive sheep. The escape process was so exciting that Luo Xinlian could hardly bear it. Of course, this so-called excitement does not refer to the excitement of racing against danger. But the visual impact along the way was too stimulating. The injured girl couldn't sit steadily on the back of the speeding wind wolf, so Luo Xinlian had to keep her in the princess-carrying position. But what a test this is for Luo Xinlian, a hot-blooded teenager. The bumpy ride caused the girl's already proud curves to sway constantly in front of Luo Xinlian's eyes. Luo Xinlian only felt dizzy. Coupled with the unique perspective at that time, Luo Xinlian, who had been naive in both lives, couldn't take his eyes away. The qi and blood surged up too quickly and spurted out of the nose. Fortunately, the mask was covering his face, Otherwise, Luo Xinlian would have lost all his face. Hey, come here. I heard the girl seemed to be calling me. After washing his face, Luo Xinlian quickly put on the mask again. Came to the girl. How are you? Before Luo Xinlian could finish his words, the girl actually took off her outer clothes, leaving only a tight vest. It seems that because this small vest is so light transmissive, the beautiful scenery inside is not blocked much. Instead, it outlines the girl's figure more perfectly. There's a kind of beauty of holding the peepo with half the face covered. This made Luo Xinlian, who had just washed his face, feel that all his work was in vain. I'm afraid that if this happens a few more times, Luo Xinlian will suffer from anemia. Miss, what are you doing? Although I saved you, I'm not just any random person. Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but roll her eyes at Luo Xinlian. Stop being so conceited. My back is injured and I can't reach it myself. I need your help to take care of it. Besides, I was the one who saved you just now. You saw the flock of suicide sheep coming, but you still stood there motionless. If I hadn't asked the wind wolf to carry you on its back, you would have been blown to death long ago. If anyone wants to repay a favor, it should be you who does it. After carefully recalling the situation at that time, it seemed that it was really this girl who saved me. So, Luo Xinlian also muttered softly. This girl is so pretty. If she insists that I repay her with my body, it's not impossible. Hey, what are you mumbling about? Come over and help. Following the girl's cry, Luo Xinlian came back to his senses from his endless YY. He ran happily to the girl's back and started treating her wound. Looking at the hideous wounds on the back, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but frown. Miss, the injury on your back is very serious. How did it get like this? The girl gritted her teeth while enduring the pain. A spirit beast has appeared in this mountain. Although it is seriously injured and on the verge of death, its strength is still extremely terrifying. I was hurt by it. Even my strongest beast was seriously injured by it. Even the group of self-destructing sheep started running wild because they were frightened. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's first reaction was Thunder Beast. He is seriously injured and on the verge of death, and his strength is terrifying. No matter how you look at it, he looks like a Thunder Beast. Combined with the terrifying thunder explosion before, it must be the Thunder Beast without a doubt. After all, those suicide sheep can't deliver such a terrifying attack. According to the information obtained from the girl in front of him, wasn't the Thunder Beast nearby at that time? Suddenly, Luo Xinlian felt that he had missed out on hundreds of millions. So, Luo Xinlian asked tentatively, Miss, are you going to seek revenge on it after your wounds are healed? The girl nodded. Of course. This Thunder Beast must be obtained by our Jiang family. Jiang family? Luo Xinlian asked with a hint of surprise. Are you from the Jiang family? It seemed that he heard the surprise in Luo Xinlian's tone. The girl said with a bit of pride, What? Are you scared? See if you dare to take advantage of me being injured and aim at my chest. It turns out that the girl in front of me has always known about my little actions along the way. It was just because of his own injuries, the rampage of the self-destructive sheep, and the Thunder Beast hiding in the dark that he did not say anything to reprimand. Luo Xinlian, whose past was exposed, suddenly felt embarrassed. Seeing that Luo Xinlian stopped talking, the girl had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Okay, I see you're not a bad person. I won't bother with you about this matter. But if I knew you had any bad intentions, I would definitely dig out your eyes. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian, knowing that he was in the wrong, could only smile awkwardly. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Finally, the girl spoke. My name is Jiang Yingxue, and I am the second daughter of the Jiang family. May I have your name? After hearing the girl introduce herself, Luo Xinlian thought for a moment and decided to reveal the fake identity he had prepared in advance. My name is Night Owl, and I'm a wandering spirit beast hunter. Hearing this, Jiang Yingxue's eyes lit up. A wandering spirit beast hunter? So cool. Let's put it this way. When this matter is over, as long as I can capture the Thunder Tribulation Beast, my father will definitely give me freedom. Then you can take me to various cities to wander. I have long wanted to go out and see the outside world. Although Jiang Yingxue said these words unconsciously. But when Luo Xinlian heard it, he sensed something different. Another poor man bound by his family. Thinking of the hellish life in the Luo family. For a moment, Luo Xinlian actually felt a sense of empathy. But Jiang Yingxue is definitely much better than me. What right do I have to pity him? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Is that okay? Seeing that Luo Xinlian didn't reply for a long time, Jiang Yingxue urged him again. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian had no choice but to speak. Of course I have no objection. It's the best thing I could wish for to have beautiful Jiang wandering with me. Hearing this, Jiang Yingxue looked proud. TSK, come on. Looking at your previous behavior, you were so scared by the suicide sheep that you couldn't even walk. Your strength must not be that good. From now on, I will protect you, so just be happy. In response, Luo Xinlian just smiled and did not refute. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded again. Oh, what a narrow road the enemy meets. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Why don't you come now? I heard other people's voices. Jiang Yingxue quickly put on her coat while no one was paying attention. Luo Xinlian also looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out to be Qian Xiaodao, who came over. Immediately, Luo Xinlian revealed a playful smile under the mask. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will fall into hell. No more accidents will happen this time. 4-2 instant kill. Flame Feather Falcon defeats 7 enemies at once. You were lucky before. You should be thankful for the sudden appearance of the self-destructing sheep, which allowed you to live for a few more hours. Before Luo Xinlian could speak, Jiang Yingxue on the side spoke with a stern look on her face. Here's a piece of advice for you. Leave now. Otherwise, if you lose your life, you can't blame others. Hearing this, Qian Xiaodao also turned his gaze to Jiang Yingxue, who was leaning on the rock. But he didn't take Jiang Yingxue's threat seriously at all. Instead, there was a hint of lust in his eyes. Wow, you are so lucky. Is this the woman who fell from the sky and into your arms earlier? What a great look. Well, I'll let you go. But this girl, you have to stay with me. After hearing Qian Xiaodao's explicit words, Jiang Yingxue's beautiful eyes narrowed. Seems to be really angry. Now he is not only injured. The most important thing is that his main battle beast had been injured by the Thunder Beast and had lost its combat capability. The only wind wolf that can fight now is only in the growth stage. They are far from being a match for the other tree people. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue was inexplicably looking at the guy in front of her who was wearing a mask and a cloak. Although he felt a natural sense of closeness when he saw this person for the first time, but you can know a person's face but not his heart. I don't know if this guy will leave me alone and run away. Just when he was inexplicably feeling a sense of anticipation towards Luo Xinlian. The next second, he heard Luo Xinlian's teasing voice. What are you thinking about? This young lady promised to accompany me to wander around various cities. Since you dare to have such evil thoughts about him, I will take your life. No matter who comes today, it won't help, I said. Hearing this, Jiang Yingxue felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. But he murmured in dissatisfaction. Humph, why are you trying to be cool? What a bravado guy. You can boast without worrying about your tongue. But when Qian Xiaodao heard this, he just thought it was just a trick by the other party to scare him. Huh, just you. We are 7 people and 7 beasts. Do you still want to fight 1v7? Since you want to die, don't accuse us of bullying you later. Get started. The next moment, the 7 dead wood monsters repeated the same trick. First, use tree vines and creepers to block off the surrounding area. In this way, no matter how good the opponent is at speed, he will not be able to make full use of it. We can only compete with him in consumption. In this way, the deadwood monster with the talent of taking root is basically invincible. As for whether the masked guy in front of him can kill these 7 deadwood monsters in seconds, they had never considered this possibility at all. Looking at Luo Xinlian, who was trapped in the open space, blocked by vines, and lay motionless, Qian Xiaodao's expression became more and more arrogant. Jiang Yingxue, who had been sitting on the ground to rest, also forced herself to stand up. He brought the wind wolf to Luo Xinlian's side and stood side by side. You are too impulsive. You had a chance to escape, but now we're both finished. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue was still quite moved. I didn't expect that a guy I met by chance would be willing to fall into despair for me. All the previous uneasiness has turned into worry about Luo Xinlian. He feels a little regretful now. If I hadn't thought about testing Luo Xinlian's attitude towards me before. Instead, let him escape directly. Maybe the person in front of him has already escaped. There is no need to suffer along with me. Thinking of this, Jiang Yingxue felt extremely guilty. Then he said, summon your beast later. Join forces with my wind wolf to attack one spot and see if we can tear open a hole. When the time comes, run away with all your strength. Don't worry about me. I'm the daughter of the Jiang family. They won't dare to do anything to me. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian looked at Jiang Yingxue in front of him with surprise. He didn't expect the other party to be so loyal. In that case, I have to protect her today, no matter what. But when Qian Xiaodao heard the word Jiang family, his originally arrogant expression first turned into a hint of fear, and then into a hint of madness. He is actually from the Jiang family. This is bad, but this is a deep mountain forest. As long as it is done cleanly, even the Jiang family won't be able to find out. At this moment, Qian Xiaodao was also furious and was about to commit evil. He had originally planned to wait until he had killed the masked guy. He imprisoned this beautiful girl in front of him and used her as a plaything for his own venting. But now it seems that there is no way to leave anyone alive. Brothers, kill them immediately. What happened today must not be spread out. Otherwise, if the Jiang family finds out, we'll be finished. The other 6 people also realized the seriousness of the matter. They were all prepared to kill the 2 of them directly. Seeing this scene, Luo Xinlian was a little amused and helpless. The young lady in front of me is really silly and cute. Don't you know how to talk behind people's backs? The sound is so loud. Jiang Yingxue could not have imagined that her words would cause such a reaction. He originally thought that if he told the other party the name of the Jiang family, they would leave. Unexpectedly, this accelerated the death of the 2. Hey, I'm the one who got you into trouble. In response, Luo Xinlian just smiled. Not really, just watch me. Don't be impulsive. But Luo Xinlian ignored Jiang Yingshue's dissuasion. Just take a step forward. Ha! Boy, just go and die first. Dead tree monster. Flying leaves. Upon hearing the order, the deadwood demon launched flying leaves directly towards Luo Xinlian. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yingxue covered her eyes in fear. He really didn't want to see the other person die. But after a while, the imagined scream did not appear. Instead, a loud boom was heard when Jiang Yingxue slowly lowered her hands that were covering her eyes. An incredible scene appeared to him. I saw a giant eagle with a fiery red body and some black lines on the tips of its feathers hovering in the sky. It is the flame feather falcon in its transformation period. Both the dead tree monster and the vines used to trap them were burned to ashes. There were patches of extremely hot flames burning on the ground around. Qian Xiaodao and the other 7 men on the opposite side were even more stunned. How? How is this possible? It's actually the flame feather falcon. 7 deadwood monsters were killed instantly, in one move. There was also a gleam of light in Jiang Yingshue's beautiful eyes. It's actually the flame feather falcon in the transformation period. How can he be so strong? Unexpectedly, the guy who was originally regarded as a weakling by him. He actually has such strong power. No wonder this guy didn't look panicked at all from the beginning. It turns out that I had known about this for a long time. This annoying guy. He actually hid his strength from me. I was so worried about him before, but change your mind. That's not right. Why do I care about him so much? Forget it. Just ignore it for now and see how he handles it. At this time, Jiang Yingxue had not yet realized that a strange feeling unique to the person in front of her had silently planted a seed in her heart. 4-3 kill. Feel the pain? Looking at the 7 deadwood monsters that evaporated in an instant and turned into ashes, Qian Xiaodao and the other 6 people were shaking with fear. One of them saw that the situation was not good and turned around and ran away. But how could he be as fast as the flame feather falcon? The flame-feathered falcon flapped its wings. 2 storms enveloped the man. The storm, like a sharp blade, cut the person who wanted to escape into countless pieces. The bloody scene made the other people who were about to escape stop in their tracks. Run! Why don't you run anymore? Luo Xinlian walked towards the remaining 6 people calmly. These 6 people were also frightened by the death of the man just now. They all knelt down with a plop. Qian Xiaodao even kowtowed directly. We were wrong. We know we were wrong. We are the ones who didn't recognize the great man. Please let us go. Luo Xinlian smiled but said nothing. However, because of the mask, Qian Xiaodao and the others had no idea what Luo Xinlian's expression was at the moment. Luo Xinlian snapped his fingers casually. I don't want to waste any more time talking. Hand over the jade pig and all your valuables. Hearing this, several people did not hesitate. He immediately handed the emerald pig that was still tied up by vines, an anonymous bank card, and some scattered cash to Luo Xinlian. He counted the property he had obtained, and excluding the jade pig, there were only about 300,000 yuan. Are you so poor? Qian Xiaodao also felt bitter when he heard this. I did make some money before, but I squandered it all. Of course, he would not tell Luo Xinlian about this. So he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying and said to Luo Xinlian, "Sir, we are low-level beast masters and are not well off to begin with. This is all we have. Would you please be so kind as to spare our lives?" Luo Xinlian nodded. "Well, that can't be helped. Flame Feather Falcon. Send them on their way." Breath of flames. In an instant, the other four people except Qian Xiaodao were all surrounded by flames. There were constant screams for a while. From time to time, there were some crackling sounds. That is the sound made by human fat being burned. But soon there was no movement. Qian Xiaodao once again witnessed the death of his companion. All the clothes on my body were soaked with sweat. The flames around him were clearly not extinguished yet, but he always felt a chill in his body. After being stunned for a while, Qian Xiaodao finally came to his senses. He touched his body in disbelief. The expression on his face gradually changed from fear to joy at surviving a disaster. "Hey, I'm still alive." Immediately afterwards, he kowtowed to Luo Xinlian like a madman. "Thank you very much, sir, for sparing my life." "Thank you very much, sir." Looking at Qian Xiaodao, who was kowtowing to him on the ground, Luo Xinlian slowly took off the mask on his face. "Don't be so formal. After all, we have known each other for so many years. It's so strange to kowtow to me all the time." After these words were spoken, Qian Xiaodao slowly raised his head. When he saw Luo Xinlian's face, he hesitated for a moment. Then I saw his pupils shrink. Yes, it's you." Afterwards, Qian Xiaodao recalled the reports about Luo Xinlian over this period of time. Whether it is the dragon-controlling genius that appears once in 300 years, or more than 10 people were tortured and killed in the orphanage. All of these had a significant impact on Qian Xiaodao's cognition. As one of the conspirators in the orphanage incident, he was naturally aware of the details. He knew that the relationship between Luo Xinlian and Chen Wanru was like that of a real mother and son. It was also because he was afraid that Luo Xinlian would come after him, so he kept avoiding Luo Xinlian. But I didn't expect to run into him here today. Luo Xinlian's current strength is enough to make him despair. Apart from kowtowing and begging for mercy, he could not think of any other way to survive. "Don't kill me. After all, we grew up together. Please let me go." The sarcasm on Luo Xinlian's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of coldness. "Don't worry, I won't kill you directly. I have a new way of playing." The next moment, before Qian Xiaodao could speak, the flame-feathered falcon used its sharp eagle claws to gouge out Qian Xiaodao's 2 kneecaps. Then it flapped its wings and hit Qian Xiaodao's chest, breaking his sternum. Qian Xiaodao fell to the ground and couldn't speak because of the heavy blow to the chest. But blood continued to flow out of his mouth and nose. Looking at Qian Xiaodao on the ground, he was breathing out more than breathing in. There was no emotion in Luo Xinlian's eyes. "I told you that you must die today. No one can help. Just try to understand what it feels like to be hurt like Ding Shun and Xiao Ming did." After saying this, Luo Xinlian put on the mask again, turned and walked towards Jiang Yingxue. Qian Xiaodao was left alone, dying slowly and painfully on the spot. When Luo Xinlian returned to Jiang Yingxue, I thought Jiang Yingxue would have some opinions about me because of the fact that he had just killed several people. But who would have thought that the first thing Jiang Yingxue said when she looked at Luo Xinlian again was, "Night Owl, are you ugly?" Luo Xinlian was stunned. "What?" Seeing that Luo Xinlian didn't understand what he meant, Jiang Yingxue continued, "When you took off your mask just now, you scared that person half to death. If you weren't ugly, would he be so scared?" Luo Xinlian finally understood the meaning of Jiang Yingxue's previous words, but there was no explanation. Just said it speechlessly. "Isn't your focus wrong? Shouldn't you ask me why I tortured and killed them?" But Jiang Yingxue looked at Luo Xinlian speechlessly. "They're just a few morally corrupt villains. Why not just kill them? As for why you want to kill them, you naturally have your reasons. Why should I care about this? What's more, that person just now wanted to do something bad to me. What you did is also a way for me to vent my anger." After thinking about it, Luo Xinlian also understood a little. After all, the 3 major beast-taming families have all done some shady things. Jiang Yingxue was born into the Jiang family. Naturally, I have also come across some similar things. Thinking about it this way, it is understandable why Jiang Yingxue's focus is on Luo Xinlian's appearance, because he must have seen a lot of murders like this. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian didn't worry too much. Instead, he changed the subject. "Now that these flies are dealt with, what are you going to do next?" Jiang Yingxue, let out a long sigh. What else can I do? My main battle beast is seriously injured, and I am also injured. I can only return to City of First. The spirit beast that injured me can only be dealt with by the other members of my Jiang family. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian's eyes turned. Reminded me of the Forbidden Eye effect. Said immediately, if you trust me, then summon the beast, and let me see it. 4-4 appearance. Evil Eye Ghost Sculpture. Jiang Yingxue was stunned when she heard this. Then they looked at the night owl in front of them with surprise. Do you know how to perform animal therapy? Luo Xinlian nodded slightly. But this shocked Jiang Yingxue greatly. I thought you were a newbie pretending to be sophisticated. I didn't expect you to show your terrifying beast-taming ability first. Now you're telling me you know animal medicine. Plus you were wearing a mask, deliberately hiding your identity. Although not as good as my brother. But I dare to conclude that you are definitely not an unknown person in City A. Tell me, which big family is secretly training you as a genius? Luo Xinlian immediately rolled his eyes at Jiang Yingxue. You have a very rich imagination. I'm telling you whether you can cure me or not. If not, I'll leave first. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was so tight-lipped, Jiang Yingxue also lost the desire to find out the truth. He spoke immediately. Heal, heal, heal. I also want to see if you were bragging or not. The next moment, a large bird only slightly smaller than the flame feather falcon. He was summoned out by Jiang Yingxue. The appearance is extremely gorgeous. The flame-feathered falcon was originally preening its feathers. After seeing the ice thunderbird, I couldn't take my eyes off it. He shamelessly ran to the ice bird and started dancing a courtship dance. As the flame-feather falcon jumped, it also spread out all its feathers, as if afraid that the ice thunderbird couldn't see it. But the seriously injured ice thunderbird didn't want to pay any attention to the flame-feather falcon. Although Luo Xinlian lacks knowledge about taming beasts, but we do know about the courtship behavior of birds and beasts. I just felt awkward immediately. It's so fucking embarrassing. He immediately scolded. You bastard, get out of here. Can't you see that he's injured? But the flame-feathered falcon ignored Luo Xinlian at all. Seeing that the ice bird ignored it, it jumped even harder. This made Luo Xinlian almost dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Jiang Yingxue standing by also covered her mouth and chuckled. Just let it jump. It won't affect your diagnosis anyway. Seeing that Jiang Yingxue had no objection. Only then did Luo Xinlian give up the idea of killing the flame-feathered falcon kunkin. He just gave the lustful bird a cold look. He immediately turned his gaze to the ice thunderbird and activated the Forbidden Eye. Name, Ice Thunderbird. Growth stage, maturity stage 7. Quality, epic. Attribute, Ice/Thunder. Talent, Ice Lightning Feather Strike. Ice Lightning Feather Strike. All attack skills launched by the wings have damage of Ice Lightning attribute. Skills, Ice Thunder Breath, Ice Claw, Black Feather Storm, Feather Blade. Evolution requirements. Use Ice Source Stone/Thunder Source Stone. Evolution route. Ice Thunder Hatchling. Ice Thunderbird, Mysterious Ice Thunderbird. Tianyuan Ice Thunderbird, Ice Thunderbird King. After reading the information panel of the Ice Thunderbird, Luo Xinlian was stunned. It seems that the division of growth stages seen by the Forbidden Eye has become more detailed. Could it be the reason why Shadow Dragon successfully advanced to the mature stage? After a little thought, Luo Xinlian noticed the evolution requirements of the Ice Thunderbird. It's actually epic. Use Thunderstone or Ice Stone to evolve. It seems that in the previous life, after the Jiang family obtained the Thunder Source Stone, they gave it to Jiang Yingxue. This time, my target is the Thunderstone, which does not conflict with Jiang Yingxue. Maybe I can help him then. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian continued to investigate the breeding template of the Ice Thunderbird. Name, Ice Thunderbird. Loyalty, 92. Personality, love beauty. Likes all beautiful things. Mood, bad, because my beautiful feathers were damaged. Diet, carnivore. Health status, seriously injured, paralyzed, combat power less than 10%. Treatment methods for serious injuries. Treatment methods for paralysis. After seeing the state of the Ice Thunderbird at this moment, I thought about the scene where Jiang Yingxue fell from the sky before. It is estimated that Jiang Yingxue accidentally encountered the Thunder Beast. Jiang Yingxue, who was no match for the opponent, wanted to escape on the Ice Thunderbird. As a result, he was hit by the skill of the Thunder Beast and fell from the sky. The Ice Thunderbird obviously had the attribute of thunder, and after reducing some of the power of the Thunder Beast's attack, it was still seriously injured. He also fell into a state of paralysis. But as the saying goes, where there are poisonous snakes, there must be something that can cure the venom nearby. By the same token, thunder-attributed spirit beasts often appear in Yunwu Mountain. There must be herbs in the mountains that can relieve paralysis. Just when Luo Xinlian was about to tell Jiang Yingxue the treatment method and the location to collect herbs, a dark shadow covered the sky. Luo Xinlian looked up and saw another giant bird of a very large size. The Forbidden Eye activated again. Name: Evil Eye Ghost Sculpture. Growth Stage: Transformation Stage 3. Quality: Legendary. Attribute: Ghost/Wind. Talent: Evil Eyes. Evil Eye. Using the third evil eye between the eyebrows, you can create an illusory world where light and shadow interweave, reality and illusion interweave, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish the direction and fall into deep confusion and fear. Skills: Ghost Featherstorm, Ghost Shadow, Nether Ghost Claw, Undead Breath. Evolution Route: Shadow Hatchling. Evil Eye Young Eagle. Evil Eye Ghost Eagle. Dark Knight Evil Emperor Eagle. Netherworld Overlord. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian's alarm bells immediately rang. It turned out to be a beast of legendary quality, although they are all beasts in the transformation period. But after the data displayed by the Forbidden Eye became more detailed, Luo Xinlian also knew that the Flame-Feathered Falcon had only one stage of transformation, just relying on the Flame-Winged Falcon that has not awakened the Suzaka bloodline. He is no match for the evil-eyed Ghost Eagle that suddenly appears before him. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to summon the Shadow Dragon, Jiang Yingxue, who was standing beside her, actually showed a hint of a smile on her face. After taking a few quick steps, he arrived under the Evil Eye Ghost sculpture. "Brother, I'm here." Immediately, a handsome young man who looked three-quarters like Jiang Yingxue jumped down from the back of the Evil Eye Ghost Eagle, landed steadily on the ground. "Are you okay?" Jiang Yingxue nodded slightly. "It's just some minor injuries, nothing serious." Seeing that Jiang Yingxue didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, a smile immediately appeared on his face, which originally had little emotion. But soon, the young man noticed the flame-feathered falcon that had been performing a courtship dance around the ice thunderbird. Immediately, it appeared on that handsome face which already had little expression. It also became increasingly gloomy. "Who the hell did you come from? How dare you tease my sister's beast?" Immediately, the evil-eyed Ghost Eagle unceremoniously used the Netherworld Ghost Claw to attack the flame-winged falcon. Fortunately, Luo Xinlian reacted quickly and quickly gave Yinyu Falcon the message to counterattack. Otherwise, the Flame-Feathered Falcon would have been killed on the spot. However, even though the Flame-Feathered Falcon used its fiery eagle claws to fight against it at the critical moment, it was still blown away by the evil-eyed Ghost Eagle. Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but snort coldly. "That's it? You dare to touch my sister?" 4-5 achieved. A world where only the flame-winged falcon is injured. Seeing that the other party didn't say a word, he killed him. Luo Xinlian was also angry. "What do you mean?" Seeing this, the young man also revealed a playful expression. "What? You don't agree? Good reaction. But you don't think that just because you blocked the attack of the evil Eye Ghost Eagle, you can fight me, right? To tell you the truth, I only used 1/3 of my spiritual power." Hearing this, Luo Xinlian also sneered. "What a coincidence. I didn't contribute much either." The young man was surprised to see that Luo Xinlian still dared to be stubborn. I immediately became interested. "If you don't agree, come again. I guarantee that you and your beast will die this time." Luo Xinlian was too lazy to waste any more words and immediately prepared to summon the Shadow Dragon to kill the bastard in front of him. Just as he began to mobilize his physical and spiritual energy, he was stopped by a stunningly beautiful figure. Jiang Yingxue suddenly came between the two people who were confronting each other. A single push separated the two of them. Then he protected Luo Xan, who was refining his body, turned around, and said to the young man, "Brother, you're going too far. He just saved me once before, and now he is going to treat my ice thunderbird. How could you kill someone?" The young man was also stunned by Jiang Yingxue's sudden action. He looked at Jiang Yingxue with some disbelief. "Sister, I'm your brother. Why are you speaking for outsiders?" But Jiang Yingxue didn't buy it. "Continue speaking. I don't care. They helped me, but you turned your kindness into enmity." "You are wrong." For a moment, the young man didn't know what to say. Luo Xinlian on the other side was also still angry. Get out of the way first. I want to teach this guy a lesson. The young man was also happy when he heard it. Okay, come here. Stop hiding behind my sister. Come if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just as the two were about to make a move, they were grabbed by Jiang Yingxue one by one. Shut up, everyone. Day after day. How can you boys be so childish? All you do is fight. For a moment, both of them were stunned by the aura emanating from Jiang Yingxue. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Jiang Yingxue then turned around embarrassedly and said to Luo Xinlian, Night Owl, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Now that my brother is here, he will naturally have a way to help me treat the Ice Thunderbird. Hearing this, the young man beside him also showed a hint of pride. While the young man was distracted, Jiang Yingxue quickly slipped a small note into Luo Xinlian's hand. Then he walked obediently to the young man. The young man also revealed a satisfied smile. Kids, stay away from my sister from now on. If you don't agree, you can come find me. Zhang Shaoling of the Jiang family. Remember this name? After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Luo Xinlian. Instead, he turned around and walked in one direction. Jiang Yingxue also followed Zhang Shaoling obediently, but he kept signaling Luo Xinlian to remember to read the note later. Luo Xinlian also nodded, indicating that he would take a look. Seeing that the two had walked away, Luo Xinlian also sighed. Forget it, this guy is Jiang Yingxue's brother after all, let him go. Immediately, he opened the note. There was a string of numbers written on it, which was Jiang Yingxue's contact information and social account. Luo Xinlian also immediately took out his mobile phone and added the friend. The moment the friend request is sent, it is approved almost instantly. Soon, Jiang Yingxue sent a message. He first apologized to Luo Xinlian and asked Luo Xinlian to forgive his brother. Originally, Luo Xinlian was a little unhappy because his flame feather falcon was almost killed by the opponent. He just couldn't swallow this. But the next moment, I saw another message from Jiang Yingxue. Brother Yexiao, I'm sorry, Grunt. As long as you forgive my brother, I will treat you to a meal when we return to City A. Okay? Asterisk caret omega caret asterisk. When he finished reading the message, Luo Xinlian's mouth curled up unconsciously, without him even noticing it. As expected, Luo Xinlian agreed immediately, until the flame feather falcon, which had been knocked away, flew back with a dejected look on its face. Only then did Luo Xinlian break away from a certain special state. Looking at his smiling master, Flame Feather Falcon felt even worse. This bastard could actually smile so brightly even though he was beaten up. Just like a male bird that has successfully courted a mate. Why am I the only one who got hurt? If it could speak human language, I'm afraid it would have already activated Zon mode. It seemed that Flame Feather Falcon had sensed his low mood. Luo Xinlian also immediately opened the Forbidden Eye. View the breeding template for the Flame Feather Falcon. After a moment, I knew what was going on. Luo Xinlian grabbed the flame-feathered falcon's neck, just like a street urchin grabbing another street urchin. Said earnestly, Don't be discouraged. That guy just attacked me by surprise, so it doesn't count. You have the blood of the vermilion bird. In the future, you will definitely be stronger than that evil-eyed ghost eagle. By then, not only can you fight that ghost eagle every day, but you can also pair up with the ice thunderbird. For a moment, the flame feather falcon's originally depressed mood suddenly became high. Seeing that the flame feather falcon had recovered as before, he waved his hand. Let's go. We need to speed up our search for the thunder beast. I feel like there are more and more beast masters around. Evergreen Forest. 3 women and 1 man were riding their respective beasts towards Yunwu Mountain. There were a dozen or so beast tamers following behind him. The 4 people leading the group are none other than Su family's eldest daughter Su Jinshi, Luo family's second daughter Luo Jinyu, Luo family's 5th daughter Luo Yimeng, and Luo family's adopted son Luo Xinyuan. Obviously, the Su family and the Luo family have joined forces. The target was the thunder beast that was almost dying. Of course, in addition to this, the 2 families also wanted to take the opportunity to promote the marriage of Luo Xinyuan and Su Jinshi. This makes the alliance between the 2 companies more solid. Although at this time you wanted Luo Xinlian to be the marriage partner, especially after the 4 Saints fast incident broke out. Luo Yu's idea became stronger and stronger. In this way, if the position of the head of the family is given to Luo Xinlian in the future, the Su family will naturally help. It's a pity that this was strongly opposed by Zhou Yajing. In addition, he also said in public that he wanted Luo Xinyuan to pursue Su Jin. Luo Yu didn't know what to say anymore and could only pretend to let things develop. There was no way Luo Xinyuan would give up the opportunity to get close to the Su family. It was also during this period that he launched a fierce courtship offensive against Su Jinshi. But what surprised him was that the tricks he used to pursue girls that always worked had no effect at all on Su Jinshi. He even felt that Su Jinshi seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. But Luo Xinyuan didn't think much about it. He just thought that Su Jin was more difficult to pursue. So when he learned that Su Jinshi was also preparing to hunt the Thunder Beast, he followed him happily. Luo Jinyu, who was standing by, naturally knew what his younger brother was thinking. He also made a lot of assists along the way. But Su Jinshi just wouldn't listen and didn't want to say another word. Luo Yimeng, who had been silent the whole time, also looked distressed. Ever since the last beast tide in Evergreen Forest, Luo Yu's attitude towards Luo Yimeng plummeted. Although the last beast tide was not large in scale, it was still noticed by the Beast Taming Association. Luo Yu spent a huge price to expose this matter. Before leaving this time, Luo Yu specifically talked to him. He was asked to assist his second sister in seizing the corpse of the Thunder Beast and the Thunder Source Stone. If he can bring the stuff back successfully, all that happened before was wiped out. There was no need for him to beg Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family. Luo Yu's meaning was very clear. Either seize the Thunder Beast or ask Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family. As long as he succeeds in doing one thing, he will still be the fifth lady of the Luo family. If none of them are accomplished, I'm afraid Luo Yimeng's life in the Luo family will not be too good in the future. Everyone has their own thoughts. For a moment, the scene fell into awkwardness. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan, who still did not give up, broke this atmosphere. After being ignored several times in a row, Luo Xinyuan adjusted his attitude and moved closer to Su Jinshi and said, Jinshi, look, we are at the foot of Yunwu Mountain. According to the intelligence, the Thunder Beast is right there. As long as I'm here, I won't let the Thunder Beast hurt you at all. It seemed that this sentence touched some of Su Jinshi's thoughts. Luo Xinyuan, who had been prepared to continue being ignored, did not expect this. Su Jinshi finally reacted. He actually smiled at himself. Luo Xin also became a little excited. But what he didn't know was that at this moment, Su Jinshi's mind was full of the figure of the young man followed by the Dragon Man. How nice it would be if the one who cared for me was that strong boy. I don't know where he is now. 4-6 in Fishing in Troubled Waters. The Thunder Beast appears. At this time, Luo Xinlian was searching for the traces of the Thunder Beast at the foot of Yunwu Mountain based on the information from the news reports in his previous life. In order not to attract other people's attention, Luo Xinlian had already put the flame-feathered falcon back into the beast-taming space. In his hand was the emerald pig that he had snatched back from Qian Xiaodao. After all, without a contract, he couldn't put this thing into the beast-taming space. Unfortunately, it was because of the emerald pig that Luo Xinlian was targeted again. Night Owl, where have you been? We've been looking for you for a long time. Luo Xinlian looked back towards the source of the sound. It turned out to be the cheetah squad that had abandoned him and escaped. The leopard walked over with a worried look on his face. Thank God you're okay. Although he said so, the leopard's eyes were always looking at the emerald pig in Luo Xinlian's hand. Luo Xinlian was too lazy to expose him. I just replied indifferently. Lucky, I escaped. That's good, that's good. Then this emerald pig. Finally, the leopard couldn't help but turn the topic to the emerald pig in Luo Xinlian's hand. When the sheep rushed over, the emerald pig was left behind by those people, and I happened to pick it up. Hearing this, the leopard was overjoyed. That's great. Give me the jade pig. I'll remember your great deed. But after waiting for a long time, the leopard didn't see that the night owl in front of it had any intention of handing over the emerald porpoise. His face also became a little gloomy. What? You don't want to hand it over? You want to eat alone? Luo Xinlian couldn't help but sneer when he heard that. It's really interesting. When you encountered danger before, you all ran faster than anyone else. Now that the danger is over and the benefits are here, I just came back after smelling the scent. Let me hand it in? Why? Seeing Luo Xinlian speak so bluntly, the leopard doesn't plan to pretend anymore. With a wave of his hand, the other 6 people quickly took their positions. They surrounded Luo Xinlian. Since you are so ungrateful, I don't want to waste my time talking to you anymore. Today, you have to hand over this jade pig, whether you want to or not. Luo Xinlian was not at all flustered. He just said it with a hint of playfulness. What can you do to me if I don't hand it over? The leopard was also so angry that it laughed at Luo Xinlian's stubborn attitude. You won't pay? Don't even think about leaving this place today. Seeing that the other party seemed to want to kill him, Luo Xinlian immediately prepared to take real action. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a voice that was quite familiar to Luo Xinlian sounded. What are you doing? How dare you rob people in broad daylight? Luo Xinyuan, a person that Luo Xinlian never expected appeared. But then, when Luo Xinlian saw the people behind Luo Xinyuan, he reacted instantly. This is aimed at the Thunder Beast. It seemed that he wanted to show off his excellent character of being brave and righteous in front of Su Jinshi. Luo Xinyuan actually walked up to Luo Xinlian, who was wearing a mask, and said sincerely, "Don't worry, brother. I'm here. They can't hurt you." Others didn't notice it, but Luo Xinlian did. When saying this, Luo Xinyuan kept stealing glances at Su Jin's reaction out of the corner of his eye. But when he found Su Jin, he didn't react at all. A barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed across Luo Xinyuan's eyes. But now that the play has begun, it must be finished. Otherwise, instead of making a good impression, you will be perceived as a hypocrite, which is not good. The leopard next to it has been hanging around in the Evergreen forest for so many years that it has become quite shrewd, especially since he had already seen Luo Yiming and Su Jinshi behind Luo Xinyuan. How could I not guess the identity of the young man in front of me? So he said with a look of grievance, "Master Luo, you don't know. We didn't steal his things, but this guy was dishonest and stole our prey. We caught him here. If you don't believe me, you can ask my brothers." Upon hearing this, before Luo Xinyuan could ask any questions, the others all nodded. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan was too lazy to distinguish the truth from the false, so he spoke to Luo Xinlian. "In that case, you should return the things to them." Luo Xinlian immediately laughed at himself. "I didn't expect that I would be killed by such a guy in my previous life. How shameful." However, Luo Xinlian had no intention of revealing his identity at this time, although he really wanted to kill Luo Xinyuan directly. But Luo Jinyu was right next to Luo Xinyuan. Although he hated Luo Jinyu, Luo Xinlian was still clear about his strength. Although he was not afraid of him, the Thunder Beast was about to be born. There's no need to cause a commotion or draw attention here. Since their target is also the Thunder Beast, why should I waste extra energy? It would be better to take advantage of them. Then, a strategy of taking advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters and fighting between the snipe and the clam gradually took shape in Luo Xinlian's mind. Luo Xinlian decisively handed the emerald pig in his hand to the leopard. "You better take the emerald pig and don't give it back." The leopard that took the emerald pig thought that Luo Xinlian was just speaking angrily. He immediately smiled proudly. "Are you dreaming? Should I give it back to you? Why don't you say that I offer my property to you?" Luo Xinlian smiled without comment. Who knows? Seeing that the emerald porpoise was in hand, the golden leopard was ready to leave after thanking Luo Xinyuan and others. But who knew that Luo Xinlian would speak? "What's wrong with you? They brought so many people to Yunwu Mountain. It's obvious that they have something to do. I help you get the jade pig back, and you just walk away like that? I don't know if I can ask others if they need any help." Before the leopard could react to the meaning of these words, Luo Xinyuan's eyes lit up. Everyone knows that the Thunder Beast is not easy to deal with, so it would be better to let his subordinates and the Su family take risks. It would be better to let these people test the strength of the Thunder Beast for you first. Maybe Su Jinshi will change his mind about me because I helped reduce the casualties of the Su family. Seeing this, Luo Xin waved at the golden leopard that was leaving in the future. "I do need some help. I think you won't refuse?" Since Luo Xinyuan said so, the cheetah team naturally did not dare to refuse. But they also knew that what Luo Xinyuan and others had to do was by no means easy. Thinking of this, the leopard glared at Luo Xinlian hatefully. Luo Xinlian didn't care about this at all. He turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a hand blocked his way. "My friend, since this is your suggestion, why don't you come with us?" Faced with Luo Xinyuan's obstruction, Luo Xinlian pretended to be helpless and shook his head. Then he followed obediently to the side. Luo Xinyuan was very satisfied with this. One more cannon fodder. But little did they know that this was exactly the effect Luo Xinlian wanted. Because only in this way, if he can infiltrate this team, no one will doubt his intentions. They would just regard him as an unknown cannon fodder who did not share the spoils equally with his companions and ended up shooting himself in the foot. The leopard nearby saw this scene and laughed with great glee, still muttering quietly, "I let you harm me, but you didn't expect that you can't escape, right? At this moment, a loud thunderclap attracted the attention of everyone present. Seeing this, Luo Jinyu also frowned. The Thunder Tribulation Beast is born. 4-7 defeated in seconds? Let the show begin. Misty Mountaintop. Dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, continued to roll in the sky. From time to time, there were thunder explosions on the ground, exploding deep pits one after another. Many spiritual beasts living nearby began to flee, afraid of being affected by lightning. However, some thunder-type spirit beasts did not flee. Instead, he hid nearby and contemplated the danger of the thunder, in order to reach a higher level of strength. And in the center of the thundercloud, it is a giant four-legged beast with 2 horns on its head and covered with golden fur. It's the Thunder Beast. What is incredible is the thunder and lightning that many spiritual beasts are afraid of. When it hit the body of the Thunder Beast, it turned into strands of electric current and flowed into its body, as docile as a kitten. And with every lightning strike, the size of the Thunder Beast will shrink a bit. When Luo Xinlian and his group arrived, I was also shocked beyond words by the horrifying scene before me, especially the Cheetah Squad. At this time, the faces of several people were as black as the bottom of a pot. He knew that something bad was going to happen. It's all that damn Night Owl's fault for insisting on dragging me and others into this. Now, I don't even know if I can go back alive. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan spoke. Is that the Thunder Tribulation Beast? What is it doing? With such a terrifying might, even if he is on the verge of death, I'm afraid we are no match for him. The leopard was overjoyed when he heard this, just as he was about to persuade everyone to return the same way they came. But who knew that Luo Jinyu would continue to speak? Don't panic. He is in nirvana. Ancient books record that some special spirit beasts have the method of nirvana, which can extend their lifespans that are about to run out. But once nirvana succeeds, he will fall into a weak state, and his strength will be reduced to 1/10 of what it was. Then, it will be time for us to seize the treasure. Hearing this, Luo Xinyuan's eyes lit up. Second sister, can we take this opportunity to tame this thunder beast? Hearing Luo Xinyuan's opinion, Luo Jinyu shook his head without thinking. This is impossible. No one has ever tamed a thunder beast since ancient times. This spirit beast is extremely arrogant and would rather self-destruct than be tamed. We should just wait patiently for it to complete its nirvana. It is more important to seize the lightning source stone. After learning the reason, Luo Xian could only sigh inwardly that it was a pity. While others were whispering, Luo Xinlian directly opened the forbidden eye. Name: Thunder Beast. Growth stage: Awakening stage 4. Status: Nirvana. Racial bloodline: Pure Thunder bloodline. Quality myth: Attribute: Thunder. Talent: Thunder Law, Lightning Skill Power plus 100%. Skills: 5 Thunders, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, 1000 Thunders Illusion, Thunder Jade. Evolutionary route: None. The incarnation of the origin of lightning has no evolutionary route. The opponent cannot be tamed, and the cultivation module cannot be opened. When Luo Xinlian finished reading the information about the Thunder Tribulation Beast, he also took a breath of cold air. Shit. Awakening stage: Mythical quality: the incarnation of the origin of lightning. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was also feeling a little scared. Fortunately, I did not act recklessly, but chose to blend into Luo Jinyu's team. Otherwise, even if the Shadow Dragon and the Flame-Feathered Falcon attacked together, they would still be no match for the Thunder Beast. After all, he didn't understand what the state of Nirvana was for. They would definitely do it right away when they met, or just turn around and run away. I will never wait here. With each lightning strike, the size of the Thunder Beast became smaller and smaller. The breath is getting weaker and weaker. Luo Xinlian felt that it was about time, so he took advantage of the time when everyone was concentrating on staring at the Thunder Tribulation Beast. He quietly walked behind the leopard and kicked him in the butt. The leopard didn't stand firmly and flew out of the bushes that were hiding its body. Plop! The leopard fell heavily to the ground, just about to open his mouth and scold. But he found a pair of round animal eyes staring at him. Oh my God! Seeing that he was being targeted by the Thunder Beast, the leopard no longer cared about anything else. He turned around and ran towards where everyone was hiding. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan cursed inwardly. Waste. If he runs over here, wouldn't he expose everyone? At that moment, everyone had no time to think about why the leopard suddenly flew out, and they all prepared to turn around and run away. But they had been discovered by the Thunder Beast, so it was not so easy for them to escape. There was a roar of thunder and lightning. The Thunder Beast has blocked the way for everyone to come. Thousand Thunder's illusion reappearance. Transform into thunder and arrive in a flash. Seeing that the retreat route was blocked, there was nowhere to escape. As the team leader, Luo Jinyu was the first to summon his own beast. Spiritual Butterfly, Spirit/Insect, Metamorphosis Stage 1 Epic. At this point, only a desperate fight can give us a chance of survival. Go! Hearing this, Luo Xinyuan, Luo Yimeng, and Su Jinshi also summoned their own beasts. The Cheetah Squad is not stupid enough to have been able to stay in the Evergreen Forest for so long. Naturally, he knew that this was not the time to be clever, so he summoned his own beast and followed. If you want to survive, you have to kill the Thunder Beast in front of you. Desert Feathered Lizard. Go! Luo Xinyuan is liked by everyone in the Luo family, so naturally he is not completely useless. At least now you are being decisive. Seeing Luo Xinyuan taking the lead, the others followed closely. Luo Xinlian narrowed his eyes. The information about the Desert Feathered Lizard was clear to him. Desert Feathered Lizard Earth/Rock Mature Level 7 Epic. Obviously, this is the beast that the Luo family has signed a new contract with Luo Xinyuan. This is also because soil and rock have resistance to lightning. Only Luo Xinyuan dared to go up so decisively. The appearance is very similar to the Western Dragon, but the Desert Feathered Lizard is not a dragon. Property. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian's mouth corners curled up in a sarcastic arc. It seems that he was stimulated by the beating he received last time. I actually chose a beast that looks like a dragon, but a reptile will always be a reptile, and it will never become a real dragon. Just when Luo Xinlian felt contempt for Luo Xinyuan, suddenly I felt like someone was pushing me. Luo Xinlian turned around and saw that it was Luo Yimeng and Yunmeng Qinling who were looking him up and down. What are you standing there for? Come on! Luo Xinlian, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, found himself being caught. Also laughed. I was just frightened by the Thunder Beast and can't move my feet. I'll go help you right away. Hearing this, Luo Yimeng nodded slightly. Although he said this, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. I'm gonna fuck you. It's up to you whether I act or not. Immediately, Luo Xinlian took a step forward, and at the same time, the Flame-Feathered Falcon was summoned out. The moment the Flame-Feather Falcon was summoned, it instantly attracted the attention of others. Metamorphosis Stage, Epic Quality Flame-Feather Falcon. Oh my god, there is such a master in the team. The leopard was also greatly shocked. He thought the other party was just a small fry, but he turned out to be a hidden boss. Thinking of the previous incident of robbing the Emerald Dolphin, the leopard couldn't help but feel a little scared. Su Jinshi, who had not paid attention to Luo Xinlian before, also had a strange look in his eyes. Compared with the complex psychology of these people, Luo Xinyuan and Luo Jinyu are relatively simpler. The more experts there are in the team, the better chance they have of winning. But then, a jaw-dropping scene happened. All they saw was a masked man with a flame-feathered falcon, who directly surpassed the Desert Feathered Lizard in the front. Kill towards the Thunder Beast. But the Thunder Beast just casually released a Thunder Bomb and killed the Flame-Feather Falcon instantly. It was fried till not even a scrap was left. Because the contrast and comparison between the before and after was so great, everyone had the same thought in their mind. This is too bad. At the same time, the disappointment in his eyes was not concealed at all. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinlian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. It seemed that the death of the contracted beast had caused it to suffer a backlash. Luo Yimeng, who had been urging Luo Xinlian before, also directly called him a waste. Luo Jinyu, who was in the front, also hurriedly shouted to Luo Yimeng, "Don't be distracted. Assist with all your strength." Upon hearing this, Luo Yimeng quickly turned her attention to Luo Xinyuan and Luo Jinyu, and asked Yunmeng Qinling to use auxiliary skills on their beast taming. But what they didn't know was that the face under the mask had a slight smile on its lips. For a fierce fight, the frustrated Thunder Beast. At this time, Luo Xinlian, dragging his seriously injured body, was forcing himself to move away from the center of the battlefield. I found a comfortable place and sat down. There was no significant reaction to the people who were busy fighting the Thunder Beast. After all, they saw with their own eyes that the Flame-Feather Falcon was instantly killed by the Thunder Beast. A beast master who loses his beast is like a warrior on the battlefield who loses his sword and can only be slaughtered. Even the leopard that had seen the Flame-Feathered Falcon before couldn't help but secretly spit, "Waste." Luo Xinlian was very happy to see this. Because only Luo Xinlian knew clearly that what was just summoned and turned into ashes was just the flame shadow clone of the flame feather falcon. The real flame-winged falcon was now leisurely lying in the beast taming space and resting. Fight, fight. Just use up each other's strength. This way, I can spend less energy when I grab things later. As time went by, the people who were originally suppressed by the Thunder Tribulation beast gradually began to show signs of turning the tide of the battle. At this time, the Thunder Tribulation beast has dropped to the 9th level of transformation because of its nirvana state. Although the strength is still strong, but the condition is very bad, and he was besieged by dozens of beasts. What made the Thunder Tribulation beast most uncomfortable was that among the group of beasts besieging it, there was actually a desert feathered lizard that was very powerful against it. Although this desert feathered lizard is only at the mature stage of level 7. But with the assistance of Yunming Qinling, he has reached the strength of the transformation period. Whenever the Thunder Beast wants to kill a group of enemies first, the desert feathered lizard will use the resistance effect of the earth/rock dual attributes to share some of the damage. This makes it impossible for the Thunder Beast to eliminate a group of opponents. Moreover, Yunming's Zither Spirit has a healing sound that can quickly heal injuries. Not only that, the Thunder Beast would also be affected by the illusion waves of the mental phantom butterfly from time to time. Although the impact is not significant, it can always slow down the Thunder Beast reaction at the critical moment, and that is enough. Moreover, Su Jinshi's Feng Lianhua was constantly spreading paralyzing powder, which made the Lei Jie beast, which was already outnumbered, suffer terribly. It can be said that the Thunder Beast debuff has been fully stacked, while Luo Jinyu's side has fully stacked the auxiliary buff and resistance buff. Luo Xinlian, who was watching the fight from the side, seemed to understand what was happening. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. He could actually force the Thunder Beast into this state. The Luo family and the Su family are indeed two of the 3 major families in City A. He really put in a lot of effort to capture the Thunder Beast. Then, Luo Xinlian changed his mind. Jiang Yingxue and his brother Jiang Shaoling should be here soon. After all, he clearly remembered that the report from the previous life recorded that the Thunder Source Stone fell into the hands of the Jiang family. The battle is almost over. There is no reason why people haven't arrived yet. At this time, the Thunder Tribulation Beast had not expected that the opponent would be so difficult to deal with. I immediately had the thought of backing out. If this continues, it will surely fail. It would be better to retreat first. As long as it completes its nirvana and recovers its strength, it will be easy to kill these people and beasts. Just after the Thunder Beast released a 5 Thunder Strike, he distanced himself from Luo, Jinyu, and others. But then the Thunder Beast felt a chill coming from behind him. The Thunder Beast quickly used Thousand Thunder Illusion to dodge, but he was surprised to find that he was surrounded by ice walls one after another. Trap it tightly. Then, the girl's voice, like a silver bell, was heard. How can my Jiang family be left out in the siege of the Thunder Tribulation Beast? I saw a man and a woman flying towards me, each riding on a giant bird. It was Jiang Shaoling and Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Shaoling's originally indifferent face also revealed a hint of sneer at this moment. Thank you very much, everyone. My Jiang family will accept this Thunder Tribulation Beast. At this time, the faces of everyone in the Luo family and Su Jinshi became extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, the Jiang family suddenly appeared at this time. Obviously, he just wants to reap the benefits, while the Jiang brothers and sisters are not paying attention to this side. Luo Xinyuan quickly asked in a low voice, "Fifth sister, how long can your spiritual power last?" Luo Yiming, whose cheeks turned a little pale, shook her head. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle with the Thunder Beast, but he still said it reluctantly. Maybe I can release the enhanced piano sound once more. Hearing this, Luo Xinyuan suddenly felt something was wrong. As he had been able to fight with the Thunder Beast for such a long time, the importance of Luo Yimeng was naturally self-evident. Now the Jiang brothers and sisters suddenly appeared. Even though they have the advantage in numbers, they are well-rested and powerful, so they are difficult to deal with. Luo Jinyu's face had already turned black. He raised his finger and pointed at Jiang Shaoling and scolded. "Are you Jiang family so shameless? Do you think that since my elder sister is not here, we are afraid of you, Jiang Shaoling? To tell you the truth, my Luo family and Su family are determined to get this Thunder Beast. If you dare to get involved, you will pay the price." Hearing this, Jiang Shaoling was not angry, but happy instead. It was as if he had heard some extremely funny joke. Just a bunch of you? Even if your eldest sister Luo Qingwan was here, she wouldn't dare to say such big words to me. Just when the two sides were confronting each other, Luo Xinlian came quietly to the vicinity of the Thunder Beast. Looking at the continuous lightning strikes coming from the thick ice wall, Luo Xinlian felt that the power of this Thunder Beast had almost dissipated. Although separated by an ice wall, he could not use the Forbidden Eye to judge the current state of the Thunder Beast. But he can compare. This ice wall was obviously created by the Ice Thunderbird. Just now, when Jiang Yingxue arrived, Luo Xinlian used the Forbidden Eye to check the status of the Ice Thunderbird. The injury has indeed recovered a lot, but it is only about 60% to 70%. For this reason, Luo Xinlian also complained about Jiang Shaoling in his heart. That's all the skills you have? You still dare to look down on me? It seems that after returning, it is still necessary to reorganize Yingxue's Ice Thunderbird, so as to avoid being harmed by Jiang Shaoling, this quack doctor. It seemed as if he realized that he was thinking too far. Luo Xinlian quickly focused his attention on the analysis. At this time, the Thunder Tribulation Beast couldn't even break through the ice wall created by the Ice Thunderbird, which only had 60% to 70% of its strength left. The current situation can be imagined. It's almost time to start. Just when Luo Xinlian was about to take action, he was noticed by Jiang Yingxue in the air. Jiang Yingxue saw how embarrassed Luo Xinlian was at the moment. There was blood seeping from under the mask, and he looked injured. I couldn't care less about that at that moment. He immediately ordered the Ice Thunderbird to descend and come to Luo Xinlian's side. Concerned questions and answers. Night Owl, what's wrong with you? How come you are so badly injured? In response to this, Luo Xinlian could only smile bitterly and shook his head. Then he said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." When he saw Luo Xinlian, his tone was calm and full of energy. Jiang Yingxue, who was originally a little worried, felt relieved a lot. However, Luo Xinlian felt a little uncomfortable. Although I felt comfortable with Jiang Yingxue's concern. But Luo Xinlian soon discovered that because of Jiang Yingxue's actions, everyone's attention was focused on him. This also implicitly announced the failure of his chicken-stealing plan. Just when the Luo siblings and Su Jin were curious about how this lousy masked man knew the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Shaoling's face had turned dark. How come I could come across this guy everywhere? In order to prevent my sister from being kidnapped, I must find an opportunity to kill him. But before that, we still have to deal with these guys in front of us. Get the Thunder Beast. Then I will slowly deal with the masked guy. It seemed that Jiang Shaoling was furious because of Luo Xinlian. Take action immediately. At this moment, no one knew what Luo Xinlian's purpose was. Suddenly shouted to Jiang Shaoling, "Humph! Even though our eldest sister is not here, don't forget her. There is another person in our Luo family who has contracted a dragon man. Can you, Jiang Shaoling, defeat him?" 4-9 stealing the chicken. Everyone has their own thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaoling, who was originally preparing to take action, also stopped. He asked somewhat tentatively, "Are you talking about the dragon-controlling genius who forced the 5th young lady of the Luo family to eat shit some time ago, defeated the 4 great garrisons in the Four Saints Hall, and refused to be recruited by Xiao Yunqing?" Although Jiang Shaoling was just repeating the facts, but these words sounded particularly harsh to Luo Yiming's ears. After all, she is the person involved. He immediately glanced at Luo Xinlian with some dissatisfaction and asked in a low voice, "Brother Xinlian, what are you doing? Why are you bringing up that piece of trash?" Only then did Luo Xinlian notice Luo Yiming's ugly expression. He immediately explained, "We have just experienced a great battle with the Thunder Tribulation Beast, and your spiritual power is about to be exhausted. It is obviously not a wise move to confront the Jiang family now. My eldest sister is not in City A, so I can only use my brother Xinlian's fame to delay the situation and buy time for everyone to recover." After hearing this, Luo Yimeng gave up. After all, their top priority now is the Thunder Source Stone. Su Jinshi, who was standing aside, also felt a sharp tremor in his heart when he heard Luo Xinlian's name. She couldn't help but recall the dangerous and powerful feeling that had fascinated her. She originally thought that after she revealed the news about the Thunder Tribulation Beast last time, she would be able to meet Luo Xinlian here this time. But who knew that it didn't go as she wished? I couldn't help feeling a sense of loss. But now I heard Luo Xinlian mention Luo Xinlian again. Su Jinshi also subconsciously looked at Luo Xinlian. This made Luo Xinlian secretly happy. He thought that Su Jinshi understood his delaying strategy and therefore thought highly of him. So he answered Jiang Shaoling with a more complacent look. Yes, it's him. Brother Xinlian is not far away and will be here soon. I advise you to leave here quickly. Otherwise, it won't be so easy to leave later. But Jiang Shaoling is not so easy to scare. Then he revealed a playful expression, and his eyes kept scanning the Luo family members from time to time. Said in a contemptuous tone, "That's not right. Why did I hear that the dragon-controlling genius was kicked out of your Luo family? Why else would he force his own sister to eat shit? You said so." Fifth miss of the Luo family. After these words were spoken, Luo Yiming's face became even uglier. Even the cheetah squad nearby seemed a little unnatural. After all, what happened at the entrance of Viridian Forest back then is also happening to them now. It would be fine if the three major families were confronting each other. But if they take their anger out on these little people later, it will be difficult to deal with them. Facing Jiang Shaoling's ridicule and questions, Luo Xinyuan also replied immediately. You don't understand. It's common for brothers and sisters to have conflicts. How can we believe those rumors out there? In response to Luo Xinyuan's rebuttal, Jiang Shaoling did not continue to argue. Instead, he said it with an arrogant look on his face. Okay, since you said so, I'm also very curious about the strength of this so-called dragon-controlling genius. I'll wait for him here. Seeing that Jiang Shaoling fell into the trap, Luo Xinyuan was secretly happy. But he said it. Okay, if you can defeat the dragon rider of my Luo family, we will hand over this thunder beast to you. It's a deal. Immediately, Jiang Shaoling began to close his eyes and adjust his spiritual power, so as to be in the most perfect state to fight against the dragon-controlling genius who has been the most popular in City recently. Luo Xinyan hurriedly and secretly reminded everyone to hurry up and recover their spiritual power. At this time, there was only the thunder beast that kept bombarding the ice wall trying to break free from control. It has almost fallen into an eerie calm. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian was dumbfounded. This Luo Xinlian is really shameless. Obviously, he was the happiest person when I severed ties with the Luo family. You are not in good condition right now, and you want to delay time. How dare you use me as a shield? You can't expect to get what you want while I'm here. At this moment, Jiang Yingshua's curious voice rang in Luo Xinlian's ears. I don't know what a dragon beast looks like. I really want to take a look. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian also smiled slightly. Don't worry, you'll see it soon. Tisk, I know it even if you don't tell me. Didn't the Luo family say that the dragon rider will be here soon? We'll see him when he gets there. But then, Luo Xinlian said something intriguing. Are all the talents of your Jiang family in beast taming? It's obvious that the other party is deceiving your brother. Hearing this, Jiang Yingxua frowned. How do you know? If the dragon rider doesn't come, then we won't be able to see the dragon beasts, right? Luo Xinlian also had a headache at this time. The girl in front of him seemed to have not realized the problem. So he told Jiang Yingxue about Luo Xinyuan's plan. After hearing this, Jiang Yingxue finally understood Luo Xinyuan's purpose. They already have so many people, yet they resort to such tactics. No, I'm going to tell my brother. But he was stopped by Luo Xinlian. It's useless. For someone as arrogant as your brother, it's not easy to change what he said. Well, if you listen to me, I promise that you can not only see the dragon beast, but also get the lightning source stone. Jiang Yingxue had an almost unreasonable sense of trust in Luo Xinlian and nodded immediately. So, Luo Xinlian told Jiang Yingxue about his general ideas. Jiang Yingxue agreed readily. Then he opened a hole in the thick ice wall that was only big enough for one person to pass through. Let Luo Xinlian go in. As soon as he entered the cage formed by the ice wall, Luo Xinlian saw the Thunder Tribulation Beast, which had become the size of a small dog. At this time, the Thunder Beast had obviously returned to its childhood. The success of Nirvana is not far away. It's a pity that the Thunder Beast no longer has the ability to escape from here. The person in front of him was the one whose Beast Master he had killed instantly with one move. Even though the Thunder Tribulation Beast now has very little combat power left, its eyes are filled with deep disdain. The electric current surged in his body, and it seemed that the Thunder Beast felt that even if he had become a juvenile, he could easily control the human in front of him. But what the Thunder Tribulation Beast could never have expected was, the next moment, a dragon man with a pitch-black body appeared beside it without anyone noticing. He picked it up. At this moment, the Thunder Beast felt the threat of death. It didn't understand why the human in front of it, who was obviously very weak, had such a terrifying beast master. What frightened him the most was that the quality of the dragon man in front of him was even higher than his own. The more the Thunder Tribulation Beast thought about it, the more frightened he became. Because it was too frightened, the Thunder Beast desperately released lightning to attack the instant Shadow Dragon. However, dragons are naturally resistant to all elemental attributes except ice. In addition, the Thunder Beast is only in its infancy at this time. The Shadow Dragon just let the Thunder Beast electrocute it. There was even a hint of enjoyment on his face. Ahem, wake it up! The Shadow Dragon, who was originally enjoying himself, immediately came to his senses after hearing Luo Xilian's words. Holding the Thunder Beast in one hand, he slapped the opponent twice with the other hand. The Thunder Beast was awakened by the shock. The lightning that was originally released from his body also stopped. The corners of Luo Xilian's mouth also curled up. Awake! At this moment, the Thunder Tribulation Beast no longer had the domineering power it had before when it could fight dozens of beasts alone. In the hands of the Shadow Dragon, it was as docile as a quail. Hearing Luo Xilian's question, he nodded obediently. It's good to be awake. Listen to me. Only you can hand over the Lightning Source Stone and the Lightning Tribulation Stone. I'll make sure you leave safely. Otherwise, given your current condition, if you fall into the hands of those people outside, there is no other possibility except being skinned and disemboweled. The Thunder Tribulation Beast was silent, as if thinking about Luo Xilian's words. You can think about it carefully. Do you have a second way to survive now? Upon hearing this, the Thunder Beast roared a few times at the instant Shadow Dragon. It seemed to be signaling the Shadow Dragon to let it go. The Shadow Dragon then turned his gaze towards Luo Xilian. Luo Xilian waved his hand gently. The Thunder Beast also got the opportunity to move freely again. There was no hesitation at that moment. The Thunder Beast spat out a blue-purple crystal from its mouth. Through the forbidden eye, Luo Xilian quickly figured out what this crystal was. Thunder Source Stone, 5-0 Evolution, Thunder Tempering the Body, Starry Sky Dragon. Name, Thunder Source Stone. Effect, give it to a lightning beast to swallow. It can break through the shackles and enter the transformation stage from the mature stage. Description, the source of heavenly thunder that the Thunder Tribulation Beast has been condensing for many years. After getting the Thunder Source Stone, Luo Xilian nodded with satisfaction. But he did not forget the key point of this mission, so he continued speaking. Okay, we're still missing one more lightning stone. The Thunder Beast didn't hesitate and directly crashed into the thick ice wall. This scared Luo Xilian. I thought the Thunder Beast was desperate and was about to run into a wall and die. But what was unexpected was that the Thunder Beast only broke one of the horns on its head. Then he picked up the broken horn with his mouth and handed it to Luo Xilian. Luo Xilian looked at the Thunder Tribulation Beast with some confusion. He didn't understand why Lei Jiesher gave him a broken horn. But at this moment, a system prompt sounded in Luo Xilian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunderstone. Reward, Dragon Tooth Necklace. The next moment, a necklace made of dragon teeth appeared on the neck of the Shadow Dragon. But at this moment, Luo Xilian raised his eyebrows. He picked up the horn that was broken by the Thunder Beast. Look closely. Is this the Thunderstone? Immediately, the forbidden eye was opened. Name, Thunderstone, Horn of Thunder Beast. Effect, attract lightning. Description, the horn of the Thunder Tribulation Beast is specially used to attract heavenly thunder, temper the body, and condense the essence of thunder and lightning. After receiving the information, Luo Xilian also suddenly realized. At this time, the Thunder Tribulation Beast on the side was looking at Luo Xilian with a serious expression. It seemed as if it was waiting to see whether the human in front of it would keep his promise. It naturally knows the value of its body in human society. If it had not been desperate, it would not have handed over the Thunder Source Stone and the Thunder Tribulation Stone in exchange for the protection of this Beastmaster, who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. If the person in front of you keeps his promise, everything will be fine. If the person in front of it is just deceiving it, then it will just blow itself up. It seemed that he noticed the look in the Thunder Beast's eyes at this moment. Luo Xilian also revealed a gentle smile. Don't be nervous, I keep my word. If you don't mind, come into my arms and I'll take you out. I promise none of them can hurt you. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Tribulation Beast felt half relieved. Just as Luo Xilian said, she jumped into Luo Xilian's arms. See, the matter has been resolved. Luo Xilian threw the Thunderstone in his hand to the instant Shadow Dragon. Let's start evolving right here. The surrounding ice walls are like energy gathering plates. They should help you absorb the power of the thunderstorm better. After explaining everything, Luo Xinlian held the Thunder Tribulation Beast and went out again through the gap from which he had entered before. But as soon as he appeared, he heard someone calling, "Look, that kid is coming out." Luo Xinlian was also stunned. At this time, the outside world has become a mess. The evil-eyed ghost sculpture looked like it was possessed by the god of war. Relying on ghostly tracking and many strange and changeable ghost attribute skills, fight against groups of beasts. The Ice Thunderbird assists from the side, using its ice attribute skills to restrict the enemy from the side. For a while, the two sides fought back and forth. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but sigh. The Jiang family is indeed the strongest of the three major families. With only two people, they can fight against dozens of people from the Su and Luo families. Although the Su and Luo families just experienced a war not long ago, they still have the advantage in numbers. Just as Luo Xinlian was sighing, the voice of the leopard suddenly sounded. "Good boy, you finally decided to come out." It turned out that when Luo Xinlian just entered the ice wall, he had been noticed by people from the Su and Luo families. So I wanted to step forward to stop it. But Jiang Yingxue would not just sit there and do nothing, so the two sides started fighting. Jiang Shaoling naturally would not let his sister get hurt. At the same time, they would not allow the Thunder Tribulation Beast to be obtained by the Su Luo and his family, so they also joined the battle. Just like that, it was about to happen. A war broke out between the two sides. "You hit it really well. I was wondering why you wanted to drag us into this. So you are from the Jiang family, and you used us to sneak into the Su and Luo families so that you can fish in troubled waters." In response, Luo Xinlian just smiled and did not explain. "Look at what's in his arms. What he's holding is actually a thunder beast." I don't know who shouted. The sound of skills clashing and energy rioting on the battlefield suddenly stopped. Even Jiang Shaoling looked surprised. He had long known about the arrogance of the Thunder Tribulation Beast from historical records. "I know very well that the probability of taming a Thunder Beast is 0. But he never expected that the Thunder Beast would actually allow the masked man, whom he had looked down upon before, to hold him in his arms. Could it be possible that he tamed the Thunder Beast? Jiang Shaoling is not the only one who has this idea. There are also the Luo siblings and Su Jinshi. They also didn't expect that there was a spy from the Jiang family in the team. He actually stole the chicken, without anyone noticing. If you say that this night owl is not a spy from the Jiang family, who would believe it? If not, how could he have such a good relationship with Jiang Yingxue? Damn it, I got cheated. Luo Jinyu's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. Besides being angry, he was also extremely shocked. The other party actually tamed the Thunder Beast. In this case, is there still a place for the Su Luo and his family in City A? No, this person must be eliminated. So, he shouted to the cheetah squad that was closest to the masked man. "Golden Leopard, his beast is gone. A young Thunder Beast alone can't pose any threat to you. Kill this masked guy for me. Take back the Thunder Beast. After this is accomplished, my Luo family will officially recruit the cheetah squad." Hearing this, the leopard was overjoyed. Isn't this pie in the sky? Those two powerful birds have been entangled by others. All I have to do is deal with a useless guy who has lost his beast tamer. Thinking of this, Golden Leopard had already begun to imagine the scene of showing off his power by relying on the name of the Luo family. "Wipe your saliva. If you want to kill me, do it now." Upon hearing this, the leopard came to its senses and immediately became furious. "You are a loser who lost his beast control, yet you dare to provoke me. Are you afraid that you won't die quickly enough?" Without further ado, the leopard commanded its beast to pounce on Luo Xinlian. The next moment, an intriguing smile appeared on the corners of the face under the mask. Boom! A flame emitting scorching heat erupted instantly, directly dragged the leopard's beast into it. After a terrible howl, only a layer of ash was left on the ground. The flame feather falcon spreads its wings. Circling high in the sky, it let out an eagle cry that resounded through the sky. The leopard looked at the scene in front of it in disbelief, and pointed with trembling fingers at the flame-feathered falcon in the sky that should have been struck into ashes by the Thunder Beast. How could it still be alive? Everyone from the Su and Luo families was shocked by this sudden change. They had clearly seen this flame-feathered falcon being killed instantly by the Thunder Beast before, so how could it suddenly appear again? The worst thing is, how can it be so strong? Looking at everyone's surprised expressions, Luo Xinlian burst out laughing. Does the Flame Shadow clone know? The one killed by the Thunder Beast was just a shadow of its clone. Everyone suddenly realized that they had originally looked down on Luo Xinlian. At this moment, I am also very afraid of him. Then Luo Xinlian narrowed his eyes slightly, said to the leopard, "You don't really think that Emerald Pig was picked up by me? To tell you the truth, Qian Xiaodao and his teammates who caused trouble earlier have already turned into ashes just like your beast." At this moment, the leopard's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at the masked man in front of him with fear, said in a pleading tone, Don't kill me. We just met by chance. We have no grudges against each other. Just treat me like a fart." Luo Xinlian chuckled when he heard that. "I won't hide it from you. I let you off once a while ago. I didn't expect you to be so blind." Upon hearing this, the leopard's body began to tremble continuously, as if it was recalling something horrible. You are? Just as Luo Xinlian was about to continue teasing the leopard, he suddenly felt something. Whispered, Has it started yet?" He immediately ignored the leopard. Instead, he turned and looked at the cage built with ice wall. For a moment, the thunderclouds that had disappeared with the end of the Thunder Tribulation Beast's nirvana, they began to gather again. This made everyone confused for a moment, and they didn't know what was going on. Boom! As the thunderclouds gathered, the explosions went straight towards the ice wall. Everyone was wondering why this sudden lightning struck that place. After dozens of lightning bolts converged on the ice wall, a ball of black energy with electric glow crushed the ice wall into pieces. The next moment, the energy ball began to shrink, and then a black dragon man with wings on his back and dark blue lightning stripes on his body appeared in front of everyone. There are traces of thunder containing destructive power flowing on its body surface. Star Dragon, evolution complete. 5-1 show your power. Kill the evil-eyed ghost eagle instantly. The sudden appearance of the star dragon instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Their eyes were all filled with astonishment. How come a dragon-type beast suddenly appeared here? The first person to come to his senses was Su Jinshi, for this terrifying, mysterious, and fascinating sense of danger. He still remembers it clearly. He had seen the shadow dragon some time ago. Although the Shinkong demon dragon now has wings on its back and stripes on its body that look like lightning, there are some differences from the previous shadow dragon, but it is still possible to tell that these two are the same beast. Thinking of this, Su Jinshi's breathing became a little rapid. He is here as expected, and he seems to have become even stronger. Luo Jinyu and Luo Yiming looked at each other. Naturally, they also realized that the starry sky dragon was the previous shadow dragon. His complexion immediately turned ugly. Jiang Shaoling's strength had already exceeded their imagination. If it weren't for the advantage in numbers, I'm afraid we would have been defeated long ago. Now that Luo Xinlian has appeared again, they are afraid that the Su and Luo families will have no chance to encounter this Thunder Beast today. Jiang Shaoling on the other side also noticed this powerful dragon man at a glance. The face that was originally full of confidence turned into a frown. Unexpectedly, the dragon rider from the Luo family really came, but soon, a hint of excitement appeared on Jiang Shaoling's cheek. I want to see how powerful this dragon-type beast that has disappeared for 300 years is. But why did the dragon man escape from the ice wall prison created by Schwer? And what about the lightning that just gathered? Jiang Shaoling was a little confused about these 2 points. In contrast, Jiang Yingshui on the side is much simpler. I didn't expect it to be exactly as Night Owl said. Not only did he successfully obtain the Thunder Tribulation Beast, he also allowed me to see the Dragon Beast Tamer. But how does he know where the Dragon Beast will come from? At this time, the person who was most confused was Luo Xinyuan. Before, he was just using Luo Xinlian's reputation as a dragon-controlling genius to buy some time for recovery. Unexpectedly, he actually came. He knew very well Luo Xinlian's hatred for the Luo family. But then, Luo Xinyuan's eyes rolled. Okay, since only his beast appeared, and Luo Xinlian himself is not here, I will drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf. As for why everyone did not connect the appearance of Night Owl and the Star Dragon, that's because the Night Owl has summoned the Flame Feather Falcon. You should know that whether it is summoning a beast or using skills, it will consume the Beastmaster's own spiritual power. Whether it is the Star Dragon or the Flame Feather Falcon, they are both beasts in the transformation period. It is enough to sustain one of them in the outside world for a long time. It consumes a lot of the Beast Tamer's spiritual energy. They didn't believe that anyone could possess such tremendous spiritual power. able to summon two beasts in the transformation stage at the same time and maintain them for a long time. Because of this, they were very curious as to why the star dragon ran out of the ice wall. But there is no connection between the two. Just when everyone was secretly surprised, all I heard was Luo Xingyuan suddenly shouting excitedly, "Jiang Shaoling, you're done. My brother Xinlian is already nearby. Retreat quickly, or today will be the day when your Jiang family will be defeated." After these words were spoken, Luo Jinyu, Luo Yimeng, and Su Jinshe were all stunned, and then they reacted. Luo Xingyuan wanted to drive the tiger to devour the wolf and scare away a strong enemy first. The next moment, Luo Jinyu also quickly cooperated. "That's right. You'd better retreat quickly. Otherwise, when the real boss arrives, you won't be able to leave even if you wanna." Upon hearing this, the fighting spirit that had just ignited in Jiang Shaoling's heart disappeared instantly. No matter what rumors there are in the outside world, the owner of this dragon-type beast is, after all, a direct descendant of the Luo family. The other side already had the advantage in numbers, and now there was another high-end fighter who was even stronger than themselves. Indeed, if he stayed any longer, he would have no chance of winning. But his pride as the heir of the Jiang family would not allow him to escape in such disgrace. So Jiang Shaoling said tentatively, "What if I say no? Refuse? Then stay." Luo Jinyu's momentum did not diminish in the slightest. Since he was going to pretend, he had to pretend to the end. Otherwise, they would really have no chance of encountering this Thunder Beast. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. Luo Xingyuan did not expect that Jiang Shaoling would be so stubborn. If Luo Xinlian really arrived later, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian immediately turned his gaze towards the Night Owl, who was holding the Thunder Beast. Said in a cold voice, "Night Owl, do you also want to be buried with the Jiang family? If you're smart, hand over the Thunder Tribulation Beast to me. I won't hold you accountable for what happened before. You will also be rewarded handsomely if you still refuse to repent. Then when my brother Xinlian arrives, how you die will no longer be decided by me." Jiang Shaoling, who had been struggling, also heard Luo Xingyuan's voice. He also set his sights on Night Owl. He was also afraid that this guy would not be able to withstand the threat and hand over the Thunder Beast. In that case, should I snatch the Thunder Beast from this Night Owl before the Dragon Rider arrives? At this time, Luo Xinlian was using the Forbidden Eye to examine the evolved Star Dragon. Name: Starry Sky Dragon. Growth stage: first stage of transformation. Racial bloodline: bloodline of the arrogant Demon King. Quality: taboo unique. Attribute: dark dragon thunder. Talent: Mephisto's pride. Primitive before liberation. Skills: Shadow Dragon Fist, Thunder Dragon Sky Shaking Kick, Shadow Dragon 3 Fighting Dance, Lightning Shadow Dragon Slash, Thousand Thunder Illusion Rebirth, Primal Liberation. After the original liberation. Skills: Dark Thunder Dragon Breath, Dragon Breath Black Hole, Destruction Star Burst, Dark Dragon Break. Evolution Route: Shadow Dragon, Flash Shadow Dragon, Starry Sky Dragon, Heavenly Punishment Black Dragon, Extreme Dragon King, Mephisto. Description: a demon dragon that has awakened the power of thunder and lightning. Its extreme arrogance has enabled it to comprehend many powerful skills from its bloodline, but once the original power is released, it will place a huge burden on the Beastmaster. After seeing the current panel of the Star Dragon, I was quite satisfied. Compared to the Shadow Dragon, the current Star Dragon not only has wings, but also has the ability to fly. The values and skills in all aspects have been strengthened. But the sudden emergence of primitive liberation left him a little confused. There were two completely different sets of skill bars before and after the original liberation. Moreover, his originally 3-meter-tall figure had now shrunk to a size similar to his own. But if he can't figure it out, just forget about it. As long as he knows that the Star Dragon has become even more powerful, that's enough. Luo Xinlian had just finished his investigation when he heard Luo Xingyuan's threat. Suddenly I found it funny. What the hell? Are you using me to threaten me? Then Luo Xinlian found it more and more funny the more he thought about it. The more I laughed, the more I couldn't help myself. He simply sat down on the ground, holding the Thunder Beast in one hand and covering his stomach with the other, and laughed wildly while sitting on the ground. This made everyone look confused. Is this guy scared to death? Is it really that funny? Jiang Shaoling is also the kind of person who is ruthless and doesn't talk much. He actually took advantage of everyone's inattention, and when the Night Owl let down his guard, he rode the evil-eyed ghost eagle and rushed over. Jiang Yinxue was shocked when she saw this. "Brother, don't do that." But at this time, Jiang Shaoling was already like an arrow that had been shot from a bow, and no one could persuade him with just a few words. The Su Luo and his two families across the street were also shocked. Not good. He wants to seize the Thunder Beast directly. Although he had seen through Jiang Shaoling's intention, there was nothing he could do, as both the Su Luo and the other families mostly had control and auxiliary beast taming. No one can be faster than Jiang Shaoling. The Su and Luo families were also helpless. Just one move away. On the other hand, Jiang Shaoling also showed a hint of excitement on his face. I succeeded in his eyes. Although the fire-feathered falcon was good, it was far from having the strength to stop the evil-eyed ghost eagle. As long as you succeed in seizing it, don't get entangled with it, and escape immediately. In this action, the Jiang family will be the biggest winner. But at this moment, an accident happened. Just as the evil-eyed ghost eagle was about to approach the night owl, a blue-black electric light flashed in an instant and blocked the way of the evil-eyed ghost eagle. It was the Thousand Thunder illusion body performed by the Starry Sky Demon Dragon. The Starry Sky Dragon raised his hand and punched out. A dragon-shaped fist shadow, mixed with dark energy, hit the evil-eyed ghost eagle directly in the face. Knock it away with one punch. It hit several big trees hard. The evil-eyed ghost eagle lost its combat capability on the spot. This move is the Shadow Dragon Fist, which is strengthened by the Shadow Fist. I finally crawled out from under the huge body of the evil-eyed ghost eagle. Jiang Shaoling's eyes were full of disbelief. The evil-eyed ghost sculpture was killed instantly? How is that possible? 5-2 showdown. I am Luo Xinlian. Look at this extremely shocking scene before your eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. No one expected it. The evil-eyed ghost eagle, which was so arrogant before and could fight against many enemies alone, couldn't even withstand the punch of the Dragon Man. How powerful is this Dragon Man? Brother, are you okay? Seeing his brother being knocked down by a punch, Jiang Yingxue immediately rode the Ice Thunderbird to Jiang Shaoling's side and helped him up. I'm fine. Take that night owl away quickly. Otherwise, the Thunder Beast will have no chance of ever coming to our Jiang family. Before Jiang Yingxue could make a choice, Luo Jinyu's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether the Dragon Man's actions just now were instructed by Luo Xinlian. But now is the best time to kill Jiang Shaoling and seize the Thunder Tribulation Beast. Come on, everyone. Don't let any of them escape. Just when the Su and Luo families were preparing to surround and kill the Jiang brothers and sisters, Luo Xinlian, who almost choked with laughter, also stood in front of the two of them. Anyone who dares to take a step forward will die. Upon hearing this, the Su and Luo families couldn't help but sneer. Just you? We didn't cause you any trouble, but you dare to come out and play hero? Brothers, get him! Grab the Thunder Beast! The leopard, who had been afraid to speak, finally came to his senses at this moment. Combined with the scene just now and what the masked man said before, how could he not guess the other party's identity? However, the flame-winged falcon had been watching over him and the others, so he did not dare to warn the people from Su Luo's two families. Oh, what a sin! How did I get into trouble with this guy again? It seems that this time it won't be as peaceful as last time. The leopard wanted to run away, but couldn't at this moment, and could only stay where it was under the watchful eye of the flame-feathered falcon. At the same time, the crowd who had just rushed towards the Jiang brothers and sisters also stopped instantly, just because that terrifying Dragon Man actually stood in front of the three of them, because the scene just now was too shocking. For a moment, no one dared to act rashly. This made Jiang Shaoling, who had just been beaten, look confused. He just attacked their evil-like ghost sculpture. Why is he helping them again now? Luo Jinyu's face turned dark when he saw this. He shouted directly to all around. Luo Xinlian, what do you mean? Are you planning to betray the Luo family? Things have come to this point. How could the Luo family still not understand? Luo Xinlian had already arrived, just observing in secret. When Su Jinsher, who was standing by, heard Luo Xinlian's name, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. His body couldn't help but react when he thought of that powerful and dangerous feeling. He almost stumbled and fell, but fortunately Luo Xinyuan was quick to support Su Jinsher. But Su Jinsher was not so appreciative. Instead, after stabilizing his body, he distanced himself from Luo Xinyuan and subconsciously looked around. It seemed as if he was afraid that someone would see the somewhat intimate actions he had just had with Luo Xinyuan. Luo Xinyuan didn't think much about it, and just thought that Su Jin was frightened by the Dragon Man's power. He also forced out a smile that he thought was sunny and said, "Jinshi, don't be afraid. I'm here." In response, Su Jinshi just nodded politely. The rest of the people were just like Luo Jinyu, looking around, wanting to see where the dragon rider, who had become famous in City A recently, was hiding. But no figure was seen. Instead, a burst of laughter attracted everyone's attention. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was actually the masked night owl laughing. "Laugh! I'm dying of laughter. You guys are so stupid." Immediately, Luo Xinyuan also shouted out, "Night owl, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think this dragon man is helping you? Don't forget, this is the dragon rider of my Luo family. Be careful, or he will die an ugly death." Even Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but pull Night Owl. "Don't get carried away. We don't know what their intentions are yet." The evil-eyed ghost eagle was just knocked unconscious. The ice thunderbird alone is no match for them. "Hurry up and call your flame feather falcon over here, and see if we can work together to break through." Jiang Shaoling also spoke at the right time. "I had no choice but to attack you just now. No one knows whether you will hand over the Thunder Beast or not. But I promise, I never meant to hurt you. This time, please help us for my sister's sake." Jiang Shaoling is not a reckless man. As the heir of the Jiang family, he naturally has his own overall view. He knew that if he had one more fighter, he would have a better chance of escaping. He thought that it was because of the sudden attack just now that Night Owl hated him. That's why I let him stay aside and don't do anything. Naturally, he gave in to the Night Owl. But how could he know that Luo Xinlian asked the Flame Feather Falcon to stay aside and keep an eye on them, fearing that the Cheetah Squad would run away? After all, the priceless Jade Pig has not been retrieved yet. However, seeing that the arrogant Jiang Shaoling also gave in, Luo Xinlian felt relieved. "Don't worry, they can't do anything to you with me here." Luo Xinlian spoke as he reached out his hand towards the mask, said to the people from Su Luo's two families, "I want to see what these bastards can do to us." As the words fell, the mask that Luo Xinlian had been wearing on his face was also taken off. For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Only Jiang Yingxue looked at Luo Xinlian's cheek with curiosity. After seeing Luo Xinlian's appearance clearly, Jiang Yingxue, who already had a slight affection for Luo Xinlian, couldn't help but tremble slightly in her heart. "You're so beautiful. I thought you were an ugly freak. If you're not ugly, why do you wear a mask all day?" Before Luo Xinlian could answer, Luo Jinyu on the opposite side gave the answer with an incredulous look on his face. Luo Xinlian. What terrified Luo Jinyu the most was Luo Xinlian could actually summon two beasts in the transformation stage at the same time. It can also continuously output spiritual power so that it can remain in the outside world. What level has his spiritual power reached? Su Jinshi's body also trembled slightly. He had been hiding in the team. He also saw Luo Xinyuan being attentive to him along the way, and how he reluctantly accepted it. I must find an opportunity to explain things to Luo Xinlian later. After all, the two families were originally planning to arrange an engagement for the two of them. It was only because of an accident that Luo Xinlian left the Luo family, giving Luo Xinyuan an opportunity to take advantage of it. With Luo Xinlian's current strength and potential, it is only a matter of time before he returns to the Luo family. He certainly couldn't let his fiancée misunderstand him. Of course, Luo Yimeng was also distressed. Judging from the current situation, the Thunder Tribulation Beast is in Luo Xinlian's hands, and it is impossible to take it away. No, I must persuade Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family today. But he did not forget what Luo Yu said before he left. At this time, not only the people from Su Luo's family felt complicated, even Jiang Shaoling's expression turned quite ugly. He never expected that the masked man whom he had always looked down upon was actually the famous dragon rider. What's infuriating is that his evil eye ghost eagle was killed instantly by the opponent with just one punch. Suddenly, Jiang Shaoling felt a burning sensation on his face. At this time, Jiang Yingxue, who had the simplest thoughts, also sorted out her thoughts. He puffed up his cheeks and punched Luo Xinlian's chest with an unhappy look on his face. "How dare you lie to me? And you even injured my brother's beast. How do you think we should settle this account?" Luo Xinlian, who was originally silently enjoying everyone's surprised expressions, was knocked off balance by Jiang Yingshue's sudden punch. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian had no choice but to say with an apologetic smile, "I'm sorry, there are reasons for this. I didn't mean to hide it from you. How about this? When we return to City A, I will personally treat your brother and your beast. Hearing this, Jiang Yingxue still looked unhappy. That's it? No sincerity. Luo Xinlian then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he took out a blue-purple bead and handed it to Jiang Yingxue. Here, I'll give you this as compensation, okay? Jiang Yingxue took the bead with one hand, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Thunder Sword Stone. 5-3 Revenge. Destroy Luo Jinyu. Looking at the Thunder Sword Stone in his hand, Jiang Yingxue was overjoyed. The only trace of unhappiness in my heart disappeared. He patted Luo Xinlian's shoulder with a look of joy. You're just keeping your word. I won't bother with you about this matter. Jiang Shaoling's face turned black. He didn't expect that his sister could be coaxed like this. His own beast was beaten by this kid and lost its ability to fight. But think about it. This kid actually gave the Thunder Source Stone to his sister. This doesn't seem to be a bad deal. Soon, Jiang Shaoling felt relieved. Luo Xinlian also smiled slightly. Now that it's all done, then let's go. You still owe me a meal. As he spoke, Luo Xinlian pulled Jiang Yingxue and prepared to leave. Then an angry voice was heard. Luo Xinlian, don't forget that you are a member of the Luo family. How could you hand over the Thunder Source Stone to the Jiang family? Seeing that Luo Xinlian dared to treat them as heir and even gave the Thunder Source Stone directly to the Jiang family, Luo Jinyu was furious. It seemed as if he had suffered some unacceptable betrayal. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian slowly turned his head and looked at Luo Jinyu. I'm sorry. I seem to have severed ties with the Luo family. Besides, this lightning source stone is my trophy. I can give it to anyone I want. Is it your business? For a moment, Luo Jinyu was choked by Luo Xinlian and was speechless. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinyuan's iconic voice rang out again. Brother Xinlian, how can you speak to my second sister like this? No matter what, you are your father's son. This is an unchangeable fact. How can you help outsiders deal with the Luo family? Seeing Luo Xinyuan speak, Luo Xinlian raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? Then I would like to ask a question. As an adopted son, you have already seized everything that should have belonged to me. They even framed me for stealing Zhou Yajing's underwear. You can repay kindness with enmity, so why can't I help the Jiang family? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Luo Xinyuan. You're talking nonsense. When did I ever frame you? That's because you have a problem in your mind, and I just happened to see it. Regarding Luo Xinyuan's sophistry, a hint of playful sarcasm appeared on Luo Xinlian's face. I don't know whether you are relying on the Luo family's favoritism towards you, or you also think they are all pig brains. Don't forget, there are surveillance cameras installed at the doors of Zhou Yajing and Luo use rooms. Who did it? We can tell from the surveillance video. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Xinyuan's expression became visibly ugly. The favoritism and love from his whole family has made him a little flattered. I totally forgot about monitoring. As soon as these words were spoken, people with discerning eyes could already see some clues. It's just that due to the Luo family's reputation in City A, no one dared to say much. When Su Jinshi looked at Luo Xinyuan again, there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. Luo Jinyu standing by actually already knew everything. Having lived under the same roof for a long time, he naturally knew some of Luo Xinyuan's little actions. He just thought that Luo Xinyuan was an adopted son and had been adopted by the Luo family since childhood. I have never seen my parents. It is normal to be afraid that Luo Xinlian's appearance will affect his family's love and care for him. It would be bad if this usually well-behaved brother was treated as a pervert because of such a small matter. So they cooperated to put the blame on Luo Xinlian. I thought, after all, he is his parents' biological son. It wouldn't make any difference if I took the blame for my brother Xinyuan. But he never expected that this was originally the Luo family's family affair, but it would be spoken out in public by Luo Xinlian. He immediately scolded. Luo Xinlian, stop biting people like this. Brother Xinyuan has always been well-behaved and sensible. How could he do such a thing? Luo Xinlian shrugged casually. He said it nonchalantly. You can do whatever you want, I'm just stating a fact. Anyway, I have nothing to do with the Luo family anymore. Hearing this, Luo Jinyu also snorted coldly. Huh, it seems my guess was correct. You were secretly bribed by the Jiang family. Otherwise, why would you leave your blood relatives alone and help the Jiang family instead? How could your parents give birth to such an ungrateful person like you? The next moment, a terrifying aura arrived in an instant. It's the Star Dragon. The Starry Sky Dragon grabbed Luo Jinyu's spiritual butterfly in his hand at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Luo Jinyu was shocked. Luo Xinlian, what do you want to do? Luo Xinlian didn't care about Luo Jinyu's reaction at all. Okay, since you said I was bribed by the Jiang family, then I was bribed. Not bad. The Luo family even helped you evolve the spiritual butterfly pupa into a spiritual illusion butterfly. But I want to see, if you become a useless person and can't make a contract with a beast, who will buy you out? Then he exerted force with one hand. The spiritual illusion butterfly was crushed to death directly, without even having time to use the illusion wave. Puff! Because of the death of the beast, backlash occurred. Luo Jinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, but Luo Xinlian had no intention of letting her go. I saw the starry sky dragon attaching the dark energy to its dragon claws. He slapped Luo Jinyu directly on the dantian area of his abdomen. In an instant, Luo Jinyu felt that the spiritual energy in his body was like a stream that had been cut off from upstream. It became increasingly rare and gradually turned into an ordinary person without spiritual power. Feel the changes in your body. Luo Jinyu roared hysterically. Luo Xinlian, what did you do to me? In response, Luo Xinlian's expression seemed extremely cold. I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to live in the Luo family, without spiritual power and without the ability to contract and control beasts. It all happened so suddenly. Luo Yiming and the beast masters brought by the Luo family wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Luo Jinyu, whose path to becoming a beast tamer was completely cut off by Luo Xinlian, yelled hysterically at the others. Kill! Kill Luo Xinlian for me. Whoever can take his life, my Luo family will provide a reward of 100 million worth of beast training materials. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Xinyuan's eyes lit up. If Luo Xinlian really dies here, the position of heir to the Luo family will be secure. And the order was given by Luo Jinyu. Whether it succeeds or not is none of my business. Although he thought so in his heart, he spoke in a teasing tone. Second sister, this is not good. Although Brother Xinlian has destroyed your spiritual power, he is still your biological brother. It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but once he said it, Luo Jinyu's anger was completely ignited. What kind of brother would treat his own sister like this? Hearing this, Luo Xinyuan pretended to be reluctant to persuade. But he knew in his heart that Luo Jinyu would not be soft-hearted. Luo Yiming and Su Jinshi on the side wanted to persuade him, but when they saw Luo Jinyu's eyes full of resentment, they chose to shut up. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man when there is a big reward. The people who were originally terrified by the Dragon Man were also stunned by the overwhelming wealth and began to surround him. Surrounded Luo Xinlian and the other two. He saw that his side had been surrounded. Jiang Shaoling also frowned. In its heyday, the evil-eye ghost eagle was not afraid of these people. Now with the addition of Luo Xinlian's Dragon Man, it would be easy to wipe out the enemy. It's a pity that I hadn't been so eager to snatch the Thunder Beast before. The evil-eye ghost eagle would not be beaten to the point of losing its combat capability by that kid's Dragon Man. Thinking of this, Jiang Shaoling felt annoyed. He immediately made up his mind and said to Luo Xinlian, Kid, I was wrong about what happened before. I no longer have the strength to fight. Staying with you guys will only be a burden. I see that your Dragon Man is very strong in one-on-one combat, but he is not good at group attacks. If you are surrounded by the enemy, your spiritual power will be exhausted. Now take my sister and leave here immediately. Even if I, Jiang Shaoling, die, I will remember your kindness. Hearing Jiang Shaoling's words, Jiang Yingshue's eyes instantly turned red. Brother, I won't leave. Let's kill them together. Surat, Listen, you guys leave quickly. Now that you have obtained the Lightning Source Stone, your future achievements will definitely surpass mine. Then you can avenge me. Elder brother. Look at the deep brotherly love between the two. Luo Xinlian couldn't help but shook his head. Recalling the days at the Luo family and the current situation, it is impossible to say that Luo Xinlian had no feelings. But he was not overly sentimental. He had already made up his mind to make the Luo family pay for what they had done to him over the years. Just consider it as some interest today. Don't worry. I've said before that whoever dares to take a step forward will die. Since I just wanted to leave and they wouldn't let me, then all of you should stay. 5 for liberation. The original state of the Star Dragon. It seemed that Luo Xinlian was determined to fight the Su and Luo families to the end. Jiang Yingxue had no intention of abandoning her brother and looked at Luo Xinlian with gratitude in her big eyes. Jiang Shaoling, seeing that he could not persuade them, quickly reminded them. There are too many people on the other side. You'd better put away the flame feather falcon you left over there. This can also save a lot of spiritual energy. In response to this, Luo Xinlian did not answer, but just raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. At this time, those beastmasters who had been dazzled by the huge wealth were already rushing towards this side. Go! 100 million worth of cultivation materials are mine. Attack together. Use up his spiritual power. No matter how strong he is just one person. For a moment, the momentum of this group of people seemed to be even greater than before. Looking at Luo Xinlian, who was about to be submerged by the sea of beasts, there was a hint of madness on Luo Jinyu's face. Little bastard. Go to hell? Haha. Luo Xinyuan on the side also had some thoughts in mind. Who cares? If I can really kill Luo Xinlian and get back the Thunder Source Stone, that wouldn't be bad either. Su Jinshi originally wanted to stop the Su family's beastmasters who were rushing over with the Luo family's beastmasters. However, the temptation of 100 million supplies is too great for the beastmasters recruited by these families. He could only pray silently in his heart that this man who gave him a different feeling could survive the crisis. Those nearly crazy beastmasters saw Luo Xinlian take a step forward calmly, but they didn't seem to care. In their eyes, Luo Xinlian at this moment was a moving treasure. Whoever grabs it first gets it. As they got closer, they became more and more excited. He completely forgot the power of the Star Dragon before. It seemed that Luo Xinlian was still mumbling something, because there was some distance they couldn't hear clearly at all. But the Jiang brothers and sisters who had been by his side heard everything Luo Xinlian said clearly. Starry Sky Dragon. Primal Liberation. The next moment, the Starry Sky Dragon that was originally floating upright in front of Luo Xinlian appeared. Suddenly the power increased dramatically. A blue light mixed with lightning began to appear on his body. Immediately afterwards, the size of the Star Dragon began to grow rapidly. Everyone was stunned by this sudden situation. The charging action also stopped immediately. After a while, a giant dragon about 7 or 8 meters tall, more than 10 meters long, with 4 claws on the ground and wings on its back appeared on the field. It is the original liberated Star Dragon. It was also the first time that Luo Xinlian saw the original liberated Star Dragon. I was also extremely excited. He soon noticed that a third horn had appeared between the Star Dragon's eyebrows. It is somewhat similar to the horn of the Thunder Beast, but seems to be of higher quality. At this moment, both the Jiang brothers and sisters beside Luo Xinlian and the Su Luo alliance on the opposite side were shocked by this scene. But Luo Xinlian wouldn't care about so many things. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his face. After seeing this expression, Luo Yiming suddenly had a bad feeling. Just about to open my mouth to remind you. But then he heard Luo Xinlian pointing his finger at the beastmasters of the Su and Luo families. Said loudly, "Destruction Star Burst." As Luo Xinlian finished speaking, a violent force of thunder and lightning, a strange dark aura, and the majestic power of the dragon. The 3 forces continued to gather in the Star Dragon's open mouth. The beastmasters who had rushed towards this side before. At this moment, he was completely awakened by this terrifying energy and was about to turn around and run away. But it was too late. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the Star Dragon had completed charging its power. A terrifying energy wave spurted out. Bang! There wasn't even a scream, and there was only a huge hole left on the field. Luo Jinyu's originally somewhat crazy expression gradually turned into one of disbelief. One move? Annihilated them all? These are all beastmasters recruited by the Luo family in recent years. It is one of the assets of the Luo family. Just gone like that? Su Jinshi also felt sorry for the beastmasters of the Su family. But he was more excited about Luo Xinlian's current strength. It was much stronger than before in Evergreen Forest. The feeling that fascinated him became stronger and stronger. Even the Jiang siblings who had been standing beside Luo Xinlian opened their eyes wide and stared blankly at the situation on the field. Not only others, but even Luo Xinlian himself was shocked by the original power of the Star Dragon after it was released. If the Star Dragon before the primitive liberation was an agile attacking warrior, then after the primitive liberation, it became a mobile heavy artillery. At this point, the Su and Luo families have no hope of capturing the Thunder Beast. Seeing this, Luo Yiming no longer hesitated. She suppressed the fear in her heart and shouted towards Luo Xinlian in an earnest tone. "Xinlian, I was the one who let you down before. come back to the Luo family with us. Hearing this, although Luo Xinyuan on the side was also shocked by Luo Xilian's strength, he was still shocked when he heard Luo Yiming's words. What the hell is wrong with Luo Yiming? Actually asking Luo Xilian to return to the Luo family. With Luo Xilian's current talent and strength, if he really returns to the Luo family, where will there be a place for me? But Luo Xinyuan, who had always maintained an image of a well-behaved and sensible person, couldn't say anything to refute in this situation and could only worry. But Luo Jinyu, who had just been crippled by Luo Xilian, heard Luo Yiming's words. She looked at her fifth sister with some disbelief. Fifth sister? What are you talking about? Let him go back. He just destroyed my Dantian. He cut off my spiritual power. He also killed all the beast masters of my Luo family. He and I will never reconcile. Looking at her second sister, who was gradually going crazy again, Luo Yiming sighed helplessly. If such a powerful Luo Xilian can return to the Luo family, what will those people who were killed before mean to him? Just when he was about to support the staggering Luo Jinyu, he was pushed away by her. The leader Luo Jinyu was disabled, and the beast masters and their beasts brought by the Su and Luo families were also killed instantly by Luo Xilian in one move. Luo Xinyuan was also afraid that Luo Xilian would go crazy and get himself into trouble as well. He took Luo Jinyu's support and prepared to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, Luo Xilian's cold voice came from behind. Luo Xinyuan, don't run away in such a hurry. I won't do anything to you today. I know you want to participate in the beast taming competition in 2.5 months, and use this opportunity to let Luo Yu announce your position as the heir of the Luo family. Although I don't care about the Luo family anymore, but there needs to be a break between you and me. The beast taming competition will be held in 2.5 months. Just clean your neck and wait. Although Luo Xin was so frightened by Luo Xilian's words that his hair stood on end, but he still pretended to be calm. Brother Xilian, what are you talking about? As long as you are willing to return to the Luo family, the position of heir will definitely be yours. My second sister is seriously injured. I'll take her back for treatment and leave now. After saying that, Luo Xilian took Luo Jinyu and ran down the mountain without looking back. Luo Yiming wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Luo Xilian. Just now you wanted those people to kill me, but now you're trying to persuade me to return to the Luo family? Are you okay in the head? I'm telling you, I won't go back to the Luo family, so you'd better not bother me. I haven't come to you to settle the score for the last beast tide. Hearing this, Luo Yiming was also shocked. He never expected that Luo Xilian actually knew that he was the one who caused the beast tide. Thinking of Luo Jinyu's miserable appearance just now, and the scene where the terrifying dragon killed many beast masters in one move, Luo Yiming couldn't help but shudder. I didn't dare to say anything more. He turned around and chased after Luo Xinyuan. The other people brought by the Luo family also followed closely behind, looking at Luo Yiming, who was fleeing in a panic. The corners of Luo Xilian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Yunming Qinling is really a good auxiliary beast tamer. We have to find a chance to get it here. Luo Yiming thought she had escaped, but she didn't know that Luo Xilian had already set his eyes on her Yunming Qin spirit. Luo Xilian, I want to talk to you. Luo Xilian turned around and saw that it was Su Jinshi. Immediately, he looked impatient. No time. Then he turned around and looked at Jiang Yingxue standing beside him with a smile. I've helped you so much today. What are you going to treat me to later? Jiang Yingxue obviously hadn't recovered from the horrific attack just now. After Luo Xilian asked twice in a row, he finally calmed down. Eat. Eat, eat. All you do is eat. Let's heal my brother's beast first. Okay, I'll go get some stuff from the cheetah squad first. Looking at the backs of the two of them walking to the side, talking and laughing, Su Jinshi felt mixed emotions. A feeling of unwillingness and anger ignited in my heart. I should be the woman standing next to him. I am his fiancée. Why did you take him away? I must get Luo Xilian back. After making up his mind, Su Jinshi also chased in the direction where the Luo siblings left. The leopard, which had been stared at by the flame-feathered falcon and dared not escape, saw Luo Xilian walking towards it. He was so scared that he fell to the ground with a thud. He handed the jade pig over respectfully. Luo Xilian didn't expect that the leopard would be so sensible, but he wasn't ready to let it go, so he said with a smile on his face, "You don't think this is going to be okay, do you? 5-5 coma. Hypocritical Luo Yu." Looking at Luo Xilian, who was smiling at him, the leopard couldn't help but swallow its saliva. It seemed that he remembered what he had said before when he mocked Night Owl. He slapped himself twice with a bitter look on his face. I'm such a jerk. It is unclear whether the star dragon on the side did it intentionally or unintentionally. He sneezed toward a tree trunk nearby. The breath directly turned the tree trunk into ashes. Seeing this, everyone in the cheetah squad was frightened. Golden Leopard also quickly took out an anonymous bank card from his pocket. Said tremblingly, Master Luo, here are 2 million. It's the entire wealth of our cheetah squad. Please give us a way out. Luo Xinlian accepted the bank card with a satisfied look on his face. Go away. If you bump into me again, money won't buy your life. Upon hearing this, everyone in the cheetah squad felt as if they had been pardoned. The Golden Leopard said with a determined look, Master Luo, rest assured, no matter who becomes your enemy in the future, our cheetah squad will be on your side. Regarding the remarks made by Golden Leopard, Luo Xinlian just smiled and said nothing. Then he waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. The cheetah squad, already frightened out of their wits, dared not stay any longer and immediately turned around and ran away. In a flash, he disappeared. The Jiang siblings had no objection to letting the cheetah squad go. After all, the most precious Thunder Source Stones were given to them. Then, these insignificant little characters would naturally be left to Luo Xinlian to deal with. See, Luo Xinlian solved everything. Jiang Yingxue also rushed over without hesitation. He hugged Luo Xinlian's neck. You are so amazing. You actually wiped out all the beast masters from the Su and Luo families. Jiang Shaoling, who was originally quite arrogant, was convinced after witnessing the feat that Luo Xinlian had just accomplished, although he was quite dissatisfied with his sister's unbridled behavior. But on second thought, if he could pull this terrifying monster Luo Xinlian into the Jiang family's camp, is it still far from dominating City A? Thinking of this, Jiang Shaoling was not so unhappy about Jiang Yingxue's behavior, but he was just about to say something to Luo Xinlian. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged in the surrounding space. Whether it is the Star Dragon or the Flame Feather Falcon, they were all forcibly pulled back to the beast-taming space. The next moment, Jiang Yingxue hugged Luo Xinlian around the neck. Suddenly I felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Jiang Yingxue was shocked when she saw this, and quickly hugged Luo Xinlian, who was about to fall, into her arms. Luo Xinlian buried his entire head directly into Jiang Yingxue's proud curves. It's a pity that Luo Xinlian couldn't feel the soft touch. When the Thunder Tribulation beast saw Luo Xinlian faint, it jumped directly into the bushes nearby and disappeared. Jiang Shaoling, who originally wanted to chase after him, suddenly remembered that his beast had lost its combat capability. I can only sigh in regret. Then he took the unconscious Luo Xinlian from Jiang Yingxue's arms and carried him on his shoulders. Let's go. Go back to City of First. Jiang Yingxue, who was already very worried about Luo Xinlian, nodded immediately. The three of them boarded the Ice Thunderbird and headed toward City A. The other side. The three people who returned to the Luo family were talking to Luo Yu, who was sitting on the main seat in the hall, because he failed to snatch the Thunder Beast and the Thunder Source Stone. They also lost a number of Luo family's retainers and beast tamers. I just wanted to attribute all the reasons for the failure to Luo Xinlian. Luo Jinyu, who was finally beaten into a cripple by Luo Xinlian, spoke with tears in his eyes. Dad, you must help your daughter make the decision. That loser Luo Xinlian has obviously defected to the Jiang family. You must not let him go. But what no one expected was, not only was Luo Yu not angry, but he laughed wildly. Ha! My son has the makings of a legend. We must call Xinlian back, no matter what. Only he can lead our Luo family to dominate City A, and even expand our Luo family's influence to other urban areas. After these words were spoken, Luo Jinyu, who had already become a disabled person, could no longer accept it. Dad, are you crazy? He has already joined the Jiang family. He killed so many of us? You actually want him to come back? Bang! Before Luo Jinyu could react, Luo Yu slapped him in the face. Humph, you're not as skilled as others, and yet you still have the nerve to say that. You and the people from the Su family make dozens of people in total. I can't even beat Luo Xinlian. You said he joined the Jiang family. Can you blame him? It's because you, the elder sisters, bully and humiliate him on a daily basis. Otherwise, would he have joined the Jiang family? Luo Jinyu, Luo Yiming, and Luo Xinyuan were all stunned. They could never have imagined that Luo Yu would actually blame them for Luo Xinlian's betrayal of the Luo family. Aren't these things all approved by you? Why are you blaming us? If you had stopped us when we bullied Luo Xinlian, Would we have dared to continue? I have to say that Luo Xinyuan's brain reacts the fastest. He spoke immediately. Father, I also think that the Luo family can only gradually move towards glory under the leadership of Brother Xinlian. But Brother Xinlian has been deceived by the Jiang family and doesn't understand how Father meant to harden his will and entrust him with an important task. What should he do? After these words were spoken, Luo Yu's originally angry face gradually revealed a smile. He knew very well the reason why Luo Xinlian betrayed the Luo family. It was because he knew it too well, and it was because of his indulgence and indifference that Luo Xinlian betrayed the Luo family. In Luo Yu's eyes, he is the head of the Luo family. The head of the family will not make mistakes. He also knew that his children were angry, but dared not say anything about his attempt to shirk responsibility. Luo Xinyuan's words now not only gave him a way out, but also changed the nature of his previous neglect and indifference towards Luo Xinlian. A father who only cares about profit has been transformed into a strict father who has high hopes for his good-for-nothing son and wants to temper his character. This made Luo Yu very satisfied. Hey, Xinyuan, you're the only one who understands me. I have always been optimistic about Xian Lian, and everything I have done in the past was just to temper his character. Who knew that all your sisters were idiots? They actually bullied Xian Lian without any shame. They even forced him to betray the Luo family. I feel so sorry for my father. Looking at Luo Yu, who was performing hard, a chill also rose in Luo Xinyuan's heart. Ah, you old bastard. You're still acting like that. You forgot everything you promised me just because of Luo Xinlian's rise. Since you won't give it to me, I'll have to get it myself? I will definitely trample Luo Xinlian under my feet. I will definitely do that. Luo Yimeng, who was standing aside, also couldn't stand Luo Yu's performance. Although they all knew what was going on, but I dare not say it out loud. After all, they have all the status, wealth, and beasts they can tame. All of them were given by the Luo family. If he really angered Luo Yu, he would be kicked out of the house like Luo Xinlian. They don't have the confidence that they can rise like Luo Xinlian. But seeing Luo Yu performing all the time, she felt uncomfortable. So he asked, Father, now that things have come to this, what should we do? I see you got to the point. Luo Yu also stopped his performance. Said solemnly, Thunderstones and retainers are no longer important. What I want now is that you do everything possible to let Luo Xinlian return to the Luo family. Even if I have to kowtow to me, I will kowtow him back. But at this moment, a roar interrupted Luo Yu. Why? He cut off my spiritual power and killed my beast. You're asking us to beg for him to come back. That's not fair. Hearing this, Luo Yu laughed out of anger. He didn't expect that his second daughter, who had always been obedient, would dare to refute him. So he said with a forced smile. Luo Xinlian was still a loser back then. He slept in the basement. Okay, since you want fairness. Then from today on, all your food, clothing, and other expenses will be reduced. And move your room to the basement. With the same conditions, if you have the ability, you can rise to the same level as Luo Xinlian. If you can do it, even if it means asking me to kowtow and admit my fault, I'll do it. 5-6 Legend. Garuda Egg. At this time, Luo Jinyu finally came to his senses. But the frustration in his eyes prevented him from saying a word of surrender. Okay, let's stay here. Luo Xinyuan, who was standing by, saw that Luo Jinyu had fallen out of favor, and a hint of contempt appeared in his eyes. I secretly cursed him as idiot in my heart. Luo Yimeng wanted to plead for Luo Jinyu, but he was also afraid that Luo Yu would vent his anger on him. So I've been hesitating in my heart. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. What's going on? Immediately afterwards, a girl in a security uniform walked into the Luo family hall. It is Luo Lingling, the third daughter of the Luo family. When Luo Yimeng saw this, his eyes lit up. Third sister, you are finally back. Then, he quickly told Luo Lingling the whole story. Luo Yimeng knew that Luo Lingling was now the captain of the A City Security Bureau. In Luo Yu's heart, he is much more important than them. If he came to plead, the effect might be much better. Sure enough, when Luo Lingling heard about Luo Xinlian's battle record on Yunwu Mountain, he was also startled, but then he noticed Luo Jinyu's weak face. Seeing that my second sister has become a disabled person, I feel very sad. But what can we do? It's because they sisters owe Luo Xinlian this. Originally, he was quite disgusted with Luo Xinlian, and even thought that he was a mentally twisted, perverted murderer. but until Luo Lingling finished reading Luo Xinlian's diary. Only then did I realize how much injustice and humiliation Luo Xinlian, as the biological son of the Luo family, had suffered in the Luo family. It also witnessed a young boy who was full of yearning for family affection, full of attachment to his parents, and full of admiration and love for his sisters. How to gradually become a cold and heartless problem teenager. It was because of this that after hearing that Luo Yu wanted to drive Luo Jinyu to live in the basement, he still chose to plead for him, because he didn't want the Luo family to have another Luo Xinlian who despaired of family affection. Father, can you let my second sister go this time? She lost control of her emotions because of this incident, so she talked back to you. Please forgive her this time. Seeing Luo Lingling speak, Luo Yu's expression also relaxed a lot. He contradicted me as a father in person. I must punish him. Let's put it this way. When you can persuade Xan Lian to come back, I will forgive him. Hearing this, Luo Lingling agreed almost without hesitation, because he really wanted Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family, because only in this way could he make up for his past debts. Father, leave this matter to me. I will definitely persuade Luo Xinlian to come back. After hearing what he wanted to hear, Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. Then a man walked out of the hall. Only the three sisters of the Luo family and Luo Xinyuan were left. See Luo Yu walking away. Luo Lingling also walked to Luo Jinyu's side. He said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Second sister, I know that no matter what, you can't forgive Luo Xinlian. Since your father has sentenced you to live in the basement for a while, you might as well take a look at the diary under the sheets. For a moment, Luo Jinyu didn't quite understand what Luo Lingling meant. But before he could answer, Luo Lingling left the hall on her own. Luo Jinyu, who was originally a little confused, was also aroused by his curiosity. I want to see what kind of diary it is that is so mysterious. Then he went straight to the basement. A moment's effort. Luo Yiming and Luo Xinyuan were the only ones left in the hall. Just when the two were about to leave, Butler Wang Xian suddenly walked in. He bowed slightly to the two of them. Said, Fifth Miss, Master Xing, the madam invites you. For a moment, Luo Yiming and Luo Xinyuan were a little confused. Why is the mother looking for them at this time? But he still followed Wang Xian into Zhou Yajing's room. Before the two of them could ask, Zhou Yajing didn't keep anyone in suspense either. Straight to the point. Luo Xinlian is such a rebellious son. He is simply lawless. Not only did he give the lightning source stone to the Zhang family, causing the Luo family to suffer heavy losses, but he also turned his own sister into a disabled person. I will never acknowledge such a madman as the heir of the Luo family. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan also put on a helpless look. But my father has already decided on Brother Xinlian. I think I should just do my part. When Brother Xinlian returns in the future, I will still assist him. Bang! Zhou Yajing slapped the table. He immediately scolded. As long as I'm here, he won't be able to come back. Xinyuan, you have to do your best. In the beast taming competition in 2.5 months, try to defeat him in front of everyone in City A. Luo Xinyuan's face was full of heartfelt, painstaking efforts. Brother Xinlian has a contract with a dragon-type beastmaster. How can I be his opponent? Hearing this, Zhou Yajing revealed an intriguing smile. Then, Wang Xian took out a box and placed it in front of Luo Xinyuan. This is... Luo Xinyuan looked puzzled. Open it and take a look. Luo Xinyuan didn't think much about it, and immediately opened the box in front of him. But just one glance. When he saw what was in the box, his pupils shrank instantly. There was only a beast-taming egg shining with a faint light, quietly placed inside. Legendary beast-tamer egg. Luo Xinyuan recognized the quality of the beast-taming egg in front of him at a glance. Zhou Yajing also explained calmly. Legend has it that although dragons are the masters of scales and armor, they are not without natural enemies. And what is placed before you is the legendary Garuda egg that feeds on dragons. My mother asked her family to help her get this after a lot of effort. Luo Xinyuan's hands also began to tremble uncontrollably. He slowly reached out to the Garuda's beast egg placed in front of him. He knew that this was his chance to defeat Luo Xinlian. He immediately spoke respectfully to Zhou Yajing. Thank you, mother. Zhou Yajing nodded slightly. Then he continued. In these 2.5 months, mother will use all her resources to help you train this Garuda. You must not let your mother down. Luo Xinyuan nodded vigorously. He had originally been thinking of finding another way to defeat Luo Xinlian. I never thought that such a great opportunity would fall into my hands. Luo Xinlian. Just wait for death. 2 months later, I will crush you into dust in front of everyone. Let you become a useless waste again. Luo Yiming on the side also looked at the Garuda egg in Luo Xinyuan's hand with some disbelief. He also didn't expect that his mother's family had such power. But he just couldn't understand why his mother hated Luo Xinlian so much. It can even be said to be fear. Otherwise, there would be no need to spend so much effort and resources to deal with his own son. Yimeng, in the beast taming competition in 2 months, you two need to help each other. Your Yinming Qinling should be able to provide Xin Yuan with great help in the competition. Luo Yimeng, who was thinking, was brought back to reality by Zhou Yajing's words. It was also expressed immediately. Don't worry, mother. I will definitely do my best to assist my brother Xin Yuan. Luo Yimeng gave an affirmative answer. Zhou Yajing also smiled. Luo Xinlian, let's see how you can turn things around this time. 5-7 mutation. Xiongбing Tianlei Bird. The 5th Beast Tamer Hospital in City A. In Ward 304. Luo Xinlian slowly opened his eyes. See Luo Xinlian wake up. Jiang Yingxue standing by was also very happy. But it was also quite unexpected. Are you awake? The doctor said you are overloaded with spiritual power. It takes at least a week to wake up. I didn't expect you to wake up in just 5 hours. Luo Xinlian patted his head, which was still a little dizzy. Slowly sat up. It seems that after the original liberation of the Starry Sky Dragon, any skill it releases will drain all my spiritual power. Although there is a quick replenishment in the pride space, it will also cause a huge burden on the body. It seems that my strength is still too weak. Luo Xinlian was not wrong in thinking this, although the pride space could quickly replenish Luo Xinlian's spiritual power. However, Luo Xinlian's own spiritual power limit was far from reaching the level where he could freely use the original liberated Star Dragon. If Jiang Yingxue hadn't been by his side this time, if I fainted alone in the misty mountains for several hours, I would be in danger. It seems that before your strength is improved, unless you have no choice, it is best not to use the original liberation casually. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian said with gratitude, "Thank you so much." Jiang Yingxue shook her head. "That's nothing. You helped me get the Thunder Source Stone. I should be the one thanking you." Hearing this, Luo Xinlian scratched his head embarrassedly. But then he seemed to remember something. So he asked, "By the way, where are the Thunder Beast and the Emerald Pig?" Hearing Luo Xinlian ask this, Jiang Yingxue said with great regret, "When I saw you holding the Thunder Beast, I thought you had tamed it. I didn't expect that after you fainted, the Thunder Beast ran away without a trace. As for the Emerald Pig, since you fainted, I'll keep it in my Jiang family's beast ranch. You can pick it up anytime." Hearing this, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but sigh in pain. Although the Forbidden Eye has clearly stated that the Thunder Beast cannot be tamed. But Luo Xinlian still held on to the idea of taming the Thunder Tribulation Beast. "But I didn't expect that this guy ran away immediately after I fainted." "It's okay. The Thunder Beast ran away. We were just doing business with it. As for the Emerald Pig, I'll go get it in a few days. Come with me now. I remember that you still have a hidden disease in your body. Once I help you eliminate your hidden disease, I will help your Ice Thunderbird evolve perfectly." Hearing this, Jiang Yingxue was overjoyed. If he said that he didn't quite believe what Luo Xinlian said before. But ever since he saw the incredible dragon-type beast, the Star Dragon, he completely dispelled his concerns. After all, if he could train such a terrifying beast, how could his skills be weak? But then, Jiang Yingxue changed her mind, said with a little worry, "You just woke up. Do you want to rest for a few days?" Luo Xinlian naturally knew that Jiang Yingxue was worried that her body had not fully recovered. Then he shook his head. "It's okay. Since I'm awake, it means I'm fine. After you help your Ice Thunderbird evolve, just remember to treat me to a meal." Seeing that Luo Xinlian had said this, Jiang Yingxue no longer insisted. Soon, under the doctor's astonished gaze, Luo Xinlian completed the discharge procedures. By the way, I also picked some herbs based on the cultivation information displayed by the Forbidden Eye and the physical risks left by the Ice Thunderbird. Jiang Yingxue also paid the money conscientiously. Moreover, Luo Xinlian was given some cultivation supplies as a gift. Luo Xinlian naturally accepted it with peace of mind. After all, the feeling of being a gigolo is actually quite good. The most important thing is that the other party is a beautiful girl with pure and lovely looks and a sexy body. Soon, after collecting what they needed, the two of them relied on the money of Jiang Yingxue, a wealthy woman, rented a breeding room in the Beast Taming Association. All relevant facilities are available inside. See, everything is ready. Luo Xinlian began to prepare the potion according to the information obtained from the Forbidden Eye. After going through several rigorous processes, a bottle of potion glowing green was completed. Let your Ice Thunderbird drink this potion. As long as you drink this bottle of potion, it will not only completely repair the hidden dangers in your body, it can also convert and absorb the remaining energy of the Thunder Beast that originally remained in the Ice Thunderbird's body, so that the Ice Thunderbird is more compatible with the Thunder attribute. After listening to Luo Xinlian's explanation, Jiang Yingxue didn't have any doubts and directly let the Ice Thunderbird drink the potion. As expected, after a while, the Ice Bird let out a cheerful bird song. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue was also surprised. Great! I can sense that the Ice Thunderbird seems to have become stronger. But at this time, Luo Xinlian didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Said hurriedly, "Quick, take out the lightning source stone and combine it with the thunder grass and fluffy ice flower, and let the Ice Thunderbird swallow it all together." Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue did not dare to delay for even a moment. He quickly followed Luo Xinlian's method and instructed the Ice Thunderbird to start swallowing the medicine. The next moment, the Ice Thunderbird's body began to glow with yellow and white light. In an instant, the light enveloped the entire body of the Ice Thunderbird. Soon, the shape of the light that enveloped the Ice Thunderbird began to change. For a moment, the current surged. After it lasted for a while, the light faded. A large bird with white lightning all over its body appeared in the breeding room. Qiangbing Tian Lei Bird. Evolution successful. Nim Chungbing Tianli Bird. Growth stage. First stage of transformation. Quality, legend. Attribute, Ice/Thunder. Talent, Ice Lightning Feather Strike. Ice Lightning Feather Strike. All attack skills launched by the wings have damage of Ice Lightning attribute. Skills, Ice Thunder Breath, Ice Claw, Black Feather Storm, Feather Blade, Ice Thunder Blast. Evolution route, Ice Thunder Hatchling, Ice Thunderbird, Qiangbing Tian Thunderbird, Tian Yuan Ice Thunderbird, Ice Thunder Blackbird King. Description: a mutation and evolution after perfectly absorbing the power of the Lightning Source Stone. It contains a trace of the lightning essence of the Thunder Tribulation Beast and is extremely friendly to lightning. It turned out to be mutation evolution. After looking at the panel of the Qiangbing Tianlei bird, Luo Xinlian was also surprised. After absorbing a trace of lightning essence from the Thunder Beast, the evolutionary path of the Qiangbing Tianlei bird seems to have undergone some changes. From the original, Ice Thunder, Hatchling Ice Thunderbird Qiong, Ice Thunder, Bird Tianyuan, Ice Thunderbird, Ice Thunderbird King. It has become what it is today. Ice Thunder Hatchling, Ice Thunderbird, Qiangbing Sky Thunderbird, Tianyuan Ice Thunderbird, Ice Thunder Blackbird King. Some changes occurred in the third and fifth stages. Overall, it should have become a lot stronger. Although Luo Xinlian didn't understand the principle behind it, but he knew that he just needed to cultivate according to the methods given in the cultivation template. The beast can evolve to the most perfect state. Feeling the powerful aura of the Qiangbing Tianlei bird, it seems to be even stronger than Jiang Shaoling's evil eye ghost eagle. This made Jiang Yingxue quite happy. But then Jiang Yingxue's face turned pale. One fell to the ground before he could stand firmly. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian was also shocked. Because the incident happened suddenly, Luo Xinlian quickly reached out and hugged Jiang Yingxue. But the next moment, he felt a soft and elastic touch on his palm. This made Luo Xinlian very confused, so he pinched it again out of curiosity. Jiang Yingxue, who was originally a little confused, became much more sober instantly after being pinched by Luo Xinlian. In an instant, Jiang Yingxue felt a heat coming from her body. Realized that Luo Xinlian had grabbed something he shouldn't have grabbed. Jiang Yingxue still used that weak voice. Said a little shyly, Don't pinch me." But before Jiang Yingxue could finish her words, he could no longer hold on and fainted. At this time, Luo Xinlian finally realized that he seemed to have done something that he usually only dared to think about, but not do. Although I felt secretly happy, it would have a bad impact if I kept holding it in. There is suspicion of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Just when he was about to let go, the door of the breeding room slowly opened. Nan Yunxiao appeared at the door without knowing when. 5. I got it. Spiritual power transmission. Luo Xinlian looked up. I didn't expect that the visitor was Nan Yunxiao. Immediately puzzled. "Master, why are you here?" But soon, Luo Xinlian realized that his action at this moment seemed a little indecent. Nan Yunxiao didn't expect this either. This is the scene I saw as soon as I entered the door. He immediately covered his one eye with his hand. You young people, don't you know how to pay attention to the occasion? In fact, when Luo Xinlian and Jiang Yingxue first arrived at the Beast Taming Association, Nan Yunxiao already knew it. Originally, because he didn't want his relationship with Luo Xinlian to be exposed in advance, he thought about reducing the number of times he met Luo Xinlian. But just now, suddenly from the breeding room where the two were, there came an aura that was unique to legendary quality beastmasters. Legendary beast tamers are one in a million. The sudden aura that came out, coupled with the breeding room that the two rented, made it obvious that the two had bred a beast of legendary quality. This instantly aroused Nan Yunxiao's curiosity. I immediately wanted to come and take a look, but I didn't expect to see such an embarrassing scene as soon as I entered the door. Luo Xinlian heard what his master said. Then he realized that Nan Yunxiao had misunderstood, so he quickly told her what had just happened. Hearing this, Nan Yunxiao also nodded. I immediately understood the reason. Explained immediately, whether it's the summoning of the beast, the use of skills, or the process of its evolution. They will consume the Beastmaster's own spiritual power. If I'm guessing correctly, this little girl must be, because you guys created this legendary quality mutant beast. The spiritual energy in the body has been completely drained, which led to this situation. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian was shocked. Then I'll take her to the hospital right away. Wait! Nan Yunxiao raised his hand to stop Luo Xinlian, who was about to rush to the hospital. Then he continued, Don't worry, even if you go to the hospital, this girl won't be able to recover in a week or two. What should we do then? Luo Xinlian asked anxiously. After all, he had just experienced the feeling of having his spiritual power drained away all at once. I have to say, it was quite painful. He also didn't expect that the evolution of the Beastmaster would actually drain so much spiritual power from the Beastmaster himself. When I think about how my negligence had caused Jiang Yingxue to become like this, Luo Xinlian felt a pang of guilt in his heart. But this can't be blamed on Luo Xinlian. Because of the blessing of the arrogant space, Luo Xinlian's own spiritual power limit has reached an extremely terrifying level. It is precisely because of this that there was no feeling at all during the process of the Shadow Dragon evolving into the Star Dragon, although it still cannot withstand the skill output of the original liberation state. But his spiritual power is far beyond what Jiang Yingxue can compare to. It can be said that the evolution cost of the Chongbing Sky Thunderbird is not even 1% of that of the Starry Sky Dragon. Because of this, Luo Xinlian did not notice the problem, seeing that his apprentice was so nervous about this girl. Nan Yunxiao also smiled. The problem of spiritual power exhaustion may be a big problem for others. But for a monster like you with huge spiritual power, it's a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian was stunned. Asked doubtfully, What do you mean? Since he has exhausted his spiritual power, why don't you just transfer your spiritual power into his body and replenish his dantian? Hearing this, Luo Xinlian finally reacted. So without further ado, he followed Nan Yunxiao's method and transferred spiritual power to Jiang Yingxue. Just at the moment when Luo Xinlian's palm touched Jiang Yingxue's back, Jiang Yingxue only felt a warm current continuously entering her body. That warm feeling made his body and mind feel extremely comfortable. For a moment, Jiang Yingxue even became addicted to this comfortable feeling. If Nan Yunxiao hadn't been present, Jiang Yingxue wouldn't have been able to help but let out some instinctive shouts. Soon, Jiang Yingxue, who was originally pale, the complexion is regaining its rosy complexion at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, Jiang Yingxue finally returned to normal. He was immediately shocked by the vast spiritual power in Luo Xinlian's body. After replenishing all the spiritual energy in my body, there is still no effect at all. Are you a monster? Regarding Jiang Yingxue's question, Luo Xinlian didn't know how to explain it. I can only say it half-jokingly. I don't know either. Maybe it's because I'm gifted. See, the matter has been resolved. Nan Yunxiao also spoke directly. Okay, it's settled. Tomorrow is the first day of school at the Beastmaster Academy. I have already completed the formalities for you. Don't be late. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian also nodded. No. Seeing Nan Yunxiao was about to leave, Jiang Yingxue hurriedly bowed to Nan Yunxiao, expressed gratitude for what just happened. In response, Nan Yunxiao smiled politely. Then he left the breeding room. However, Nan Yunxiao seemed calm and composed. His heart had already been in turmoil because of Luo Xinlian. This kid actually created a mutant beast It also upgraded the quality of this beast from epic to legendary. Is this a coincidence? Of course, Luo Xinlian didn't know what Nan Yunxiao was thinking at this time. Because of Nan Yunxiao's departure, a strange awkwardness arose between the two. After all, neither of them has forgotten what just happened. It was Luo Xinlian who broke the silence first and spoke. Snusn, can I call you that? Jiang Yingxue didn't look directly at Luo Xinlian, although it was tilted too much, but I still nodded gently. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. He quickly continued. What just happened? Seeing that Luo Xinlian seemed to want to bring up what happened just now, Jiang Yingxue interrupted quickly. Forget it. Never mind, you didn't mean it. I heard that Jiang Yingxue had no intention of making a fuss with me. Luo Xinlian also spoke tactfully. To express my apology, let me treat you to a meal. Seeing that the topic was diverted, Jiang Yingxue felt a little better. He secretly glanced at Luo Xinlian a few times. Okay. But who would have known that the next moment, Luo Xinlian actually took Jiang Yingxue's little hand. Come on, I'll take you to a place where the food is delicious. Jiang Yingxue did not struggle, as she had always had some feelings towards Luo Xinlian. Because when he was transferring spiritual power, just now he seemed to have some different feelings towards Luo Xinlian. Not only did he not dislike Luo Xinlian's behavior, instead, I felt secretly delighted. So Jiang Yingxue just let Luo Xinlian hold his hand and go towards the food street in City A. At the same time, a middle-aged man wearing a windbreaker and looking quite heroic got out of an extended luxury car. Soon after, bodyguards in black appeared beside him. Behind these bodyguards, there is a big word Jiang printed on it. And this middle-aged man is the head of the Jiang family and the father of Jiang Shaoling and Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Yunsheng. Jiang Yunsheng was seen waving to the bodyguards around him. Wait for me here. Don't scare the residents around here. I'm going to do something. I'll be right back. A row of black-clad bodyguards nodded in unison and then hid themselves. Jiang Yunsheng also walked slowly into the food street alone. When he came to a barbecue stall called Everything Can Be Grilled, the expression on his face could no longer be maintained. While rubbing his hands, he shouted to the owner of the barbecue stall. Same old, 10 skewers of kidneys, 5 oysters, and 2 bottles of beer. Okay, please wait. I will grill it for you right away. When the stall owner saw Jiang Yunsheng, he greeted him warmly. Apparently, the stall owner recognized this regular customer. Smell the aroma of barbecue floating in the air. Jiang Yunsheng was also muttering to himself. These past few days, I've been indulging myself while those 2 little bastards are not at home. I was almost drained dry by those little goblins. I must make up for it today. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Yunsheng's ears. Boss, 10 skewers of kidneys, 5 oysters, and 2 bottles of beer. 5-9 sad. Unlucky Jiang Yunsheng. Jiang Yunsheng looked back. He suddenly discovered a handsome young man, rubbing his hands impatiently just like he had done before. Jiang Yunsheng immediately smiled a smile that every man could understand. The young man didn't do anything stupid, did he? Luo Xinlian was also stunned when he heard this. He thought he had met some master. He could tell at a glance that his spiritual power had been almost drained. Luo Xinlian also said a little embarrassedly, "This big brother is really amazing. You can see all this at a glance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunsheng showed an expression of as expected. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. I don't know whose cabbage this is, but this kid took it away. Fortunately, our Schwerer is sensible and obedient, and will never make an old father like me sad. While the two were chatting, the barbecue they ordered was quickly ready. Because they both ordered the same thing, it was grilled very quickly. After taking the things he ordered, Luo Xinlian didn't intend to argue too much with the other party. After all, he didn't want others to know too much about himself. So he greeted Jiang Yunsheng briefly and turned to walk towards the seat that Jiang Yingxue had already occupied. And Jiang Yunsheng somehow became curious about Luo Xinlian. While gnawing on the kidney in his hand, he looked at Luo Xinlian, who was walking towards a seat. But as he watched, his eyes grew wider and wider. At this time, Jiang Yingxue did not notice what was happening on Luo Xinlian's side. Instead, he was holding his cell phone and texting Jiang Shaoling. Qiong Bing's Sky Thunderbird evolved successfully, so she had to show off to her brother, who always thought highly of himself. After discovering that Luo Xinlian had returned with the barbecue, Jiang Yingxue immediately threw his brother aside. She quickly put away her phone and gave Luo Xinlian a sweet smile. But little did he know that at the same time Luo Xinlian returned to his position. There was also a look of surprise and doubt looking over. It's Jiang Yunsheng. At this time, Jiang Yunsheng was looking at Jiang Yingxue, who was sitting next to Luo Xinlian with an expression of disbelief. He was originally just curious about what kind of cabbage this boy who he liked so much had picked up. But he was shocked to find out that this guy was seducing his own daughter. Impossible, impossible. It must be an illusion. My precious daughter? Why is she with this brat? Didn't she go with Xiao Ling to grab the lightning source stone? But soon, this doubt was replaced by the memory fragments of the previous conversation with Luo Xinlian. The thought of it being my daughter who was tormented by this little bastard made me feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yunsheng felt heartbroken. Now, watching the two of them playing and frolicking at the seats at the barbecue stall, Jiang Yunsheng gnashed his teeth in hatred. You little bastard! How dare you set your sights on my daughter? Look, I'm going to skin you alive. Jiang Yunsheng, who was about to rush over to teach Luo Xinlian a lesson, suddenly stopped. No, I can't. Where will Shuer put her face if she rushes over now? Since Shuer is back, Xiao Ling must be back too. I'll contact Xiao Ling first and ask him, as her brother, to ask Shuer to go back quickly. As soon as Shuer leaves, you'll be in trouble, kid. Immediately, Jiang Yunsheng sent a message to Jiang Xiaoling without hesitation. He said there was something urgent and asked his sister to go home quickly. On the other side, Jiang Xiaoling, after receiving the message from his father, immediately notified Jiang Yingxue, although he didn't know the reason. Jiang Yingxue was chatting and laughing with Luo Xinlian while eating barbecue when she felt her phone vibrate. Don't want to pay attention, but what I can do is, my phone keeps vibrating. Jiang Yingxue had no choice but to take out her cell phone to check. But as soon as she took a look, the smile on Jiang Yingxue's face was replaced by solemnity. Luo Xinlian also noticed the changes in Jiang Yingxue. Asked immediately, Shuer, what's wrong? Jiang Yingxue spoke without seeming to hide anything. My brother said something happened at home and asked me to go back quickly. After hearing this, Luo Xinlian also knew what to prioritize. He spoke immediately. There's no time to lose. I'll take you back first. Hearing Luo Xinlian say this, Jiang Yingxue said this a little embarrassedly. Xinlian, I'm sorry. I promised to have dinner with you tonight. In response, Luo Xinlian just smiled. It's okay. We'll meet next time. The two of them immediately held hands, ran to the side of the road, stopped a beast tamer, and headed straight for the Jiang family. This scene was seen by Jiang Yunsheng, who had been secretly watching the two of them. At this moment, Jiang Yunsheng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Especially seeing the two of them holding hands, Jiang Yunsheng wished he could tear Luo Xinlian to pieces. Suddenly, the barbecue on my hand no longer smelled good. After throwing the barbecue into the trash can, he immediately returned to where his luxury car was parked and followed Luo Xinlian and the other two with his men. Damn you, boy! As soon as you separate from Shuer, I will kill you. But at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck Jiang Yunsheng's car directly. Just when Jiang Yunsheng was on the verge of death, a giant black shadow blocked Jiang Yunsheng. Because the situation is too urgent, the shadow only blocked a large part of the damage. Still, a small part of it hit Jiang Yunsheng's car. In an instant, Jiang Yunsheng was electrocuted and his entire body turned black. The body kept twitching. Fortunately, the electric current that penetrated was not lethal. The men who followed closely around also quickly dragged Jiang Yunsheng out of the car. At this moment, Jiang Yunsheng was in deep pain, but couldn't express it in words, because his whole body was paralyzed. Damn it, don't let me know who launched the sneak attack. Otherwise I will kill you. At this time, Luo Xinlian and Jiang Yingxue were riding on the beast-taming deity. The corners of his mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. It seems these people still have some skills. Surprisingly withstood the lightning strike of the Star Dragon. If I wasn't afraid of causing a riot, I would have let the Starry Sky Dragons kill them all. But giving them a warning should be enough. They shouldn't dare to follow us anymore. It turned out that Luo Xinlian had already discovered Jiang Yunsheng and others who were following him. However, Luo Xinlian thought they were people with ulterior motives. If it wasn't for the fear of causing a commotion in City A, the Starry Sky Demon Dragon's full-strength attack would have sent Jiang Yunsheng straight to meet the King of Hell. After this little episode, the two finally arrived at the door of the Jiang family villa. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue spoke. Xinlian, you go back first. I'll come find you after I finish my family matters. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian also nodded. If you have any trouble, remember to tell me. I'll be there anytime. The two of them said goodbye briefly. Jiang Yingxue returned to the Jiang family. She saw Jiang Shaoling sitting in the lobby waiting for her. Brother, what happened? Why are you calling me back so urgently? Jiang Shaoling just spread his hands. I don't know either. Dad asked me to notify you to come back. Jiang Shaoling had just finished speaking. A figure covered in black rushed in. He began to question. Schwer, where have you been before?